It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first in, last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody. Wherever you are in the world, welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where today we're in the South America region. It's always a good time. I'm Stilak, joined, of course, by Trav and Teddy. Trav, yesterday was a long day with EMEA, but how does it feel to be back in South America?
I mean, to be honest, I've been in South America more than Europe this year, I feel. Starting to make this my home region, I feel. Maybe I'll gel over there soon enough.
Teddy and yourself, again, like, you know, this region has so much to offer. It's such an enjoyable one to watch. How do you feel coming in today?
Yeah, pretty much exactly what you said. You know, it's a region that can bring some very interesting comps and some off-meta ideas, or at least, you know, they have their own selected meta, which is always a ton of fun to watch.
Well, hey, we are now officially into the Mr. P meta, and what better region to display it, right? Can't wait to see more of that later on today. Let's first and foremost go through the formats for anyone that could be new to the stream, or just to revise your memories, as we have had a bit of a mid-seasonal break, haven't we? The power match format from in-game, the draft that we all know and love with the picks and bans, 8-team elimination brackets, and best of 5s only this year, and that is one of my favorite changes, honestly, in the BSC. This region is shaping up quite nicely. It is still ZEST that are already out on top. They have yet to be toppled, and that is going to be a conversational piece over at event.brawlstars.com very shortly as well. More on that in just a bit. 223 points though for Clash. They are shortly following up behind. A bit of a name change there as well. Overdue Picks was also previously banned to Lucas. They're still very much in contention, but didn't quite make it to the semi-finals this time around. Super Renegados, though, very shortly behind them as well, and they're still in contention, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams pretty much, well, not all of them, obviously, because we've got someone 45 points at the bottom of the leaderboard, but you get what I mean. Pretty much the top 4, maybe top 5 are still in contention for at least that LCQ spot. So it's still a very, very exciting region to watch, but it does seem like Zest's running away with it quite heavily.
Everything to play for. Could someone do the unthinkable today? Well, in terms of our predictions, which we'll get into in a bit as well, we are thinking that maybe today could be the day. Here is the schedule. Revenge Gaming will be up first versus ZEST, and that's going to be a tall mountain to climb, but one that I'm sure they're coming in well prepared to try to do. Clash versus Super Renegados, as well as our second match of the semi-final stages, to see which of those sides will make it through today's grand final. So it's actually the first time that we've seen Revenge Gaming coming in to the South America semi-finals regional stages, so I cannot wait to see what they will bring here today. Of course, you want to make sure that you're watching over at event.brawlstars.com. Sync your Supercell ID there to your game, and you can earn some fantastic in-game rewards and make your way all the way to that new pin. We've also got bling on the tiers now as well, so you can really, you know, get those predictions in and hopefully get some right with the help of ourselves, and get yourself some potential skins along the way too, which is a fantastic new change this year. We've got a bit of a conversational poll going on over there as well regarding ZEST, and can anyone topple them in the BSC? That is the question, because they have won every single monthly finals in this region to date, at least in South America East, of course. Teddy, you know, talk us through that and a bit about what your thoughts are, because when we look at our predictions in just a moment, you and me think that we might see a little bit of a shift.
Well, so far, if we just look at the facts, ZEST has clearly been the best team in the region, at least so far this year. But Clash has been evolving and improving quite rapidly. Last monthly final in this region for April, it was a narrow 3-2, and Clash did seem like they really could have taken that one home. I think you and I both think that this month could be the one where ZEST finally fall and Clash are able to win their first monthly final of the year.
We'll have the event site open to my left as well. I can tell you today, it's not looking good for us. We are within the 5% to the 95%, Trav, who are saying that ZEST can go all the way yet again. You are siding with the favorites. I think that's the smart play, the wise play. Tell us, just to reiterate, you know, why you're in a pretty good spot over us here.
Yes, I think in reality, it's not why I'm in a good spot. I think you guys are just complete morons. Looking at the statistics, they've won 3 in a row. They've won every single monthly final so far. I mean, yeah, they're probably going to prove me wrong and lose now. But in reality, looking at the statistics, I think they're pretty far behind me. 3 wins in a row, and it won't surprise me if they make it a 4th.
Yeah, this is the thing about ZEST that I've got to reiterate, is that for every monthly finals that we've had this year, they've only dropped 4 sets. And that's through the quarterfinal stages, through to the grand final stages, for the 3 that we've had so far. That is a really phenomenal performance. And I think you could be in a good place for this one. Teddy, looking ahead as well, Revenge Gaming versus ZEST, could we see an underdog story prevail here?
There's always a possibility, but I mean, we're talking so far about ZEST losing to QLASH in the grand finals, which is already like somewhat unlikely. I don't think they're going to be dropping out here in semis. I don't think Revenge Gaming are going to be the team to beat them. But I mean, we've seen some underdog stories before, and you never know what happens. There might not be as much on the radar of ZEST, and maybe if they come up with some exciting original comps, they can kind of catch them off guard rather a couple times. It can go quickly, but they need a lot of luck and a lot of preparation on their side, and I don't know if it's there just yet.
Yeah, I think expect the unexpected in South America, right, Trav? I mean, Yumi going to take the reins on this one, but, for Revenge Gaming, Yama, Hux, and Bad Boy, a roster that we've not necessarily kind of heard too much about from the past, but, give us your thoughts, in regards to whether you might see something within these guys. We've had a couple of balance changes as well to remember, so they might have something up their sleeve here.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about their level of skill. I can't really speak to that, but I love their names. So that's already a very good start for the Revenge Gaming roster. I mean, at the end of the day, we haven't really seen much of them at all throughout this region in the past or throughout this year. Whereas ZEST, we've seen so much of them. And I just think no matter who's coming against them, they're going to be the underdogs. So I feel like these are the heavy underdogs on the side of Revenge Gaming here.
You can't count out an underdog, really, in any region in the BSC. We've seen crazy things happen when new blood come into the scene, and great to see that they are looking very well prepared and smiling all the way. But again, this is ZEST. Motep, Firecrow, and Pekka, they are absolutely dominating the region, only dropping those 4 sets throughout February, March, and April. Now coming into June, they want to add a 4th monthly finals grand win, and we see there Firecrow chilling out with the team as well in the house. No sign of any cats today just yet, but maybe we'll see a little bit of a Simba lift later on if they are victorious. Trav, there is no doubt about it. This is the favorite coming in, the one that you are going for in your predictions, and I think they stand a pretty solid chance of getting a good performance here today.
Yeah, I mean, they are the team to beat in this region. They haven't had that much opposition in the semi-finals at all. QLASH, we did see them drop out in a semi-final to Bando de Lucos, but ZEST have been a clean running team all the way through the semis, all the way through the finals, and there just doesn't seem to be much stopping them. Here is the prediction, and honestly, 81% to 19. I'm pretty happy with that. To be honest, I thought it was going to be even more sided towards ZEST.
Yeah, I felt like looking back at the conversation over at event.brawlstars.com about ZEST going all the way, 95 to 5%, 95% saying that they're going to win the whole thing, but a lot less saying that they're going to actually take this first semi-finals, so that's kind of interesting to see. The bans are in, however, in the first pick possesses a Pam, and I really do like that. But without the Grey, it is going to make a little bit of a difference. The bans on that side of things were Grey, Stu, and Ruffs for Revenge Gaming. Stu, B, and Griff on the side of ZEST. It's certainly a game mode where this draft is very important. Varley going to be coming in for Revenge Gaming. We saw in the EMEA yesterday just how effective Edgar was actually on Split to really counteract some of those throwers. Let's see what Revenge Gaming wants to add to the mix. Great to see that Firecrow and the ZEST guys really are looking very confident though, and big smiles all around from them.
Yeah, they're just happy to be here. I think they're enjoying being on the camera more than they are actually being in the monthly finals. So we'll see if these smiles get them where they want to be, and maybe we'll see a little bit of a change if we do see some surprises from Revenge Gaming come out and a little bit of an upset potentially. But they are going to take Colette as their second pick. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think the Barley
surprise for me.
I think the Barley into the Pam's good. Obviously, the Colette into the Pam's good. But you've got to think about the long run. And I feel like ZEST, with 2 more picks left, they're going to be able to counter out this Colette quite successfully.
I'm not a fan of Colette here. I think there's better options for them, but obviously they are thinking something. I mean, Rico's available here as well. That'd be a great idea to have that left-hand side lane and maybe even a Sprout along the way. But the great ban I do really like, I've got to say straight off the back, Crow is definitely a South America pick. There is no doubt about it. I would imagine more on the right-hand side lane for this particular map, and can cause some problems. I mean, in general, ZEST tend to play as well some different kind of gadget ideas when it comes to Crow, which I really do like, coming in much more with defense booster as opposed to slowing Toxin, and it can be going therefore much more on the aggressive, but it's definitely not the kind of draft I was expecting to see actually for Split. I want to see some tankier ideas perhaps, or something more control, and there it is. I love that. Absolutely love that. Edgar meta, I feel, is genuinely starting to get soaked up around the world now currently, but esports and EMEA have really been just advocating how much that particular brawler has a place currently, as throwers are becoming stronger with the amount of unbreakable walls now in the game, and that then does cater a lot towards Edgar as a hard counter to that Barley. Love that. How are Revenge Gaming going to respond now?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to assume ZEST have been watching a little bit too much semantic on that Brawl, haven't you, really? Like, I'm not 100% convinced still that it is 100% meta, especially when faced with an El Primo. We saw it work out against it yesterday, as you say, in that FUT Esports versus SK Gaming game. But at the same time, a Primo in reality should be able to fend off that Edgar a lot of the time. And if he stays near the Barley, then I think they've got a decent chance.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Primo final pick, and it's very interesting, gotta say as well, that Shelly wasn't picked or banned. Like, we didn't see that once yesterday at all. If Shelly wasn't banned, it was first pick. So perhaps that's not necessarily drifted over towards South America in that respect, and therefore that makes that Primo far better to have as that third and final. I think Revenge Gaming may have just drawn back this draft a little bit towards the end. I'm still a little bit opposed to the Colette. Hopefully it can find some value on that right-hand side, which is where it definitely belongs, supporting Yama there, but let's see who gets there first into the zone. Oh, look at that momentum. Straight in onto Parks, and a swift takedown that left-hand side zone now to be fully capped up, as Pekka now just going to sit there with his shield gear and buy some time.
Yeah, surprising to see him not drop a little slow there as well. I'm not sure if he's going to be, running the herbal tonic, which he is. In the face of Edgar, you kind of usually expect that slow to be coming down to at least have 3 successful matchups against it, but at the moment we're not seeing it coming out of Pucks. Pekka just trying to hold this left-hand side, not doing too bad so far. Scrap Sucker thrown out, but that super from Pucks coming in nicely and actually pushed them off the zone, but a good trade from Motib over the right-hand side. Another healing coming down there from the Barley over to the right, and Firecrow just trying to take this matchup, does a beautiful jump over that and wastes his gotcha gadget as well.
Okay, slowing Toxin is in play. It's nice to see. Jumping from Yama there on the left-hand side, but I like the way that was retaken from ZEST, and this Colette pick is actually not too bad, especially now that the walls are broken. It will give Bad Boy a bit more space to maneuver. The gotcha gadget is going to get some good value as well, but he will go down there to the Scrapyard Sucker too. Very close game, actually, when you consider that Revenge Gaming are the massive underdogs in this position, but now ZEST start to regain the lead 90% now, and they should be in a position for this right-hand side to potentially get a takedown. With the Firecrow coming in on the lower, yeah, that's going to be it. Great jump from him. Nicely secured as well with the help of the additional heals. Good start for ZEST, but I like the resistance actually here from Revenge Gaming, and I'm hoping to see them maybe even take a game in this first set.
Yeah, I was to say, I think the inexperience did shine through a little bit at the end there. We saw that Primo auto-aim the super onto the Pam turret instead of actually going towards that Pam, so definitely not what you expect to see at this level, but ZEST have started off pretty decent, especially towards the end of that game. The start of it, we definitely saw Revenge Gaming taking the reins and really running away with it, but towards the end, ZEST were able to just turn it around and their composure shined through.
Shots there from Bucks, but then again Motib with this double takedown. Great aggressive plays from him. Yama will be pretty solid in the left hand side. Firecrow is going to try to whistle him down and catch it there as well, maybe just to help out Pekka, but Pekka's then lobbed over the wall. I love it. Swift though there with Bad Boy coming in to help. Motib is on an absolute tear though. I cannot wait to see what that boy's stats will be at the end of this set.
Yeah, and we just saw Colette waste another gadget as well. Gotcha gadget completely out the window, and that's so useful in a matchup like this, especially when you're faced with a Pam. Jump comes over now from Firecrow. Bad Boy's going to use the super once more, but not really get a lot from it. The healing comes out from Barley as well, but he's not hitting the shots required. In comes Motib once more, and as you say, this man's on a tear.
He just cannot be shaken. Firecrow low, 347 HP for him, and a nice little finish there from Bad Boy. He's still going to have a lot on his pass there. He's just struggling between Motib and thinking about Pekka. Finds him in the bush. Love that from Bad Boy. Revenge Gaming got some great plays here. Gotcha gadget coming in as well. Pekka down to very low HP there. lightly above 1,000. Cycling lovely stuff on that left-hand side. Revenge Gaming have got some skills here, Trav.
Yeah, but also at the same time, we've seen like maybe 3 wasted Primo supers now. They're not going to the right places. They're not connecting with players. And that's the issue they're having so far. The rest of it isn't going bad at all. Supers come out there, double, and this time it actually hits. But Crow comes in, gets 1, might be able to get 2 here. Bad Boy slowed down and taken out. Just a barley remaining, and surely he can't fend off this himself. He's throwing it to the right. I'm not sure if that's him giving up or what, but this is game to Zest.
Yeah, definitely some potential nerves, some inexperience showing through there. But for what was a pick that I went out at the very beginning of the draft and said like shouldn't really work here, the Collect pick actually did provide a lot of value from Bad Boy. But yeah, that's towards the end, that super going nowhere. And like you rightly pointed out as well, the team weren't really kind of correlating around where they had to be in terms of the zones, when they had to be there on those particular zones. Bit of inexperience. They you know, have only got to the semi-finals once this year. This is their first appearance, so that's to be understandable. And Zest, you know, are the champions of every single monthly finals month, so we can expect it. But regardless, the scoreline was relatively close. Some of the mistakes were very obvious to see, but there is some glimmer of hope here, actually. I think that many watching, considering that, you know, here Revenge Gaming are the underdogs, really, you know, you'd expect them to have far less to show for their name.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of it any other way than Zest probably going to take this one with a sweep here. But as you say, Revenge Gaming, they seem to have some skill, but I have no explanation for that whatsoever. I'm not sure if I even wanted to watch that back again, because it kind of is hurting my eyes a little bit. But Revenge Gaming, at some points in that game, showed us something special.
I mean, look at Bad Boy's damage. The DPS, by the way, 314. That is very commendable, despite, you know, losing the set, and they do have to turn that around moving forwards. But Motep, again, like, I knew that he was going to have a very high number of kills, because on that Edgar, he was absolutely fierce. Only 189 DPS, but, you know, clearly then taking a lot of the glory away from the kill stealing side of Firecrow and Pekka. But I think Zest looked very comfortable nonetheless. No, let's see what the Revenge may be able to gain a set here or there, but Brawl Ball, Pinhole Punt, it's not going to be an easy one for them. And these sets of Brawl Ball can be over very quickly, Trev, if things don't go your way.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Brawl Ball, it's one of those game modes where if you get a bit of momentum and, you know, a bit of wind in your sail, then you're going to be fine. Like, if they can get early kills, early control, then they might be able to take a couple of games here and even take the set along with it. But you kind of got to flip it back to the thing of Zest. They're a very, very aggressive team. We've just seen it in that previous one where they were pretty much just running in a straight line on a map like Split, and that's not something we expect. The Leon, however, though, I can't get behind it.
It's not really a first pick worthy Brawl. I think Max would probably be more my kind of thought process in that respect. The bans being Spike. Shelly is banned here, which is a very good Crow as well for this region. Makes a lot of sense. M's going to come in now. Orange Gaming to pair with it. Maybe it's not the best pairing there, but Stu with the more aggressive nature for Zest is a bit of a helping hand towards that Leon pick. The Penny, the Ruffs, and the B band, the Otis pick coming in. It's very quickly moving through the draft, Trav, and it seems that everyone knows exactly what they want. Otis is a great deterrent, I was going to say, of some of the tanky options, but it feels like Revenge Gaming don't really mind that the Otis is staring them in the face. They're going to bring in the Ashe anyway.
I like the Revenge Gaming comp a little bit more here. I will say, without that Leon first pick, maybe it would have swayed me. Stu and Otis, very, very good brawlers here. Going to be decent against the M's. The Stu moving about that mobility. Otis can be able to mute up the Ashe. But it was just that first pick, and I just can't get over, like, why they would go for Leon. And I mean, there are some very good bans here. You know, I think we see a 6-ban game if I'm scanning it correctly. So a lot of those first picks will be out the way. But as you say, Max was still there.
Interesting stuff. Let's see how the Leon pick fares. Well, swift takedown for Motep, already has super. Bad Boy's weak on the right-hand side, but he wants to focus his attention to Pucks there on the left. Ball open, about to be pushed through from Pekka. This could well avail to a goal. Great invisibility there from Motep. Potential pass. He fumbled it, but the ball nonetheless should go to the feet of Pekka. That is the first goal in 25 seconds.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We've got the speed now. Ashe going to receive it and Ems as well, so we'll see if they can do anything. But there's the mute. There's the Otis just playing so well. Might even go down from that, but, you know, he gets the chill pill off. Yama's going to avoid it, but can they get back in time? Don't know if they've got the DPS, and he's too low anyway. They get the kill. They get the goal, and as quick as that, faster than 45 seconds in a monthly final, Zest extend the lead even further, and they're looking very pleased about it too.
I mean, I did say coming into this set that Brawl can be one of the fastest if it doesn't go your way. I mean, ZEST are speedrunning this at the moment, trying to set a new record, it seems, because this is going to be over in a blink of an eye unless Revenge Gaming can start to get a handle on things. And Vico coming in, it does get taken care of this time around, so that's a good start, better from Revenge Gaming, but will it be enough? That's the question. Team White potential here. Motive still surviving on with the help there of the hills, but it is a good push through from Yama, and they get a goal on the board from the side of Revenge Gaming.
Well, it's a good sign. I think it's maybe a little bit of a result of that overconfidence early on from Vico, and might choose to be a little bit more patient this time rather than just running in a straight line at all three of them. But Fat Splatter does come out. Really nice connections from both Pekka and Motep there, keeping them both extremely low. Bad Boy's one shot, but he actually gets one for his troubles as well. But the mute's available. This might be a walk here. Bounce off the wall. Actually does miss the mute. So Revenge Gaming's still going to remain in the lead.
Now Parks has that super as well, which would be very difficult for ZEST to be able to push into. Smoke trails inbound with Motep, and Yama is the victim. Goes down immediately. Pull back through into the mid, and Bad Boy trying to deflate a little bit of this push. Oh, fumble with the super there. Trying to activate it, but the ball's passed to his feet, and therefore completely exacerbating any kind of defensive potential here. Bad Boy's in a bit of a state. Will surely go down with the help of all three members of ZEST, and that is a goal prepared on a plate, really, for ZEST.
Yeah, really nice mute there as well from Pekka, just stopping Pucks from having the ability of using that friend zoner with the knockback. Vicro coming in yet again on Bad Boy, evades that shot, really nice, but Bad Boy's got some speed going on here, obviously the speed gear coming through as well, but Pekka down this left-hand side making the moves. If he can get a kill and a mute here, that's going to be a goal, but Bad Boy surviving on out a little bit longer, taking a lot of damage in this, is surely going to be another walk-in, but I believe the mute was missed yet again from Pekka there.
I think it's going to matter too much just in the way that ZEST are all around this goal. Everyone with full HP, Firecrow there. If it's the hill coming on the right-hand side from Motep and Pekka, yeah, instant takedowns. Great pass through from Firecrow. Not making it look very difficult. Oh, the little sneaky trick shot to seal the deal from ZEST. They are looking confident. And it's clear to see, and they've got somewhere to be with the amount of time that that set took them to complete. They've got dinner reservations, they've got family plans. They want out. They want to get this grand finals done and dusted and just move on to the next.
I'm going to say this might be some kind of record, surely. I don't know, we're like less than 15 minutes into the monthly final or something like that, and we're already 2 sets up for ZEST. This has got to be some kind of record in the monthly finals across all regions, because this is just beautiful gameplay from ZEST, really. They really haven't faltered too much other than that over-aggression from Firecrow at the start of the second game, which resulted in Revenge Gaming getting pretty much their first sign of anything in this monthly final. But ZEST do turn it around, compose themselves yet again, and take the win.
It can't be denied, there's a definite skill diff to see, isn't there? But nonetheless, you know, I mean, it was always going to be a rough matchup for Revenge Gaming regardless. I mean, for any team in this region regardless, really, I love that. What a little bit of flair, definitely a player of the day moment, but a rough game for Pucks, no doubt about it. But look on the opposite side of the field, Motep yet again with the highest kills on his team, but it's kind of crazy that Viper only got the 2 kills there, really, when you think about it. But what an absolutely phenomenal round. The DPS of Pekka as well, something to be marveled at.
Yeah, it really was incredible, but we're heading on to dry season in Bounty. We'll see if this draft's as fast as the previous one, because they sped through it like nobody's business, want to get this game done, as you say. ZEST seems to be absolutely on top of everything, but this time, obviously with the addition of the 20 stars, we might be hitting that with how we're going so far, but Bounty should be a little bit more slow, a little bit more composed, and we might see a bit more of a fight back from Revenge.
It's interesting, there is on event.brawlstars right now just a poll saying, have Revenge Gaming ever played in the monthly finals before? 54% of people think that they had. And I think that's quite something to think about, because 46% said false, which is true. And, you know, it just goes to show that I think that they are playing and making relatively good decisions. It's just their opposition is ZEST, you know, and this is a team that have just won every monthly finals to date. I think any team that go up against them are going to have their struggles, no doubt about it. We're just going to be getting that draft revised in the meanwhile. I think some of the players might be reconnecting there, but it's going to be dry season up next for Bounty. You know, with what you've seen so far, Trav, I mean, I think it's fair to say it's likely to be a sweep, but is there anything that, you know, that you've seen in regards to Revenge that might give them that little bit of a lift going in for Bounty? Are they a sort of team that might fare well when it comes to passive play?
I don't know. I really don't. Like, so far, if we're just looking at the gameplay that we've even just been seeing today, if we completely forget about the previous 3 months of monthly final competitions where ZEST have won every single one of them, and we just look at this match, you'd still think ZEST are going to be able to take this one quite quickly, and I don't think there's really a lot that they're going to be able to do on the opposing side of Revenge Gaming that's going to be able to make them have a bit of a foot in this game. You know, I would absolutely love them to see them take some games, take a couple of sets, but we just got to look at the likelihood of it here. They're against ZEST. They're the absolute titans of the region. Even QLASH struggle against them, and they've got some very, very well-known names.
Gray coming in, and it's a very, very high-picked brawler in the South America region, so I can absolutely understand it here, and it's a great map, actually, for Gray. Bans on the side for Revenge Gaming there with Mr. P. Gene Pick coming in for them, which I think is a solid pair of hands, no pun intended. Tick, Mr. P, and Penny were the bans for them. Eve, RTE, and Tick for Zest. So Revenge Gaming can have something here to match with this Gene idea. Ruffs would be a good shout for me personally. Meg, though, is what they feel is going to be quite good for them. Shelly's not banned here. It can get some great results. I would love to see them come through with that. It's something which can go not only on the aggressive, but also have some strong defensive measures to just sit behind the unbreakable walls. And you know, if you've got that blue star, you know, that's always going to go a long way here. The Crow will be available too. Not always the best one, but a high-picked brawler for this region. Let's see what Zest are thinking.
Yeah, it does seem like Revenge Gaming have got off to a pretty decent start with their draft, at least. I do, as you said, like the Grey, and you say it's played a lot here, but the B in return, it's a great pick. Like, how is a Meg going to be able to push into a B on this map? It just won't happen, and they need that aggression with Meg as well. You can't just sit back because you're going to be getting pushed, and even if you're getting pushed, the B's going to be able to excel. Same with Grey. Obviously, Grey having that nerf where he can't TP with teammates anymore, not really going to affect with a B because you want to keep the B at the long range and stuff like that. So I think this is pretty good from Zest so far. I liked Revenge Gaming's comp until we just saw that B, and now a Grom coming in as well, another very, very solid brawler, and we might need to see some guaranteed wall break for Revenge Gaming.
Could potentially come in with a Sprout here for me. I quite like Sprout on this particular map, but yeah, the B is going to have a great amount of restriction because the Honey Molasses as well, when you place that on defense, it's a tough thing to get around, and a throw would help to get that eradicated for sure. Otherwise, they might have some problems with that. Let's see what they are thinking. But I agree. Brock, I like that. I do like Brock here. I was going to think about saying it earlier on, but you just never kind of know with LATAM South as to how they're going to kind of go around these sort of things. South America is definitely a region which can surprise when it comes to their drafts, but Brock makes a lot of sense. Having that wall break available with the rocket fuel, it's just going to open up some options. You don't want to allow the Groms to necessarily just sit behind the wall the entire time. I think in terms of the draft, I don't mind what Revenge Gaming are running with. I think I prefer what ZEST have, and also with the way that they are playing, it's just hard to see how Revenge Gaming come out of this on top.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Brock pick. Don't get me wrong, I think it's very good. You know, I said they need some guaranteed wall break to be able to stop the Grom in its tracks and not let it excel as much as ZEST will hope it does, but could be breaking his own walls and hoping that Grom can't go aggressive up that side, and just going to be taking this right side against the Brock, which obviously isn't Motep's best matchup, but still, so far, pretty successful.
It's an interesting choice. I don't know whether it would be my choice, but obviously Yama wants some space to maneuver on that right-hand side. In the meanwhile, on the left, Firecrow and Pekka already closing in on Parks, and that is a concern. He's low HP, out of mech now as well. A couple of taps from Bad Boy onto the right, and some Vengeful Spirits do push Pekka back into the mid just a little bit more, but it does feel like, to me, the ZEST are the sharks in these waters, and they can smell blood.
Does seem that way, and Firecrow going to use that TP over towards the left-hand side, get the kill. Really nice stuff from him, and Grombo over the right-hand side as well. And at this rate, we might be seeing the 20 stars being hit as they have full control, and we do have a pull from Bad Boy, which might sway it just a little bit, but he's going to need a good connection, probably towards Firecrow.
I mean, we couldn't really have asked for like a rotation that would cater more towards a fast sweep here, really, could you? Because now with that 20-star rule coming into play, you know, if ZEST want to finish this with just kills and skill, they can absolutely do that before timer runs out. Now, pace slowing down just a little bit, but stars firmly remain above the heads of ZEST until Motep wants to add one more to the plate. 11 to 20, not a single star has been earned so far by Revenge Gaming.
Yeah, Grombomb came down, but really getting nothing from it. Pekka over the right-hand side and Motep down the mid now, using those unbreakable walls to his advantage, and Firecrow over the left-hand side. Needs to get pucked quite low before he goes into this TP, especially with the swipe being available, but there goes the rocket fuel over the right-hand side. Pekka going to use that Honey Molasses to just tank a little bit more, and we see Firecrow come in, TP to the mid and get that kill. The swing's going to be missed, the pull, and he's actually going to stay alive thanks to that walking game. Stunning puts down a little bit, and Pekka, he doesn't want to stop there. He wants some more kills.
Do I not add the favorable miss magic hand there as well, and Viper will survive on and get a kill on the way too. Lovely stuff from ZEST. 19 and only 4 for Revenge Gaming. I think they might have come to the end of their road this month in the monthly finals. One game now away from ZEST securing the spot in today's grand final.
Yeah, did we even see the Gene even trying to pull? That's the thing, like he wasn't even going for an attempt and missing. We know we needed it on someone who had a lot of stars a little bit earlier on, as FireCrow had 4 early on when they had 9 stars altogether, which would have brought it back a little bit more, but it just doesn't seem like he's getting the opportunities, and ZEST are just walking over them.
Well, a very swift early kill from Pekka there. Motep pinning, and again, I do love the fact that ZEST are coming in today with great spirits, and I also kind of hope for that same reason that maybe to later on today Clash might be able to dampen some of them. It's always fun to watch a bit more back and forth, but Walking Cave from FireCrow is going to bring Bad Boy a little bit more towards him. One tap. Didn't quite follow up the next though. Another Walking Cave will actually secure a kill from FireCrow there. Yama's low as well, and surely about to go down this right hand side if both can find the shots, but a huge slow there from Pekka. It's going to leave everyone vulnerable in the mid.
Yeah, FireCrow's got his TP now as well, going to be looking for the opportunity, gets one of them down, might be better off going towards Pucks now, can get the quick auto aim onto him, but the swipe is enough to dissuade him from going for that. Bad Boy got the super now as well, going to get taken down. FireCrow comes in along with that big shot from Motep, but actually going to be taken down. Doesn't matter though, because they're getting trades and more trades. ZEST looking so good right now.
Second low though, could be 4 stars on the boost block going, which it is. That was only 5 stars separating things, and Motep's going to give over 4 more as well. Is there a glimmer here, Trev? I mean, this is the best chance Revenge Gaming have had all day long so far. They've got 35 seconds, and I feel like ZEST now behind the wall. Wow, actually, Yama's going to break it. That might be helpful, but this is probably where they're going to be feeling strongest, actually, allowing the lesser experienced team to try to push up here.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, they've kind of taken their overconfidence, backed off a little bit more now as well, but FireCrow's actually going in anyway. Blue Star's with him also, but even if they get that kill, they need another one as well. Motep's going to TP in, and maybe this overconfidence still remains, but the Grombomb's going to get a kill, and the confidence is clearly warranted. Yama over the right side now as well, slowed down and taken out. We hit the 20 stars, and ZEST take the win. They're going to move on to the finals, and we're going to see Revenge Gaming going out.
Well, it was pretty much the result that we were all expecting, but nonetheless, I think that Revenge Gaming did pretty well under the circumstances. You can see that ZEST exuded confidence, and they've been smiling. Well, they've been smiling non-stop, haven't they? They've never really tested. They haven't dropped a set more, so they've only still dropped those 4 all year long. ZEST are still the team really to beat. We did ask ourselves the question around underdog stories and having some pretty unpredictable things happen this month. It wasn't to be. ZEST are in today's grand final, and yeah, that's becoming a very familiar sight.
It really is, and you know, they've won the past 3. You guys think Clash are going to be able to take this one today? And honestly, I feel like maybe because they have this overconfidence now coming in from this game, which, you know, is against an opponent that's not as skilled as the usual opponents, right? That's just how it is. I'll put it out there on the table. They're not going to have the same warm-up as Clash are. They're going to be going into that one feeling so confident because of this quick 6-0 sweep they've had, and I think that might hurt them more than help them.
I really love that point. I think it's a very valid thing to say because, yeah, I mean, ZEST have not really been placed in a pressurized position, whereas our next match could be a bit closer. Look at the stats here as well. It's just been a phenomenal day for Motep, hasn't it? I mean, still, no one's had a higher kill count than him today so far. The highest DPS there as well. A rough matchup for everyone on the side of Revenge Gaming, really struggling to land the DPS which they needed. Just the 2 kills for Parks, but I think it's fair to say that on their side, they weren't expecting to do necessarily too much against the team, which has just been undefeatable in this region. MVP, FireCrow coming in as the MVP over at event.brawlstars.com, and much to his delight, it's fair to say, Trav.
Yeah, it does seem that way as well. I'll give you, a massive shout out to all of those ZEST players for playing so well. But I think Revenge Gaming, they have won our hearts. You know, they might have been 6-0 swept, but I think just getting to this stage and getting into this position where they're able to even face ZEST is definitely probably an achievement for them this year.
Yeah, I feel like they did themselves proud. Their drafts didn't kind of like really scare me. And when they had ideas, which I was a bit unsure of, they demonstrated to me that they actually worked pretty well. So I've got to give them some credit there. Absolutely so for sure. Hopefully over at event.brawlstars.com, your predictions went your way as they've gone our way so far today as well here on the casting desk. Our next matchup will be Clash versus Super Renegados. So now is your time to really head over there. Make sure that you've synced your game with your Supercell ID and get in your predictions for that. We've all gone for Clash, I think, mostly on the desk for that one. And they should be opening that prediction very, very shortly as well. So make sure that you do place that in. We're going to be doing a little bit of a switch around here on the casting desk, and we will be right back after a very, very short break. Be out, mate. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are still, of course, in South America, east side first. And Teddy, you were watching from the sidelines. Was it enjoyable or was it hard?
I think it was a mix of both, right? Because on the one hand, I feel like they tried their best. And Revenge Gaming, honestly, I think you summed it up quite nicely. They really didn't do that bad. Their drafts were fine, and they played quite decently. It's just that ZEST is ZEST, and they're quite a bit of a step ahead of the competition, and that showed here in this first semifinal.
Yeah, it was always going to be an uphill struggle, but Clash versus Super Renegados, that one I feel could be a bit more of a closer affair, it's fair to say. And, you know, Clash have had their best result coming out of the April monthly finals in the grand final versus ZEST. It was a 3-2, so they've shown progression. And I think that's why you and I feel like it could be their month this time round. Super Renegados, of course, though, will be doing all that they can to be going up against it. They've always faced ZEST, actually, in the semi-final stages, but the roster of Tufa, Dog, and Adinio for Clash, it is a fierce one, Teddy. They've had a couple of struggles this year, not quite the same success as last year, to really gain their synergy and keep the Clash name really riding as high on the leaderboards as it's been in previous years. But nonetheless, I feel like they are gaining, progressiveness in the competition, learning from some of their mistakes, and this could be their time.
Yeah, I think that this camera feed is telling us a lot that we need to know about Clash. You know, look at the amount of merch. That is because he's been here for a while. They've all been here for a while. They're incredibly experienced players that have been there through the years committing to Brawl Esports. And I feel like this month could be their chance for it to actually pay off, because they've had massive success in the past, but I feel like it's been a hot minute since they've been the best team in their region.
I wish I'd known that Dog was wearing that, because we're matching wardrobes today. Well, on Thursday, Renegados, Doritos, Jubilia, and Calba. This is a very, very accomplished squad. They've actually had a bit of a tough time this year, because every single month they've always faced ZEST, and they were able to gain one set in April against them. That's the only set that they were able to gain. So now I'm sure they can breathe somewhat of a sigh of relief, because they've probably actually wanted to face Clash for a long time now, to kind of mix things up a bit and give themselves maybe an edge here in the competition. We've never seen this matchup in a monthly finals, so there does then lead a few question marks as to whether, are Clash still going to thrive? Are they going to be able to get to these grand finals and maybe even do the unthinkable and cause an upset there at ZEST? Or will Super Renegados actually cause a big turn in those ideas and bring some flair of their own?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Typically, when the bracket gets announced, as a team, you're going to be looking for the favorite of the region and hope to be as far as you can from it. So far, bad luck for Super Renegados, but this time around, they do have an opportunity here against Clash to try to make it to a grand final. Predictions at home are very much in favor of Clash. I believe the entire casting desk also went with Clash, and I mean, honestly, it makes sense, right? They have the most experience, they've had the most success out of the two teams, and right now, they're coming in as a pretty heavy favorite.
Nita is the first pick for field goal. Quite like it. Shelly, I prefer. To be honest, I didn't quite catch the balance. I saw a Willow, a Barley, and a Dynamite on the left-hand side there. Willow as well as banned. On the right side, Max coming in for Renegados to pair with it. So Willow, Stu, and Spike banned there by Super Renegados. I actually prefer the draft that Super Renegados are shaping up here. Well, I know how you feel about Nita, Teddy, but it's not a bad thing to have here. I just feel like, again, if Shelly's not banned, you've got to consider it highly. But Crow, yeah, that's a very strong statement. And the slowing toxin is going to negate a lot of what the Max can bring to the table in terms of speed. Shelly, as well as we know, having the very fast movement speed that I really hope we see a nerf down to fast in the near future for her. It would definitely help a lot in terms of the metas that we're seeing kind of across the regional areas of the BSC becoming so dominant with her. But they are lacking still a little bit of range. Some big DPS actually here on the side of Clash. They've got to be thinking around those ideas when it comes to this next brawler pick. M's going to come in. That's not a bad one from me. I was kind of thinking maybe B because it covers a few open doors here when it comes to the tanks. Let's see what Super Renegados have got up their sleeve here. Something to be able to just overrun this comp. It could be a tankier idea, Teddy. They might not be too phased about the M's here. Primo would be my kind of go-to.
Yeah, I think they can absolutely afford to, and you know, considering the triple thrower ban coming through from Clash, it wouldn't be completely, unlikely to see a tankier option, something more aggressive. But no, they're going to play it a bit more standard, a bit more calm, and I feel like it's one of the interesting things about this region is that sometimes on maps where we tend to have more aggressive ideas, they'll play something a bit safer, like, you know, more bounty-like brawlers, I guess. And then sometimes on very safe modes where usually we play control, we play very slow, they'll, you know, turn up the pace quite a bit. But this time around, it seems like it's going to be a bit of a mix of both for Super Renegados, because they do have the Shelly, they do have that max speed, but they also have the Ruffs that's going to be very nice at opening up the map and getting some nice off-angle bounces. Plus, obviously, the treats to buff up his mates can make it very, very strong for more long-term fights.
Yeah, I'm not sure the rest is for me, but nonetheless, I want to see some strategy behind it. I think that this is the best month for Renegados to really cause a stir here. Great pass through. It's going to be a goal here. Surely the Regis is being very slow around it, though. Waiting for it. Oh, the placement was spot on, though. My word. When it came through, he really did. And that's a very early goal against Clash here. Starting to wonder whether, predictions-wise, Eddie, we could see another upset here. On the other side of things, look at this. They're speed running in this thing that we saw. So as well, power through, can't quite make that with the base ship. We'll have to let it go as Clash reset.
Yeah, a little bit missed here this time around, but in all fairness, I mean, they got a phenomenal opening goal and they're still very much in the driver's seat. Let's see if they can hold on to that strong positioning, as right now Clash are trying to reset, but Jubilee is going to find a kill on the right-hand side, and the Bear does come forward with the Crow slow as well. Galber should be going down, but actually will survive with just the tiniest bit of health.
Clash are regrouping and getting things more in order. Great takedown on the left-hand side there from Tupa. Great spray from Kaya Dog, and this is the entire team wipe there. Two members of Clash survive on. The goal is there. They bought themselves some time as we approach 1 minute on the clock here. Super Renegados will get back to their winning ways here if they want to take this game.
Dino getting pushed up by Calber. Dino gets control of the ball. Does have jump as well, so they need to be careful on the side of Super Renegados. A great super from Doritos, but he can't quite get a hold of the ball. And Clash are able to defend off that push successfully. A chance now to go for a push of their own, and with an M super available as well. This could be very dangerous. Doritos is going to be caught in the super. He goes down. That's a huge opening, but can Clash capitalize?
Like the phase shift, but it does place cover in a very awkward position. But now with the respawn of the Doritos coming into play, might help a little bit. Great bear there from Tufa, and the shield to match as well. But Doritos is defending it wondrously well. He's still alive, trying to juke his way around things, and Tufa can't get the pass through. Now, though, a big jump there from Adino. They should be able to do it just about. My word, though, it was pretty close towards the end, but Clash prevail.
Yeah, I like the comp, honestly, from Super Renegados. I feel like they have a lot of win conditions. You know, if they have a Shelly super or even a rough super, there is that sort of win condition where if the setup is right, it's a free goal, it's unavoidable, but you got to get the setup. And they did for the first goal, but afterwards they just didn't really get the chance to do that again. This time around we'll see an aggressive start on their end, but not as likely to be a goal, but never mind. Tufa is so low, he does get a kill. Jubilu goes for the super. Can he score it up? No. Perfect teamwork from Clash there to save that goal, and Clash are still standing.
Tufa did so well there. I mean, to be able to get the takedowns that he did to then come back as well at such low HP and still defend for the goal. I mean, that man was a one-man band. Let's see, though, whether that will deflate the ego here of Super Renegados or whether they will start to push forwards more. And yeah, Doritos is mad, getting some good splash damage in, but the trickle down there of the poison will steal it for Clash's advantage. Not really much that Calvin can do here. Got a respawn coming in there for Super Renegados, which will help a lot, but I love that position from Kyadog. It just places under so much pressure. Edino coming in, the pass there available, but now he goes down 2 bar. Knocked back. Wonderful defense, but the ball still trickles in. And Clash get one on the board.
That was incredible. My goodness, just the awareness, the calculations of the wall break to still slot that one in with a trick shot. Lovely stuff there from Clash. A minute left on the clock and they have the lead. Super Renegados do have that Shelly super, which we've seen how threatening that can be. Pretty sure they're playing the slow star power as well, which can be quite scary because if you get caught, it's an easy opportunity to close the gap. Doritos is pushing up, and there it is, the slow, the follow-up kill onto Tufa. But is that gonna be enough to really create an opening? I'm not sure. There's still trades left and right, and so far Super Renegado is not making that much progress.
If the Doritos will absolutely tap him, but he's going to be asking himself now, how much more do I need to do to ensure this goal goes through? The left-hand side now, Calvin trying to get a couple of shots using the damage gear as well to help with his team to be coming through the mid to secure some of it, but 15 seconds is not going to be nearly enough time for them to be able to get this ball out without some takedowns along the way. And there is one, but Tufa still survives on. Bear comes in with the shield. That is going to be enough. Nothing that Super Renegados can do. The set goes the way of Clash.
What an incredible Nita performance from Tufa in this set. Just, I mean, you expect Nita to be great in defense, but his survivability and his ability just overall to stay up for so long and just be a permanent wall blocking Super Renegados from any goal-scoring opportunities. He's, to me, my MVP for that set because he genuinely played that so well through the first and the second game. But man, that trick shot, I just want to come back to it for a split second, but the adjustment that was made there was just so incredibly clever, making sure that, you know, they still managed to find the right angle and the most likely to be a goal. We'll see if anything else might top it today for play of the day, but it might just be mine so far.
Are you coming round, Teddy, to the need to pick in Brawl War because of watching how splendidly Tufa was able to manage it? Look at this, the knockback was there, but just look at that. To bounce that off the wall in the way that he did, because he knew he was going to be knocked back. To bounce that, oh my word. What an amazing micro play there, that when you see it in slow motion, you really just see just how smart it was. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, so you've always felt like Nita doesn't really have a place in Brawl War. How are you feeling about it?
Well, actually, you haven't given me the chance to get back to it because lately the game has decided to punish me and I keep getting Nita quests non-stop. So I've been playing a lot of Nita and it is better than I remember. So I respect Nita just a little bit more. More than Jesse, for example. So
we still haven't quite got to Jesse yet.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll see her here. Actually, it's not a bad Jesse map, but you still draw the line there, do you?
Yeah, that's where the line is, very much so. And Supercell, this is not your occasion to give me Jesse quests. I'm re-rolling those.
I'm praying for Jesse now, I really am. Ring of Fire up next for Hot Zone. It could be a Mr. P map, actually, for this particular region. And it's not banned. We shall see. Eve gonna come in. Not really for me, actually, anymore, Ring of Fire. But, like, you know, South America still clearly feel like it's worth bringing on this particular map. The bans were Poco, Stu, and Colette on the side of Super Renegados. Crow, Penny, and Pam for Clash. Definitely then, you know, that Crow ban is quite key. The Pam ban, actually, I feel is quite key here as well. Your products can do fantastically well on this map. But the long-range mid-battle is where a lot of this can be won and lost. Griff, not really for many of the regions. Sometimes still utilized a little bit, actually, in North America. But one that's going to be coming as the first pick, and that's a bit of a question mark there for me, the Super Renegados. But RT still available. I wonder whether that's a pick that this region might be considering for more of that long-ranged mid-battle. Bo had a lot of play rates actually in South America as well prior to the mid-seasonal break. We only saw it really once yesterday in EMEA, and it was a bit of a weird time to see it as well with Reply Totem, but Mech is still the flavor for Renegados coming in for them. I quite like the draft so far. I'm curious what Clash are going to do here, to be honest, because Eve is a bit of a weird first pick for me.
It absolutely is. I mean, in all fairness, it's not necessarily the brawler that gets hard countered the most, and it's only like very big counter is gonna be Penny, which they banned out on the side of Clash. So they have that front covered. So I kind of understand the idea there, but I'm completely with you in the fact that it's just not that dominant of a brawler on this map. But I don't really think Griff is either. So I'm a little bit surprised by their opening picks here. Bonnie, to me, is a little bit more classic when it comes to Ring of Fire. I mean, as usual with Bonnie, you know, speed gear and a lot of bushes means you can kind of negate that effect and get a little bit more value. And once you get that super, it's a great way to find some openings, played up close and personal, and kind of break through the defense of your opponents.
They're going to be pick B here, surely, against the Meg, because, okay, they're going to go Lou for the counter, but then if now Renegados wants to take the B in, the Bonnie matchup's going to have a tough time with the slow Schleicher speed, only the 3 gadgets to really speed you up along the way. Lou here is very, very strong. There is no doubt about it. Clash will absolutely be getting value for it. They're able to cycle their supers in and get Super Renegados on the back lines early on. And they will struggle to get out of the spawn. Bo is going to come in for them. It's interesting, isn't it, when you kind of look across the regions of Brawl, and no doubt chat absolutely grilling me for a lot of what I'm saying when it comes to the draft, because if you're used to certain regions, you're used to seeing certain things, and in South America they do gravitate towards things like Bo in these places, and they still do work sometimes. I mean, it's amazing to see when you're looking from a spectator's perspective on those mines and how easy they seem to dodge, but many players forget that they exist, and time again we've seen players fall into that trap. It's a great deterrent of the zone and having some ability to control the positioning of your opposition as well, similar to that Lure effect. So it will help to buy some valuable time on the objective. Let's see, as we go in, who will get that first early advantage.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me a little bit was that bow pick, which, by the way, I really don't mind overall. But in this specific instance, I feel like Eve hatchlings are potentially going to just trigger those mines and not even take the damage either. So
yeah,
that's what is the weirdest about it to me, because I just don't see necessarily where it fits into this draft. But, I mean, in all fairness, so far, it's paying off. They have a nice early lead, and they have all the control they could ask for.
Jubilee on the left-hand side is looking a little bit weak and weary, but is starting to heal up now. Trying to jig these shots, and there's one of the gadgets there for Bonnie. And as long as Tufa can hold that position on the top left-hand side now and not have to use many more, he'll help out considerably. Cardo places down the breeze in the mid, and that is going to push forwards players on the opposite side into places they would not like to be. Doritos needs to get back into mech form, but struggling to find it. Great tap on the Karduk, and they actually secure the kill. And now Super Renegade is back on the zone, gaining valuable time and closing towards 50%.
Super Renegados still with the lead, but they have lost a considerable amount of control, and there are the mines that easily get this patched by Clash. They've caught up, only about 2% behind now, but the freeze is about to leave the map, and now Super Renegados have a player in the zone again. Dino trying his best to duel him from afar. It's very hard to dodge those mech shots without taking at least a little bit of damage. Dino is low HP. Jubilee gonna have to deal with those hatchlings, which he will do successfully, but it does buy a little bit of time for Clash to try to build up some control again, although now they are quite more drastically behind percentage-wise.
Retaking things now and in a good spot. The Raiders not in mech form either, but interestingly enough, running jolting volts as opposed to toolbox. We don't really see that these days with mech. Everyone tends to adopt toolbox now as the gadget of choice, but nonetheless, it will provide a bit more heals along the way. Clash now approach taking the lead for the first time in this game, and big tap there from Medino places the Raiders into 90 HP and almost out of mech immediately there. And now Super Renegados have got to start to retake here. They've done pretty well, in my opinion. They're doing so more than not, but with that left-hand side lane now under Edino's hands, it's looking bleak for Super Renegados. Clash are retaking things quickly.
Yeah, this is looking really good for them. 2-5 with a nice jump in, doesn't quite get the right landing, but does still get the kill regardless. And Clash locking this first game of Hot Zone. 3 games in a row now, and the momentum is all on their side. Super Renegados, they need to put an end to it now.
They really do, because we know what Clash will do. They sense that they're running away with things. They want to be in their grand finals. It's a place which they've been twice this year, but can't help but remember March when they came short and banned DeLucas went through to face ZEST. I do not want a repeat of that to happen, and so far haven't showed many signs of weakness to me. Fire Dog in the mid now, 38 HP will go down with great pinch between all 3 members of the Super Renegados. So they have a very good start more often than not. We saw it previously to this, and it's now going to fall down about 15% of the time. Now Clash are catching up to actually match it. A bit more back and forth than the previous game, and you'd love to see it.
Yeah, I think it's actually a much better start for Clash. And if you look at the setup time on both sides, I mean, Super Renegados is a lot quicker. We've seen that those mines don't matter all that much for Super Renegados, so they don't really need any supers to find value, whereas on the side of Clash, Lou without a super is just not really Lou, is it? And same with the hatchlings from Eve. They're much more important supers. It takes longer to unlock them. But for now, Super Renegados back in the lead, back in control of the center. But slowly forced back. SKCalalas is finding some nice tags left and right. He is low HP himself, but did manage to get a super just in time to freeze up the mid once more.
Well, definitely a pressurized position here for Renegados. Jubilee is the first to pull the reach out of mech, and actually, interestingly enough, I just realized he's not actually running force field either. He's running heavy metal, which is like a bit weird. It's a bit of a weird mech build. Like both star power and gadget, not really what we tend to see for it, but I'm assuming intentionally so. But either way you look at it, it hasn't worked out too well as now Clash really have got all 3 bodies on the zone. Kaiser finally triggers one of those mines. Pretty much the first time. They haven't really been struggling in that sense, but as quickly as that, it's just put Super Renegados back into a middle position here. Low HP, but damage gear is going to help out a little bit here. Super jumps in and actually comes out on top with 1 takedown, a second potentially to follow. 62 HP with surviving on. I think it's going to be all over here unless there's something that can be done here. Super Renegados now cannot leave this mid.
Yeah, only about 2 seconds and a half would be all it takes here for Clash to close it out, but they do need to step into that zone. A great super from Jubilee might be able to cycle them if he gets a couple more connections here. He does. Doesn't quite get the kill though. 2-5 jumps over, and that is going to be game and set for Clash. 2-0 was a 4-game win streak now as well. Looking dominant so far in this series.
Looking back towards the end there as well, if that force field had been there for the Meg, he would have survived longer on the zone. So I don't know quite why they went with that particular star power on the Meg, because if you're going to be playing mid, you want to survive on the zone, and sometimes that few percent here and there can make all the difference. It's that time. Super Renegados are putting up a bit of a fight, but Clash are still looking to be very much in control. We have seen, though, in this region that things can change just a singular set, and that could be the case if the draft isn't on point. But Clash looking very, very good so far. Looking calm, confident, and getting what they want in terms of the brawlers on the field. And even with the Eve pick, you know, which I wasn't too sure about, making it work, and that's what matters at the end of the day. 2 sets to 0. The Super Renegados are a bit in trouble now.
Yeah, I kind of feel like in my mind I'm coming back to that bow pick again, you know, which like the last pick is supposed to be the one that counters the most brawlers on the map, because you know it's the last pick. You know what the playing field is, you know what you're facing already, and it just wasn't all that impactful of a pick. Like it just, the mines, like they got one stun with it, and they didn't even really, you know, buy time or funnel your opponents. Like they really just didn't bring anything to the table to me. And I'm hoping that moving on to Crystal Arcade, Super Renegados are gonna just, yeah, kind of iron out some of those drafting mistakes and make things a bit more clear. Because don't get me wrong, I feel like Bo, if it had been like a first pick, for example, would have been less worrisome. But just of the nature of this draft, it just didn't really make sense to me.
Wow. Crystal Arcade, penny first pick. Pro's not banned here. It's got to be up there for sure. The Shady ban is important. Mr. P actually could have a place here for the first time today, realistically, on Crystal Arcade. And we know what South America feel about that particular brawler. But have they really realized that it's coming a bit more into the meta? Yeah, we haven't really seen too many signs of it. But I think Clash have got to land Crow on this one now. The Ems ban here is very good as well for me from Super Renegados. They've got a very good understanding of the draft. Spike is a weird first pick, but it might not necessarily be their first pick. It's just more what they're pairing with it. Stu is aggressive side lane, no doubt about it. I do like it here. It can work. But the Spike here, are they just thinking ahead in terms of potential, you know, tank ideas that maybe Super Renegados have had during their scrims that they're just preparing for? Is it that good here, really, now?
Well, I think it's more of an anti-Stu idea, right? Like where they have the Stu, now they have the Spike, so they can't really counter the Stu with a Spike. They also banned the Ruffs, which is a very strong Stu counter.
Hey!
Mr. P, which can actually be quite dangerous for Stu as well. So I like the idea. I think it's also nice that they have the penny on their side to, you know, prevent those porters to be used against you, really. And the RT, which is an interesting one here. I mean, realistically, they have 3 brawlers that could all be played out in mid. I would think that RT with the extra range is going to be their choice, but honestly, who knows?
I kind of see now why they wanted to have that penny first pick as well, because they were maybe hoping that Clash might then choose Mr. P into it, which would have had a terrible matchup. Sprout coming in for Clash.
Man.
It's definitely going to provide a lot of control for sure, yeah, and if they do lose positioning power into the mid, you can get yourself into a formidable position in that top left-hand side there. So I do quite like it. RT, though, is a great choice, I feel, for Super Renegados. Will have a good matchup and a lot of range in that mid area, but they might even play Sprout mid. Who knows really what they're kind of thinking with it. I mean, I think I actually prefer Super Renegados draft in general here, but the way that Clash are playing, it just feels like even if they don't have what is, in my opinion, the better draft, they're still able to work better with whatever they feel comfortable with.
You were right. They are going Sprout mid, at least for the time being. Might change things around. Stu is absolutely a capable mid as well. Okay, Dog needs to be careful. Nice dodges. A wall is going to be set up that will also remove those bushes for later on, which is going to be quite valuable considering there's no wall breaks available for either side. Nice stabs from Juggalo, but I don't know if that's going to be quite enough here, as gems are still more on the side of Clash. Dog going to be coming back to the mid, and it's fairly even gem-wise, but now a wall spreading through the entirety of the top side of the mid is going to give a lot of control to Clash.
3 gems potentially as well over as well, but they're being very slow to take down Cal, but there they do finally get it. Focusing their time too much on Huvalier, but Wolf of Clyde, because he's very low HP, gets a big shot of the Raiders, which will help him move forward just a little bit. A swift and early countdown as a result of those gems being dropped by Super Renegados. And it could be swiftly moving on to match point here unless Super Renegados have got something to say about it. Firedog's weak, but now healing up, and there's not really enough DPS for Doritos on the left. They need to have Carver come in to help out, and he's just too late to the party. It is going to be a swift match point as Clash 1 game away. Today's grand finals against ZEST, and you can see it on Firedog's face. They love that result. We're not there yet, but we haven't really seen much resistance from Super Renegados. So we need to see it now. There's no time left for them.
Yeah, the Mr. P needs to hit some shots. I think he got his first super on the last second of the countdown, which is like a little too late in my opinion. He is playing more aggressive now in the mid, and I kind of like the idea, you know, just run down the mid, especially if you know there's a Sprout there, and he's gonna be a shot away or two now from his super. He's probably gonna go down, but nevertheless, he'll have something to take home for his troubles. And that might be quite a difference maker here.
Albert's got to be careful here. No HP, but now in a safe spot. That Sprout wall is going to be trickling down to provide some space as his teammates now want to push forwards exactly, yeah, and just keep Tufa and Kaidov suppressed as much as they can until Medina comes back into the mix. Duking wondrously, isn't he? Look at that. Every shot just not having any impact as he moves his way forwards to get into a more aggressive position, but in the meanwhile, 8 gems have been secured. Super Renegados have bought some valuable time here. They've not allowed Kyodog to control that center nearly as much as we saw in the previous game. 1 gem away now, countdown. A night and day difference as Super Renegados shows some first signs of life here.
Beautifully done by Super Renegados. Quite a way to start that game as well, with Doritos just running down the mid, closing that gap against the Sprout, and getting that early super as well, which has been wasting so much ammo for Clash. Let's see if there's going to be some adjustments, because it's still very much match point for Clash, and they definitely don't want to allow Super Renegados to start a comeback of their own. But let's find out here. Match point still for Clash.
Now Kaidog would much prefer to not be deviating away from the mid this time round, and 1 shot onto Doritos, 2 to follow, and almost a third. He chooses to go for Calver as well and juggle his time. Good pinch potential here with Adino on the left-hand side, and 2 for now. Look at this, great from Clash now. Oh, perhaps though from Calver, do secure it, and that's a great way to respond.
And they're leaving the gems down for Kaidog to return, and there was really not much of an opportunity for Super Renegados to capitalize and try to steal those away. Well done. Doritos gonna get slowed by the spy. That's 3 shots for Kaidog to land as well, and his last gadget pop. It is value for that gem. Would have preferred to get the second one, but he'll be able to get it just a little bit later. Get to an 8th gem count now, and Super Renegados, not a whole lot of room for mistakes now.
Dino is a problem on the right-hand side, and that's what's causing Clash to run away with this a little bit. But now, finally, some gems in the pocket, and that's 9. Oh, it's going to take down with a nice little gadget there from Artie. But the 9th gem will go still to Kaidog from the left-hand side lane takedown. They cannot lose mid control here on the side of Super Renegados. That gem is looking like it's going to be pushed very heavily. Doritos goes down. Everyone now is just too familiar, but that 1 gem on the other side of the wall will be enough. Clash now on countdown. It's got to be a reset. Nothing short of it, or they will go through to today's grand final.
Either Adino or Kaidog needs to go down. Adino is low HP. He's also marked up. 150 HP, 2 seconds left. Can they find a connection? They will not. And Clash take it home. They are going to the grand finals once more, trying to finally get their first title as monthly final winners here in the BSC 2023.
The RT gadget brought him down to 150 HP, and then the last shot a fraction too late as the countdown was already secured. A tough loss there for Super Renegados. They would like to have done, I'm sure, a lot better, considering this was their first match of the year against Clash in the monthly finals. But nonetheless, Clash looked good. They got their drafts on point and the skill to match. We will see that grudge match I'm sure many at home were hoping that they would see between themselves and ZEST in the grand finals yet again. And Will we see it now? That is the question on everyone's mind. ZEST have always ran away with a monthly finals win. And Clash going back to, what was it, in March, when they didn't make the grand finals, but it was the same matchup in April and February. We're going to see it now for June. Stats on the board. Very, very good game for QLASH, wasn't it? 5 takedowns and 238 DPS, which as a Sprout, I've got to say, is quite an achievement to have. You know, considering that, you know, Adini is playing the more aggressive role in that matchup, and Tufa has also got so much range to his advantage. I think he did pretty well out of those circumstances. Hubelier as well, despite taking the loss for his team. 7 takedowns was a good round. But today, Clash will make it through. And who was our MVP? It's going to be QLASH. We saw him at the end of the matchup being very pleased for his team, and I'm sure he'll be equally as pleased to be MVP as voted for over at event.brawlstars.com.
Dominant win here for Clash. So for Renegados, actually not looking bad either, but I think some mistakes in the draft here and there, and also, yeah, just not quite mechanically as on point as Clash for this one. They are still very much incontestant, though, for, you know, a chance maybe for LCQ, but that will be for the next 2 months.
Welcome back, Trav. Just in time for our predictions clash. How was that matchup from the sidelines for you?
I mean, it was, I closed my eyes and it's over. 3-0 again, and we're on a monthly final speed run here, I think. None of these teams want any waiting around, and we're going to be getting straight to the finals.
I mean, I'm sure that's pleasing you greatly. I mean, you didn't get much of a break, so I hope you had time to gain somewhat of the breather between there, because you've got the grand final still to come. Hope that you guys watching over on the streams did well in your predictions at event.brawlstars.com. So far, I think we're all in a pretty, really solid spot, but we're about to see between Clash and ZEST as to whether we might see that divide here. Yeah, we are all on a clean sheet. Gonna come back around to you, Trav, then, for that same reason. Why have you gone for ZEST over Clash? I mean, actually, it's probably more Teddy I should be approaching with this question, because ZEST are the favorites here.
Yes, they very much are, but Clash has been looking better than ever. And I mean, personally, I just felt like supporting them because I felt like they had a better chance this month than other months. But now somebody called me a moron. And suddenly things have become a lot more personal, and I am hardcore cheering for Clash. So there you have it.
I feel like it's getting heated here on the casting desk. May I remind you, Trev, that I do have a mug with your face on to my left as we speak as well. So, you know, just keep it in line, mate. Keep it in line. ZEST versus Clash. What a battle this is sure to be. Going back to April, this scoreline was a 3-2. Clash were able to close the gap, but ZEST with Motep, Firecrow, and Pekka, they are fierce. They are currently undefeated, only having dropped 4 sets throughout this entire season in monthly finals. They are on fire. They are on top of the world. But if there's any team that could potentially do it, I think it would be Clash. Today, Trav, like you rightly said, they weren't really tested up against Revenge Gaming. In that respect, they look incredibly comfortable, incredibly at home. And as you rightly said, you know, is that going to affect their performance, as they've not really been under that much pressure here today?
Yeah, and honestly, I think it might be. You know, they're clearly Clash's kryptonite, let's put it that way, because they've won, well, twice against them and won the monthly finals 3 times through those finals. And it just seems like they always have Clash's number. But today, as you've said, I repeated earlier, they didn't have the warm-up required. And I mean, Clash, they didn't either, but it definitely was closer than that ZEST game. We're always going to see a great game between Clash and Super Renegados no matter what. Even if the scoreline says 3-0, it doesn't always reflect it.
We just saw them, Teddy, Tufa, QLASH, and Adinio. It was a closer match, no doubt about it. But the question is, can they do what they've yet to be able to achieve so far this year in the BSC season? This was the goal that you loved so much from earlier, and I really did like it. I think he was obviously going for a little bit of the shot, but he also knew that there's a good chance if he didn't quite manage to time it prior to his death that it would come back around, and it was a great thing to see. Are you still sticking to your prediction, Teddy, here? Do you still think that Clash have got what it takes?
I definitely think they got what it takes. Now, it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, because so far in, you know, head-to-head matchups, I think they've faced each other twice this year, and it was ZEST that took it twice in a row. But in April, it was also in the grand finals, and it was quite a narrow 3-2 that could absolutely have gone the way of Clash. And at this point, you know, Clash, they're hungry for their first monthly final win. There are players that definitely have the experience and the skill to make it happen. Now they all got to put it into practice.
They've had a solid month and a half, or maybe even longer, since the April monthly finals for Clash to really harness everything in the trick book. Of course, the meta's been taking a bit of a shift around since then as well. So this is going to come down to who has really got the better handle on things and read through the lines. Again, that scoreline back in April was a 3-2 in favor of ZEST, the closest that Clash have come to causing an upset and securing their first monthly finals win of the year. It all comes down to this and whether they will be able to muster something up. They've got a big fan following behind them as well. And Trav, this might be, well, this is definitely going to be where our predictions divide. We shall see as we go into our first map. Parallel plays for Hot Zone. You guys are going to take the grand finals. So Trav, Teddy, take it away.
Well, I mean, looking at the predictions here, 55% in favor of ZEST, only 45 to Clash. And I mean, it's a very, very close prediction. Probably one of the closer ones you'll see in the entirety of the Brawl Stars Championship. 55 to 45 is very, very close. And I think that's a pretty good reflection.
So you're not thinking that 45% of viewers are morons? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is, listen, when I called you a moron, Teddy, I didn't realize you were going to take it this far to heart. And also,
I took that personally.
and to be honest, I think that 45% of people choosing Clash is okay, you know, but we're meant to be the experts on this game, Teddy, all right? And I think ZEST winning 3 monthly finals in a row, that should be the exploits point of view.
Well, draft-wise, I like what I'm seeing somewhat, because Willow first pick from ZEST here is definitely not a bad one. We've seen it before. I think it was played on the MEA yesterday as well, and on the defensive side of the map, it can be quite a challenge to lock her out of position, but the Shelly is definitely worrisome as well. As you know, Shelly is Shelly, and it's in a really, really strong place right now. Barley as well can pretty much match the defensive capabilities of the Willow, so I like what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, you know, I will say, though, I do like the Tara. I think it's a little bit unorthodox, I will say, but, you know, that support from beyond can tank a lot of these Shelly shots, and as long as she's not paired up against that Barley, which I imagine the Willow will be, you know, that throw-on-throw matchup is probably why they chose to take the Barley as that return pick. Jean is the last pick. Yet again, it's not something we see massively over here in parallel plays, but we did see it, I believe, in the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. I believe maybe one of the East Asian teams brought it out, and it did actually work quite successfully, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, the double pull is something we haven't seen as much recently, and oh my, I may have to change my prediction now because Jesse has been locked in by Clash. I mean, it's not the worst map for it. I can definitely find some value here and there. It's going to be nice at taking care of the shadows coming through from the Tara, but I'm not overly convinced by that pick. So I don't know. I feel like draft-wise it's fairly even, and to me it's gonna come down more to, you know, how it actually plays out.
Yeah, well, we'll see what actually makes of it. I don't hate the Jesse, I will say, you know. I think it's pretty decent, especially on a map like Hot Zone, on a mode like Hot Zone, sorry, when you place it behind these walls, you slow them down. I think it can be very, very useful. But we shall see if it does play out that way. We're seeing Tara over the left-hand side versus the Jesse, and we're actually going to see Ficro going quite aggressive, which is not something we see every day from Willow.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach for sure. It's quite hard in a thrower matchup to be the one on the offense, as those brawlers in design are better at playing more defensively, but so far Ficro is getting some good value, and if it weren't for a gadget from Tufa, he would have gone down.
Well, Ficro now going quite aggressive, almost going down, but actually does manage to get the gadget off and eats another shot as well, still remaining up, and Tufa doesn't realize that he stays alive. Nice super coming in from Endinho, though, to guarantee this left-hand side, and up top, not sure what's really happening down there, but it seems like the Willow may still be going up and is pinned in the corner, which means the Barley's getting the percentage and she isn't.
Yeah, this is looking really strong for Clash so far. Motep does have pool, but it is a dangerous one to go for against the Shelly, and he's going to miss it regardless, so no value there whatsoever. And so far, quite a miserable start of the grand finals for ZEST, as Clash is very dominant, and at last ZEST is able to find some value on the bottom left side of the map, but at what price?
Yeah, Pekka wasn't able to scout out Adinho there, but did eventually find him. We're going to get this healing through now as well. And Fycro in this position is going to be much, much better. Here comes the turret now, and it's going to be bouncing around pretty much everybody. And Fycro not in a good spot. Turret's going to 1v1 in there, and doesn't even finish off Fycro either. I mean Kyodog either. So can't get the trade, and now pushing up against Pekka. He's not able to do too much. Tufa joining them aggressively as well. Fycro falls down, and this has got to be game.
Yeah, Pekka is going to end up going down, and Clash was a dominant first game here to open up the scoreboard in our grand finals. Great start here for Clash, and I think that draft-wise, there were some problems here on the side of ZEST, and maybe with some adjustments here and there in their execution, they can give up, give just a little bit more of a fight, but so far it's not looking all that good.
Well, we'll see if this composition from ZEST manages to get a little bit more out of it from them this time. Willow's actually going to be playing on the defensive, which I like that a little bit more. It means Shelly shouldn't be able to push too aggressively unless Kyodog provides some huge help through this mid and manages to dominate Pekka, which obviously he should be doing through these bounces coming through if he brings in the support from beyond, but it seems like Clash is dominating yet again so far.
Yeah, they have quite a bit more map control, and since they're not committing too far fully to their defensive zone, they're a little bit behind percentage-wise, but ultimately it's percentage they should be able to catch later on. They're trying to get up close on the mid. A super now unlocked by Tufa. Let's see how he decides to use that one. Motep is very aggressive. He's going to find a nice little kill. It's traded by Adinho, but now Motep does have pull as well, and he finds the right target. That can be quite devastating for Clash.
Yeah, the thing for now, Clash, is that, you know, they're not got all of their defensive zone, and they haven't got anything offensive to show for it either. Pull available from Motep as well, going to get Adinho hooked in, and there goes the support from beyond as well. Now got the pull, and those should shred through that turret. They need to get that down, but Tufa on the offensive is doing a great job, managed to pick up Fycro, and Pekka's still got the super in hand, but not making much use out of it whatsoever.
Pull onto Adinho is going to be a free kill, and I like the idea, you know, of dealing with a Shelly with loads of pulls and just making it impossible for her to really play. But in the meantime, there is still a play from Clash in the bottom left zone, and getting percentage after percentage. Tufa is locked into that position. Pekka able to find one kill, but oh, actually he does find a second. Percentage-wise, though, it is a problem. Adinho is running away with it, has a super now as well to try to eliminate anyone getting up close, and he'll do so successfully. Clash, they'll steal away that game, and therefore the set.
Yeah, really strong start from Clash there. I'm not sure if it's maybe the composition that actually ZEST brought in that was a bit of an issue. We really didn't see much whatsoever from the Tara or the Jean. Willow was definitely struggling against the Barley a lot as well, so possibly need to rethink their ideas when it comes to these compositions, because in my eyes, you know, it looked all right going in. Maybe matchups-wise it kind of seemed all right, but when actually putting on paper and seeing them play, it didn't play out well whatsoever.
Yeah, it is very interesting because Jean and Tara are both brawlers that I'd say most people will not rate very highly in the meta right now. And having both of them together where they kind of have the same role of, you know, getting pulls and getting people out of position it's an interesting approach. I think I like the Tara. I mean, Pekka played it phenomenally well, but I feel like the value from the Jean was just much less present, and maybe that's where the comp kind of fell apart, in my opinion, for ZEST.
Yeah, no, I think the same. Maybe overkill on the pulls rather than just going for something a little bit different. And it did seem like there were quite a lot of options still available in the draft. A lot of it did get banned out, but still, you know, you see Atara in Hot Zone. Yes, you see it on Ring of Fire. Never on parallel plays, and usually the same with Jean as well. You don't usually see it on a map like on parallel plays. So intrigued to see why they would have brought that in. I don't know if it's just brawls that they're kind of comfortable with, and that's why they've gone with it. But definitely didn't pay off. Looking at the statistics now, they're 3-2-4 for the side of ZEST, and obviously a little bit better for Clash, 5-4-5. We saw some moments from ZEST, but so far it's just been all Clash.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it was somewhat close, you know, here and there, but it did really feel like Clash were in the driver's seat. Now, new map, new mode means new draft and new opportunities here for ZEST to try to strike back as we move on to Safe Zone and Heist. It's going to be a very different approach. I'm wondering, though, what sort of approach they're actually going to be going for. We see some sharpshooters more around that mid area sometimes, or brawlers that, you know, can get some damage on the save from a distance, but we also see some tankier ideas at times. We'll see already the Colette picked up by Clash. Zest going for the roughs. The wall break is going to be nice, but not as strong as it once was, because you used to be able to break those walls on the sides, which now we can only really be breaking those walls in the mid, or the ones that are already somewhat open in case, you know, there's something with bounces or something hiding around it and just locking in that position and you want to just clear that up.
Yeah, well, it kind of seemed like Clash didn't want any wall break to be played against them whatsoever. You know, getting rid of the Grom, the Brock, the Griff, pretty much 3 wall break brawlers right there. And Clash are actually going to bring the Piper, which is definitely not something I would have expected. Surely just going to be playing it like just solely down this mid, because anywhere else it's not really going to be too useful. If you get pushed back, it's not going to be too useful. And I'm not 100% sure about that pick. Colette as a first, I can get behind that. Very, very solid on this map. Gotcha gadget, Super's on safe. Zest return picks, very, very good against Colette. Bell's got the range, Ruffs has got those sandbags. But I'm not convinced by the Piper. It's going to start well in this mid if it's a one-on-one, but after that, if they lose control, they're not going to do much whatsoever.
Yeah, what scares me a lot with the Piper is the rough sandbags, right? Once they're going to be placed down, it's 3 shots to take them out, and I mean, that just takes an awful long time when it comes to the slow reload speed that Piper has to offer. Otis, I'm not entirely sure of, to be honest. I'm assuming it is to try to prevent some tankier IDs, and I like the 8-bit pick a lot more personally. Getting that speed booster and damage booster up is going to be super, super strong, not only for him, but for the rest of the team as well. If there's just one moment where there's a kill or two and an opening to place it down and melt down that safe, it's going to go from 100 to 0 real quick.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it is going to play out well, or if they're just going to be stuck fending against this Piper at long range, because, I mean, 8-bit's not going to do well until they get this turret. And, I mean, obviously, when you get the turret, it's going to be decent against Colette, be able to tank a few shots. Sandbag's going to be able to tank a few shots, but I do like the Otis as well. Got some good DPS. But as you say, this game can be over in one push if they get this 8-bit turret in the right spot.
Well, let's get started here with set number 2. We'll see the sharpshooter matchup in the mid, which in theory should be favoring the Piper when it comes to that straight up 1v1. But there are some other players on the map that will try to get some shots off here and there, and Edinho is doing a great job at getting some connections onto Pekka, but Motep matches them very nicely onto Tufa as well. Damage booster not quite going down just yet, but Tufa was able to find the 8-bit instead.
Yeah, Kyodog's going to be on an absolute tear, 10% on the save and win his lane, and almost bring down Pekka as well, but Pekka does actually get that Edinho down, and Motep getting the TP up, nice from him. Damage booster, and obviously taking the lead by a good 9% now, only like 3 beams, getting 19% on the save. That's how valuable this damage can be. Vicro's going to break up this mid, so he can have a bit more maneuverability there to get through, and the same with Pekka to 1v1 this mid as well.
Nice collapse super from Kyodog. Matches with the snipe from Tufa. Tufa was a double. Motep does beam him down low HP. A gadget from Kyodog is not going to be enough for the kill, but surely Edinho will clear it up afterwards. It's a very slight lead for ZEST, but nothing to worry about just yet for Clash, besides maybe losing some of that control as Edinho falls to Pekka.
Only one set of sandbags left though from Vicro, and not really a lot coming out of it. Super goes down on top of Kyodog there, Mark onto him as well, but Pekka almost goes down. Got this turret set up yet again, and Motep just trying to get some damage, but muted out by Edinho, stopping him from doing that, and it's only 5% now. They only had another 4%, whereas obviously Clash managed to get 10 with that Colette Super, but bounces between Tufa and the safe, now going to deal some more damage and even bring him down. Power up available for Pekka now as well, does choose to grab it and go for some damage as well. Motep's still up there, and this lead's lengthening quite heavily now.
Yeah, I love those TPs from Motep, you know, just get back to that positioning that is so annoying to deal with, because they need to commit heavily if they want to get him out of there. I think there was a mismute as well from Edinho, which is going to be quite costly here for Clash, as ZEST are melting down that safe. And so far, seems like they genuinely have no answer towards what ZEST have been throwing at them. Pekka will get tagged up just a little bit, but Kyodog is low HP and eventually runs into that shot from Pekka. Nicely predicted. The safe of Clash goes down, and ZEST pick up their first game.
And you've got to worry for Clash now. They might have already picked up the first set in quite a convincing fashion, but now that the drafts have come and evened out a little bit more, ZEST seems to be walking away with it. That was some very, very good control, and as you say, those TPs up to the turret, absolutely flawless. They need to get that down quick. Everybody focus it, because if he's able to move up the map like that and get incredible positioning just off that one gadget, then you're not going to be able to deal with it.
Game 2. And a new opportunity for Clash to try to make some adjustments, but so far it's same old lanes on both sides. Let's see if the results can actually be different, because Pekka is going to be the one to find the opening onto Tufa. Nicely done. Firecrow picks up Dog, and so far, so good for ZEST. They only have a 3% lead, but control-wise, it's a night and day difference.
Yeah, I can't see this being a game that Clash are going to win if they stay in this kind of position. Pekka with power up as well, believing 2 shots to the Piper now. Great shots from Firecrow as well. Super comes onto him, but actually getting a hit. Beautiful shot from Pekka to meet him on the way back. Sandbag's coming down once more from Firecrow, but not sure if that's going to tank it if Tufa gets the angle right. But Motep's there, and he's being an issue for Clash right now. He hasn't gone down yet, and Pekka's still going to be having this power up and wailing away on the safe. 13% dealt from all this control, not the most, but the control's what matters.
Yeah, it really does. It's a map where it is very normal to have a slow approach. Dog again gonna get hit there by Pekka, and I mean, besides the comp, which in my opinion is better for ZEST in the first place, mechanics-wise, the jukes and the aim of Clash is just not on point in this one. And so far, we can feel that very much in the percentage of damage they're taking onto their safe, as they have over half, or under half rather, of the HP that ZEST have on theirs. And so far really yet to get anyone out of position. This is looking like a dominant set for ZEST.
And I will say Firecrow doesn't really seem to be moving out of his position either, just juking, having these power-ups and doing a great job against Dog. Going to use his super on him now as well. Super placed down on top of him with the supply drop there, but not going to get anything out of it. Dog using that super towards safe and needs to as well. 25 seconds to get the job done, and there's going to be a nice little trap for him to walk over, and he is going to go down. 11% needed, and maybe Pekka and Firecrow can even finish it off before he can get back up and have a chance. This is going to be set number 2 going to ZEST now, evening things out.
Yeah, not a close one. If set 1 was dominant in favor of Clash, this set was even more dominant, but in favor of ZEST. Some oopsies, I think, in the draft, but some oopsies that will very much be welcome here for ZEST, and they seem thrilled to be picking up this set.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, they need to be as well. Whereas Dog now not looking too happy whatsoever. I mean, you can't be after a loss, right? But you've got to keep your head high. You've got to keep the hopes of the win still going, because you know they've lost to them a couple times this year, and they do seem to be their kryptonite. So taking a set loss against them now, it kind of amplifies that a little bit more. Bit more momentum, bit more wind in ZEST sails, and they looked very, very good now that they actually did have a good draft.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if we look at set 1, it felt like ZEST had a bit of a sloppy draft. Moving on to set 2, it's Clash that goes for some interesting ideas. I mean, I still don't really get what the point of the Otis was. Like, it just didn't really do much. So
yeah, it's a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know. They're trying, I'm assuming, to catch their opponents off guard with some more off-meta picks. But it's just not really working so far, and it feels like the teams that are taking the risks in the drafts are really paying for it rather than being rewarded. And holy Pekka, 16 kills to his name. That is a statement and a half.
Yeah, he's not done bad at all there. And I will say as well, I think that Clash's comp in the second was better than ZEST's comp in the first. And I think that's something to touch on as well there, that, you know, they did just play this one a little bit better. I think, you know, we did see some very, very questionable picks from either team in those 2 sets, but I do think that overall, maybe ZEST have had the worst comps as a whole, combining the 2. But we are going to be moving on to Flaring Phoenix of Knockout, seeing who's going to be taking a lead after the set, making it 2-1. Will it be Clash or will it be ZEST getting into the draft? Now, we'll see what the bans are. We got the Tick, the Grom, and the Gene. No throwers clearly wanted by the side of ZEST, I believe it is, on the left. And they're going to first pick the Brock. Then we got the RT, Gene, and, well, a body pick. We'll see what the last ban is in just a second. It's going to be a Grey as well. So clearly, ZEST wanted to get rid of the throwers and open up the map with that Brock.
Yeah, throwers seem to be something that South America really doesn't like this month, because we had a triple thrower ban in the semifinals as well, and just in general, a lot of throwers being taken out of the equation. I don't mind the Bonnie here. I think you can find some good value. Bonnie loves bushes, and it also just, you know, loves game modes where kills are important because a jump in is more likely than not going to be resulting in a kill in your favor. Sometimes even two, and sometimes you even get to get away with it with your life. The Shelly one is one that makes sense because it's Shelly. It's really good at the moment. Just very strong and very annoying to deal with. Doesn't necessarily get really hard countered by too many brawlers either. You'll see the Pam to get some sustainability on the side of ZEST, heal up that squad. But so far draft-wise, I think there's still plenty of ideas left for those those two last picks.
Yeah, no, I do think so as well. You know, Shelly is always going to be dangerous no matter where you're going to bring it in, right? Especially with the Clay Pigeon here as well. You're going to actually have the range to be able to compete at certain points in the game. Zest's going to bring the Sprout, and with pretty much the rest of the throwers banned out, possibility of a Barley coming in or something like that, which is something that we saw in Europe yesterday on this map, and it did work quite well. I believe the Barley actually did win. So we'll see if they do choose to go for that. But I feel if they go for the Barley, they don't have that much of a well-rounded comp in comparison to Zest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the idea of the Barley, but I also kind of don't like it. Kind of wish they found something different, and they are going to go for Carl. And looking at the matchups, doesn't really have any bad matchups here. If it goes in with a super against the Pam, it's going to win that. And its regular pickaxe throws are going to be strong against both the Sprout and the Brock. So I like it. I like the idea here from Clash. I think that overall it is fairly even comp-wise, and both teams really have their own legs to stand on, with a more thrower and slower approach perhaps from Zest, and some more aggression for sure on the side of Clash, because you can have the Carl dash in, you can have the Shelly pushing you up, and obviously the jump in as well from the Bonnie, so they have a bit more of an ability, I guess, to turn up the pace and try to go all in.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out then. No thrower for the side of Clash, and Zest might want to keep it closed for that particular reason. But Carl's always going to have a chance of going aggressive. Nice shot coming in from Pekka there as well. And that skin, absolutely beautiful, but it can be quite deceitful with a few of these shots. Kodog trying to make the move around the right-hand side, getting some connections now, but they are left very, very open to this. Pam moving over, and Tufa slotting in as well. They got a great pinch and some good positioning.
Yeah, Kodog is super now as well. If he can go in, that could be deadly, and he's going to go for it against Firecrow. Gets the pick up, and there's no shot. There's going to be a trade here for Zest. Beautifully done there. Just taking his time, not in a hurry. Wants to make it a clean pickup. No trade. And that gives the man advantage here to Clash.
Yeah, looking good now. The shot's being thrown out by Motep though, and they really do need a kill before this gas starts to close in that little bit more. But might choose to just go into the gas, and that looks exactly what Pekka's trying to do. But Motep doesn't seem to have the same idea, and feeds quite a bit of that Adinho super.
Yeah, I think that even if he went for the gas, he would still have been tagged like once or twice by the Shelly, because he'd be in the open, right? So I think he just gambled it a little bit, and it just didn't quite pay off as he intended it to. They do have two supers at least carried over on the side for Zest, but Clash have two of their own, and they can be pretty much equally as deadly. Let's see if there's a chance here for Zest to find an opening. They're playing very much grouped up, which is going to be nice for the healing station, but it can also be dangerous if the Carl goes in or the Bunny jumps in. Pekka now taking quite a bit of damage and needs to thread very carefully. The wall is placed down in the mid, but the wall break from Adinho is going to open up the map a bit more.
Well, Kodog going to be very, very low now as well. Motep pushing him back nicely, but it doesn't change the fact that he's got his super, same as Tufa as well. And if Adinho can get one here, lovely wall coming in though, but Band-Aid is popped, and there it is. Pekka trying to get the help onto Adinho now. Ficro in a terrible position, but he gets the trade, and that might help. Tufa still with jump though. Ficro healing up, there's nothing he can do. Maybe if he managed to get Ficro down in time, it would have been fine to get the jump in and attempt it, but chooses for the better option.
Yeah, that was actually quite close, to be honest. I feel like there was definitely some room there for something to go wrong for Zest, but a nice wall from Motep that did lock out Adinho on that right-hand side, make sure that he couldn't go back to his teammates. And when you're isolated in knockout, usually you end up going down at some point. Pekka's gonna open up those walls with his super. He is playing rocket jump, probably to try to go away if Bonnie or Carl gets up too close. for now, it seems like ZEST have a lot more control. However, no more gadgets available for Motep, so there shouldn't be as many walls available anymore, but he does have one now fed from Kyodog.
Yeah, that's a really nice super for Fycro to have as well there, to be able to heal up if they start to become a bit more aggressive. Actually tanking for the turret now a little bit as well, but it does go down, and now it's kind of flipped. I feel maybe we see Clash move into a better position. Still got some gadgets left from him as well, Adinho using his, but that does actually pop. Jump comes in from 2, but there goes the spin from Kyodog as well. Got his super wing, does go down. Pekka's going to fall too, and Clash take the lead yet again.
Well done by Clash. I think some little misplays here on both sides, but especially ZEST in that final round. I think the sprout roll was premature. Would have been better to either play more defensively or just keep it, to be honest. And then they suddenly went from having more supers than their opponents to having none and having no control. And you really want those supers to take that control back. So a little bit of communication or just team synergy problems in that game. A nice stag there from Kyodog. He's going to go for a white flank. Can he find some kills? He finds one. He finds two. Nearly gets the 3-piece, but Pekka is able to get that trade. Eventually, Dino will clear him out. But Clash was a quick first round picked up, and no doubt quite a bit of supercharge as well ready on those players.
Yeah, this is dangerous now for ZEST. They were in a decent position after the last round, but now it's completely different, and Clash are the ones with a game in hand and a round in hand. Just one more needed for the entire set now. And what a move that was by Kyodog in the previous. Got a super available for Adinho now as well, and still got some gadgets in hand too for pretty much the entirety of the map. But that Flying Hook and Clay Pigeon are just way more influential than any gadgets we see from ZEST.
Clash know that they are closer to supers for the most part, and that's why they were trying to play more safe, not feed their opposition. Didn't quite seem to work out, as they did manage to get some tanks here and there. Now Peck has a super of his own. He's going to go for it against Adinho on that left-hand side. Find some connections, but nothing too valuable. Kyodog is a bit isolated, though. Needs to be careful. A jump in from too far. That's not quite going to be paying off, but Adinho finds some good value. Firecrow is low, and he's not in range of the healing station. He should be going down, but he survives for a little bit too long. The healing station still there supporting Motep. Motep low HP is going to try to wall off Adinho, but it's not going to be enough. Clash pick up the round, and was that both game and set. One ahead once again.
Now that's a change in face for Kyodog as well. Seems much more happy now. He lost the last set, but won this one quite convincingly. They looked very, very good, and yeah, the complete opposite for ZEST as well. They're not looking too pleased right now after that set loss. 2-1 down. If they want to win their 4th monthly final, and that'd be 4 out of 4 if they do manage to as well, they need to win both Backyard Bowl and Layer Cake, and that's a tall ask.
As Art said earlier, so far this year, ZEST have dropped 4 sets. But at the end of today, it's going to be at least 6 sets, as they've lost 2 here already against Clash, and potentially a 3rd if Clash are able to close out this series. Clash are looking better than ever, and if there is a chance for them to finally take that crown away from ZEST, I feel like it's going to be today.
Yeah, no, I think so as well, and especially with this lead as well. You can't deny that Clash are playing very, very well, and, you know, I kind of questioned the draft. I maybe thought ZEST draft was that little bit better, but the car was pretty much the saving grace of the draft, I feel. Made some great plays, and that was a great scrap sucker from Firecrow, but Motep just wasted his wall there and didn't manage to get it back for quite some time with that gadget, so it was a bit of an issue, and couldn't connect those shots required to be able to get the job done. Motep with 0, Firecrow 5, and Pekka 1, but Clash just better overall with the 2, 4, and 6.
Good stuff from Clash overall. I mean, I think their draft was a bit of a threat overall, and I love that lovely Kyodog play on the Coral. Just getting that wide angle afterwards with his dash. That was very, very well played. Let's see if ZEST can get maybe a bit more of a solid, or at least dominant draft, maybe even going into Backyard Bowl, as there are potentially going to be some brawlers that could be repeated from our previous series, as we do see some longer range brawlers at times here, sometimes something a bit closer range, but our bans are coming through. Gonna first pick Gus already from Clash, which I don't mind. We've seen a fair amount of first pick Gus's yesterday for EMEA. For the bans for ZEST, we'll see Stu, RT, and Penny banned out, as Clash banned out Bonnie, Primo and Max. So a lot of fairly usual ideas here for this map and for basketball, but maybe they have a plan, maybe they have something that they want to bring in that Primo would just be too much of a problem to deal with.
Yeah, we'll see what they do choose to select as their second. We're over to ZEST now, so Backyard Bolt. Shelly still seems to be on the table as well, and that has been something that's selected on Backyard Bolt time and time again in other regions. And I think it'd be smart to take it here, but they do have the Crow, so maybe they want to wait it out and just give it to them and let the Crow slow it down and do the work. But they're going to go with Pam yet again, and it didn't pay off in the last set. But ZEST, they have faith in it. They hope that it's going to be able to work in Backyard Bowl, because if they lose this, they lose it all.
Yeah, I don't hate Pam, but I also feel like it's not necessarily the most dominant pick. It can do really well once it gets that healing station up and has a nice setup. Scrap Sucker is also very, very good at deterring any sort of aggressive ideas, as if you run out of ammo, you're not really going to be able to damage that Pam that more likely than not is healing up at the meantime anyways. I like the beat. I think that on this map it just makes a lot of sense. It's an open map. You have a long-range sharpshooter that's able to deal big-time damage and slow down tanks or anyone that gets up close as well. So I feel like there is definitely some merit to that pick there from Clash, and they have one more to follow up, and it's going to be the Carl again. And to be honest, I don't mind it, seeing how successful that was in Knockout just earlier. If something is working, why not bring it again, especially if you're facing so far an incredibly similar comp.
Yeah, I really like Clash's comp here. The Gus, the B, the Carl, it's all very, very good on a map like this. You've got the aggression with Carl. You can provide shields to the Carl. The Gus, let him do his work and protect it pretty well on top of that as well. So much shielding and B on top of that. But Maisie is not something we've seen in the BSC yet, I feel, at all. Have we seen it in the BSC before?
I can't recall.
I don't think we have.
Because I think it wasn't playable in April. Yeah, I think it wasn't playable in April yet, and I don't remember seeing it at all yesterday in the EMEA. I didn't watch all of APAC, so maybe it was played out once or twice, but I would not know. I think it's the first time I see it, and from what I've seen, Maisie isn't terrible, but it's pretty hard to play, and at a higher level, I'm kind of scared that her shots are going to be too easy to dodge.
Yeah, I don't think it's competitive level, Brawl Stars Championship level, and I feel like it's another brawler that B can just deal with, and Clash, I feel, maybe should take this.
Well, there's only going to be one way to find out, and already Coyote going aggressive, but missing a shot, is able eventually to get that kill. It's only a 1-for-1 trade. That could be the opening that they need. Motep still struggling to connect those shots, as Tufa now has a super at hand. Edinho shielded up. Edinho might end up going down. They're not going to be shielding him up. Instead, it's going to be Coyote that gets shielded. One piece already here for Coyote, looking for the second. Motep is able to get the trade, but the healing station prevents Tufa from getting that ball in time to score, as Mama Squeeze would have surely taken him out. Nicely done there by ZEST, and their defense holds on. A couple gadgets popped here by Clash as well, which I feel like they've popped more than ZEST, giving them maybe a little bit of an advantage. But let's see, as Pekka is able to help get that trade. Motep now with a double kill, actually. Not half bad, and perhaps we've been underestimating the Maisie.
Yeah, well, maybe so. Another super available as well. And we know in the goal face, this can be a very, very good super to have. Ficro's got that jump as well. Might want to go a little combo play, slow and everything. But Edinho knocks back super to the left-hand side. Not sure if that was intended or not, but gadget onto him as well. Don't think Coyote's got the DPS, but actually going to spin here. But the knockback, he's going to clear it to the right-hand side, and they can't get it. Great defense from Clash. A little bit scrappy, but ZEST can't force the goal.
Yeah, that was really well done, because ZEST popped a whole bunch of supers there as well, and at the end of the day, I mean, they have good positioning, but they didn't really move forward from where they were just earlier. Tufa's probably going to be going down here. He's actually going to be popping a shield, and he manages to survive, but it's going to be hard to heal up. A nice catch there from Edinho as well onto Motep. The healing station is down, and Edinho able to get the slow onto Pekka, but not much further damage for now, as Coyote is going to swoop in at last and actually goes down without picking up that kill.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing for Clash, and they're not in the best position for overtime here either, but Adinho keeps on coming off spawn and hitting some valuable shots. Not able to get any of them down yet, though, but Kyodog slicing as well onto Firecrow. And Tufa's going to need to pinch in here. It might be too little too late. Super available as well, but we know as soon as Maisie gets super, that's going to be pretty much useless. Trying to find the opening. Shield provided. Spin going through now as well. Dash towards him and the super off as well. Firecrow's going to go in. Take down, but Adinho's the only one alive. Needs to get a slow off. Can't do it. And this should be a ZEST goal. It's just Kyodog spawning. No knockback or any slows or anything. And ZEST forced the ball in.
The Maisie prevails here for game 1, preventing any match points to go in the hands for QLASH, at least for the time being, and getting just a step closer towards the set 5. Well done by ZEST, but who knows, maybe QLASH can figure out a way around that Maisie, which honestly was finding much more value than I had anticipated.
Yeah, Kyodog's going to get the kill there, but Motep's going to even things out by getting the trade. Pekka trying to go towards Kyodog here and should be able to get the kill, but takes quite a while to do it. Adinho can't get any trades there either, even with that 3k shot, and both of them incredibly low. Tufa just the only one on defense right now, and Firecrow slotting back into a great position, and more of the same. We saw this for 3/4 of the previous game where ZEST just held until they found an opening.
Yeah, this is a good position for ZEST, and I mean, perfect for the Maisie as well to try to catch someone with the super. That slow is absolutely brutal. I do kind of like the combination of the Maisie with the Crow that can just slow them down and then pretty much give some free shots away for the Maisie to connect. Super at last from Motep gets a pick up. Firecrow pushing forward. Surely that's going to be a goal coming through, and ZEST scored it up this time much earlier than in game 1.
Yeah, that was really nice from ZEST, but now they actually have to hold on. They can't just stay in that aggressive position. Kyodog going to go for the flying hook forwards, get the spin round as well. Scrapsucker was actually pressed by Pekka, and I don't think it does too much against Zakal, considering only that one ammo slot exists anyway. Kyodog getting some very valuable shots off, and ZEST low, but getting trades all round. Not too much they can do now. Good jump in from Firecrow, can't get the trade, but all they need to do is hold them back.
Yeah, he's gonna end up going down to the poison, and that bites sometimes as well, as it takes forever to actually go down. Right now, QLASH are on the defensive again, and the Maisie completely shutting down that Carl. I'm impressed by the Maisie plays that Motep has been able to offer to us so far. It may very much keep them in the running for this monthly final. Kyodog most likely going to be going down here, and down he goes. Tufa, it's his heal reset. Pekka with a more aggressive healing station, and the Mama Squeeze does the jump to take down Tufa. This is looking incredible here for ZEST, and set 5 is looking more and more likely.
Yeah, well, Firecrow getting the shots off, and ball to the right side. There should be a goal. There goes the jump as well. Adinho can't get back, and that's going to be slotted in by ZEST. We're going to a set number 5. Backyard bowl goes the way of ZEST, evening things out to 2-2, and they're back to being happy again. Well, at least I'm not sure what's going on here, but it seems quite skillful.
It does. I mean, you know, transferable skills, I guess. Good stuff from ZEST, looking as fierce as ever, really. And finally, I feel like one of those interesting ideas. We've been teasing, right, about like the slightly different meta at times here in South America, and until this set, I feel like the interesting weird picks have not worked. But this time around, Maisie is brought to the table, and it actually popped off here from Motep.
I still do kind of feel like QLASH maybe should have won that one, though. I don't think they had a bad comp whatsoever. The B, I feel, should have done a lot more than it did. But ZEST just played it very, very well and picked the right moments. Maisie had some great moments here as well, getting the kills required to get the ball in, and that super's just so influential. But I don't feel like ZEST should be letting them get to the position where they can use it as effectively as this.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's part of, you know, the surprise factor that brawler brings, right? It's just something that we don't see all that much. But look at it. Motep, even though he didn't top frag, he did get the most damage for his team, and actually out of everyone on that Maisie pick, just a kill short from Firecrow and Pekka, which, I mean, played incredibly as well. QLASH just somewhat miserable in this Brawl set.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like they had a lot to say. And after how well they played the previous one and the first set as well, it very much is a back and forward, as ZEST have played those other two sets extremely well, but it just doesn't seem like momentum's affecting either of these teams, no matter how sad they look after games, no matter how happy they look on the other side. It seems like it's just a very, very back and forward match. Like, I expected Clash finish out there and me to be very upset and lose my predictions, but ZEST are actually clawing this back, and it's honestly anybody's game.
Let's see who will take home that final set. ZEST are determined, unsure about my English vocabulary, but they are sure that they want that victory in the grand finals. They've won 3 monthly finals out of 3 so far this year, and 1 or 2 of them, I believe 2 of them, were against Clash. This time around, Clash has come for their revenge, but in April, it was ZEST that won with a 3-2 scoreline. Clash really hoping that history doesn't repeat itself here.
Yeah, they really do have to hope. They obviously lost 3-2 last time they faced in that best of 5, but Layer Cake in Bounty, it's going to be the decider on the map and mode. And I think, honestly, Layer Cake's as good a decider as any. Very, very back and forward, extremely well-balanced map, and I wouldn't want for it to be anywhere else.
Yeah, fantastic map and game mode here to end this half-region monthly final, or sub-region is probably better terminology, but our bans are coming through, and already, I mean, what a way to start that draft. Shelly brought in here by Clash, and we've seen what Shelly can do, and she does it best when she has some opportunities to get up close and personal, and Layer Cake is going to be perfect for that. RT is going to be what faces it first as ZEST lock it in. Followed up was a Gray, which is a problem we've been seeing more and more recently in Bounty specifically, and this is definitely not a bad map for it, but I believe yesterday we saw it in the MEA as well, and it didn't quite work out as planned.
Yeah, well, Shelly, as good as it is, I'm not sure about the first pick. If these players can keep their range, then I'm sure they'll be fine. RT, even if Shelly does get close, can be able to drop those legs and get some damage in, but still not a matchup you're going to want. And once those clay pigeons are used up, she does become a little bit more useless, should I say. But with a max, does make it even faster, which should bring it back into the mode. But it's not the kind of brawlers you expect to be played. You expect that kind of long-range sharpshooter through a few throwers being brought, and obviously a lot of the throwers being banned out, should I say. So maybe this is the meta that Clash know.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing nearly as much max recently. Now, it did get nerfed just a little bit, but it's definitely still a strong brawler. And if you look at the team utility, it's still exactly the same that what it was before. Penny is also going to be brought in. Also recently nerfed a little bit. I think it was just an HP nerf, though, so not quite as significant. I don't know. I mean, I don't see too many problems with that come from Clash, although potentially if they want to bring in a thrower, and well, exactly that, Barley is going to be brought into the table. It can be quite a problem here because they kind of have no way to really get him out of position. If he gets behind some good walls, he's going to stay there, and whenever you try to get up close, you are going to be getting tagged.
Yeah, not the position you really want to be in, but I do quite like the Barley, especially with all of the throwers banned out. I think it's very, very good to have this brawler, especially with, you know, Shelly being brought in. It's just the issue of the max speed yet again. It always comes back to that, the mobility that they're going to get out of it, and also the penny mortar. You've got to place it very, very smartly, should I say, to be able to stay out the way of the Barley shots.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem potentially, because if you place it somewhat in the open and further back, then something like an RT or a Gray is easily going to be able to reach it. But on the other hand, if it's nice and cozy behind the wall, it's going to be much easier for the Barley to reach it. Opening fight is going to give the blue star to Clash, but an early kill from ZEST will give them the 1-star lead, and they'll take that blue star right back to them. And actually another follow-up kill. There are some overextensions left and right. We'll give a 1-star lead now to Clash.
Well, we'll see if they can hold it. As Motep getting a decent connection there. Walking Cane brings it back as well. Believe it actually popped that band-aid as well, so not the best for Adina. You're going to have to wait for that to come back again, but this mortar's going to be going down now, and Firecrow with some great positioning, but max speed can change all this in an instant.
Yeah, this is the problem here for Firecrow. I didn't quite check what gadget he was playing either, but that could be dangerous if the max gets overextending. So far, Firecrow doesn't seem very scared. He's just pushing up, trying to close the gap and funnel his own position into his teammates' range. Still just that 1 star separating both teams from a match point. Edinho does have super. He's gonna go for it. I think he whiffed it. Nice TP there from Motep. And a TP back now as well to stay alive. A pickup from ZEST gives them the 1 star lead, and QLASH now back on the hunt.
That was gorgeous from Motep. I will say, you know, this is a time where Autoway might have been a little bit more helpful for Edinho. Yes, it'd have gone through an unbreakable wall and wouldn't have broken the wall, but at least it'd have got some hits. That was really, really nice from Motep there, and that might be the winning play they need. Dash back, no phase shifter going to be back before the end of the game, I'm sure. Going to see that clay pigeon being popped now as well, but Firecrow's going to get another kill. Slow down the TP from Motep yet again. He's going to end the game with 5 stars on his head, and QLASH are in jeopardy.
Match point for ZEST. A game away from taking this one home, and there were a lot of mistakes on both sides, but to me so far it seems like the biggest mistake was leaving that Barley as the last pick for ZEST, as it was able to find a lot of value. Don't get me wrong, in my opinion it was a Grey that was able to get the most work done when it comes to damage and kills, but I think that Firecrow enabled them to just get in really bad positions, so they really funneled QLASH straight into Motep and Pekka, which were able to get tag after tag.
Yeah, Walking K not going to bring them through the wall though, which is a little bit difficult, but Blue Star obviously still is on their side. Need to get this control, and Tufa just eating these shots from the Barley as well. Not a great position for them to be in, being pushed back so early, and this is where the turning point was in the last one's Kydog's low, but the shot from Pekka doesn't connect, but Barley is going to excel now.
Dino pumped a gadget, not really able to find the most value with it, and positioning wise this is a problem here for QLASH. Super from Firecrow is going to isolate the QLASH players, and Edinho eventually falls, of course, nowhere to go. Pull from Motep is going to catch QLASH off guard with a sneaky snipe across the map, and suddenly it's 3 stars in front of ZEST, and they're about to win a 4th monthly final.
Yeah, well, 3 stars now is what QLASH need to bring this one back. Actually, they're going to get it with the blue star back in their hands now, but Kydog's low does get taken down. Great trade from Motep yet again, and he's been the saving grace so far for ZEST. Mortar can be placed down, so the Bowley can't get it, but Edinho is going to surely fall to that super there. Does as well. No band-aid in time. Kydog marked up as well, and they are on the back foot, but in this position with Barley, you can't complain.
Yeah, this is just pretty much unwinnable. Bad draft on the side of QLASH, leaving that Barley open, and Firecrow is just having at it, melting them down. Kydog trying to make a run for it, but I don't think they can outrun ZEST, winning yet another monthly final, maybe a final play. Motep is low, he's gonna go down. It's not gonna be nearly enough though, and ZEST are gonna prevail. 4 out of 4 monthly finals, and the celebration is adequate as they take yet another title in this Brawl Stars Championship 2023.
I mean, you really have to love the energy that these guys bring to the table, and you've got to feel bad for the boys over on QLASH as well. Obviously, Kydog not going to be in the best of positions right now. 4 finals gone to ZEST, and 3 of them have been over them, so he's definitely going to be disappointed, especially in the position they were in, heading on into that backyard bowl set where they did end up losing, and then in turn losing the entire thing as well. ZEST just looks so good, and they're going to be 4-time champions of this region now. That is a big thing.
It's small mistakes, really. I think that if they went Barley as their final pick, I feel like it could have been a completely different story, because there just weren't that many ways to deal with the Barley. And, you know, with the Shelly in play, you can't really bring in a Mortis or anything really aggressive anyway. So, yeah, I think QLASH somewhat outdrafted themselves. They had some good ideas here and there, but the missing piece really was that Barley, and they banned out every single brawler. I think Grom was banned, Tick was banned, Sprout was banned. There was just Dyna and Barley left open. And yeah, I think they just kind of disregarded that fact. Mistakes happen, and I mean, sometimes they cost you monthly finals. As ZEST are taking this one home, and Motep with some incredible great plays. Gonna be picking up a nice 6 kills in this grand final set.
I mean, Motep really, I don't like to say carried his team that much, but in this set specifically, he really did. It was an incredible performance from him. It really, really was. That TP out of the way of the Shelly Super, some of the pickups that he got on all the other time, the Grey was a very, very good pick, and they just excelled so much in that last set, and it was so back and forth between these two teams. I'm sad to see Clash lose again, but ZEST, you've got to give it to him.
Absolutely so. I mean, they take yet another well-deserved title. Firecrow is going to be the voted MVP for this grand final, and he had a phenomenal series overall. Very solid from set 1 all the way until set 5, bringing it home here for ZEST.
Yeah, I mean, Firecrow, I think he does deserve it, but Motep really did catch my eye specifically in that last set. And I believe it was Motep hopping on the Edgar in the first as well, which was, wait, was that a completely different game? Am I completely losing it here?
Yeah,
or did they play split here? Maybe I'm just losing it.
Here. Yeah,
no, I'm losing it. It's from the previous game, clearly. But Motep, I mean, he did play incredibly well in that last set, but I can see why the audience would select over on Firecrow there for the overall MVP. Let's take a little bit of a look through the bracket, Teddy, if you want to run us through this.
We started off today with ZEST versus Revenge Gaming. It was kind of a smooth sailing. ZEST just clearly the better team at this point in time, and same story really applies for Clash versus Super Renegados. Another sweep, and that makes our semifinals 2 quick sweeps. Grand final, that one ended up going all the way, and just like in April, history repeats itself, and ZEST take this one home with a 3-2 scoreline. And I stand corrected, Trav. I am a moron.
Well, I'm not gonna double down on you, because I understand that Clash were a valid prediction, especially after watching the game play out as well. But look at this leaderboard: 4-3-4 for ZEST. They're completely running away with it in this region, and honestly, on the worldwide leaderboards as well, I believe they'd probably be sitting at the top with 4 wins in a row. That is incredible performance from them. Clash just underneath that in 2-9-3 in that last chance qualifier spot at the moment. But after that, Super Renegados and Urubus do picks, still having a bit of a chance. Skull just clinging on, but we saw Revenge Gaming obviously play out today, and it didn't go too well for them.
Yeah, realistically, looking at the landscape of this region, I mean, Clash, they're looking more and more likely, sorry, not Clash, they're looking more and more likely to be going to Worlds, or at least looking that LCQ spot. They're not mathematically there just yet, but I mean, so far it does seem like, even though they have some competition in the region, they've been one step ahead throughout the entirety of the year, but there's still also that LCQ spot, and there's 4 teams that are very much fighting for that one, and I feel like, I'm just excited for the last 2 months of SA East to see how that all evolves.
Yeah, well, as you said, we've got SA East out of the way today. Now we're going to have South America West coming up just after a short break.
My headshot.
life system.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We have smashed SA East out of the park, and we're now in South America West. Joining me is Trav. And Trav, I know you're going to rub in the predictions. We'll discuss more about that and what you've got lined up for us on this side of the region, because you're being pretty wild.
I'm cooking on this.
Not gonna lie, but you could be burying yourself. We shall see. But South America West is honestly one that surprises a lot, and you can see the competition really is quite tight, and that might warrant some of your prediction ideas coming up in a minute. But LeaveNoWitness are leading the pack, 286 points to their name. But with that last win in April for SKCalalas in the grand finals, they are closing that gap on 235. Reconic Esports, Trav, we were discussing this prior to the show, with a very strong roster and one that you're backing heavily today. 226 points for them, and they are definitely still in contention. Level Esports on 154 points as well, will be making an appearance today. The question is, will they be able to close the gap even more so and become a real contender here for these two last chance qualification spots? On the other side of things, there are a couple of teams there we haven't really seen too much of. I think the primary focus being on those front four. And here is the bracket, Trav. Our schedule will be for the semi-finals then. Reconic Esports up first versus SKCalalas, the April monthly finals champions. Then Level Esports up against LeaveNoWitness. LeaveNoWitness, of course, the former what was the former Muecos, of course it was Muecos, the former Muecos squad up against Level Esports down the bottom, and they are two-time champions themselves, Trav, so they cannot be ruled out.
No, they definitely can't. They're an absolutely incredible team, and one that I was backing through quite a lot of the rest of the year, but I don't know. I just had a bit of a slight feeling today, Ark. I don't know what to tell you. As I said, I'm cooking a little bit in my predictions. I've come to something a little bit out there, I will say, as well, so we'll get to see those in just a second.
Well, we know how it went for me and Teddy when we tried to cook something up over in South America East. And, you know, I think you're being very wild, but I do agree. You know, let's discuss it. You can tell everyone yourself why you think what you think. I mean, Teddy obviously going with LeaveNoWitness there in the grand finals, I think makes a lot of sense. They won in February, they won in March, but it was a 3-1 scoreline in April in favor of SKCalalas. That's why I kind of see them going through towards the very end. Reconic, Trav, talk to us.
Honestly, I don't really know. I don't know why. I just had a bit of a feeling, you know? You know when you get one of those feelings and you're just like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling a double upset today. Reconic taking down SKC. SKC are above them on the leaderboards. And then Reconic taking down LeaveNoWitness in the finals. That's at least what I've got. And I think maybe don't go with me if you actually want to do well. But just got a bit of a feeling.
I love that. You know, you're in the expert chair, and I ask you, put you on the spot, and your best answer is, I don't know why this team could be you know, victorious today here in the PSC, but you know, use the force as you will, and you know, fingers crossed. Well, if you're going for predictions over at event.brawlstars.com, that's what Trav thinks is going to be the case. I think for this first one, you know, more or less, you know, SKCalalas have got the better track record on paper, but Reconic Esports do have a very aggressive roster. Let's take a look at theirs first and foremost. JXCR, Toxic, and Christian. We have seen some very, very good things from this squad here in the BSC. Trav, JXCR is very, very strong on those up close and personal brawlers, those very aggressive ones. Plays a mean buzz. I cannot wait to see whether that is something which they do, you know, work into their drafts here today. But this is the squad that you are backing, so you know they've got to bring something good to the table here in their first matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of just seen them, you know, month in, month out, get beaten at certain points in the monthly finals, and I don't know. I feel like today is just going to be their breakthrough, and as I said, I don't know why I'm backing them. I don't like. There's just a certain feeling, and I feel like that feeling's going to pull through today. And honestly, they're a very, very good roster, as you say. They've got extremely good parts of like just pure mechanics. You say JXCR, such an aggressive player, great player up close. You've just got to hope that's something that SKC don't click on too fast.
Didn't quite make the grand finals last month. It was a 3-1 in the semi-finals, and it was Matt FA which actually went through to face this very team, SKCalalas. Alchemical, Lukitas, and Exic. They are the current reigning champions of the April monthly finals, looking to make it too, and really cause a problem at that top end of the leaderboard for LeaveNoWitness. I cannot wait to see what they bring today. Sometimes this squad get a little overconfident, but they are starting to have the skill to match that level of confidence, and that makes me very excited. A big scoreline against the top of the leaderboard in the semi-finals of April. It was a 3-1 against LeaveNoWitness, so they are starting to really make their mark in the South America West side of the region. Again, two last qualification spots, two LCQ spots available in South America West, so all still to play for those number 1 and 2 spots. I'm hoping that SKCalalas can bring some real fire in this competition here today, but Reconic, like you rightly say in your predictions, Trav, they could cause an upset for reasons that you're not really too sure why.
And I will say both of these teams desperately need this win. Reconic Esports, they're looking for a last chance qualifier spot themselves, and SKC being just above them, that could be a meaningful win. If they're able to go forwards and, you know, win the finals as well, that'd boost them up so far, possibly even above SKC, to take their last chance qualifier spot. And with only 2 months remaining after this one, it doesn't give much catch-up time if they keep up that momentum.
We head into our first set then. The game mode, of course, being hosted. Wow, that is a very close poll. The closest that we've seen today, 51% on event.brawlstars.com feel as though Reconic Esports have got this one in the bag, but only separated by that 2% margin. SKCalalas slightly here as far as the event site is concerned. I don't want to say underdog, but, you know, it could be so, Trav, that everyone at home watching is feeling like you're onto something here, but maybe they know more a bit more about why than you. Regardless, here are the drafts coming in. The band being Primo, Stu, and Gray on the side of Reconic. For SKCalalas, the Barley, the Stu, and the Dynamite pick as the Ruffs comes in first. And it's an interesting first pick here, to be fair. I mean, it has the ability to obviously break, and that is why some will favor it over the Rico. But here for Reconic, Shelly's their first pick. That is a bit of a scary one. Pam is still available here as well, by the way. That could be where they are thinking to go next. But That is it, yeah. As we said yesterday, all day long, Trav, if Shelly is not banned, kind of more often than not is going to be picked first.
Scrap Pam, give us some Edgar. Come on. We're gonna be going towards the Griff, and honestly, not something I'd expected. The little maybe 4 blocked unbreakable walls that is in the middle of this map aren't too meaningful, so I don't mind the wall break, but it's definitely not something I'd have gone towards if I was them. But with Ruffs breaking up the map, maybe they're just going to double down and take something a bit more long range for their last pick.
I'm not a massive fan of that Ruffs first pick, but with no throwers, I can't really see Edgar being the choice to go for, really. I mean, it's going to be terrible into both a Griff and a Shelly, so I'm sorry to let you down there. But who knows? Beacon to come in for SKCalalas. I don't necessarily mind it. The Honey Molasses can get some very good value, but with the amount of wall break on the map, it's just a question of, as time goes on, whether that gadget will be rendered slightly useless. Definitely far better on the right-hand side than anywhere else, but can be optimal on both sides. Again, with that gadget to hand. The Griff with the piggy bank, though, is going to prioritize opening things up very early on there on the side of Reconic. Max going to come in. We saw that a little bit yesterday, not very much on split, to be fair, but I don't know. I'm not too fond of this draft for SKCalalas here. Reconic have got a very good opportunity now to secure it with the third and final pick.
Yeah, they do. I don't mind the SKC comp, though, I will say. You know, I don't mind the Max and the B, especially because surely Griff, Ruffs, Shelly are going to be breaking up the map a lot. And if the map's going to be broken up, why are we seeing a Sprout? And especially with the speed that Max is going to bring to the table as well, it's going to be harder to hit those shots. Yes, he's going to be able to build his own walls, but is it going to be enough to really match what the wall break's doing?
It's questionable. It is a little bit, but I can see it. You can get a lot of value in that bottom left-hand side. If you get that wall to cover the majority of the bush as well, then it's going to break open that crossover, and then you're going to have a great time just ricocheting shots. But you're completely right. The SKCalalas comp is very, very aggressive in its nature, and if Reconic Esports don't establish early control and end up losing that, it's very hard to retake once you've got that utility behind the comp that they are running to really contest much of the objective. As we go into our first match, South America West. Christian already almost goes down there. Look at Exit, though, just hanging on for dear life. That's a great ricochet shot there from Toxic. You're allowed then to go to the left-hand side and help out JXCR, and so far, Reconic have a very good start here, Trap.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, they've got control of both sides, and Christian just staying aggressive as well, because he knows that's their home side. If he can just keep them back, then I don't think that kind of aggression was warranted, especially now Toxic has to rotate and JXCR is going to be pinched down. But Exic, he's died over this side once. Nothing really stopping him from doing it again. Great shots and a pinned in as well. Christian's going to clean that up, and still JXCR dominating the left.
SKCalalas are falling very quickly behind here. 60% is what Reconic have to their name so far. They've really struggled on this right-hand side to do anything at all. And now Toxic and JXCR are just making a home here on the left. Big break, but it's so little too late. I mean, this game is pretty much almost over. Just 10% now, and with 2 members of Reconic and a wall to add to the equation, chalk this one out, Trump. This game goes the way of Reconic.
I'm cooking. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just had a feeling, and Reconic are backing me up. I don't know what's going on, but that was a perfect display from them. Great, great stuff. They just dominated both sides the entire game. I think, what was 100 to 25% or something like that? They didn't even get their home zone. Never mind any of the opposing one. But they just played it so well. They were under calm. They were just calm, composed the entire time. And we didn't see any breaks from the Ruffs whatsoever.
Crashing.
Wow. For SKCalalas, they need to turn this around quickly. I want to see more from Exic on this right-hand side, because he didn't really have much of a lane, really. He's continuously struggling to really land the shots that he needs. Now, healing up. Christian, though, has got the range advantage and healing up so fantastically well there. Possibly running the heal gear as well. We shall see as the left-hand side wall goes down for Toxic. JXCR just going to sit behind it. No, Alchemical needs to get super. He needs to break that wall as early as he can, because otherwise JXCR is just going to be the immovable object there. And there it is. That's much better than now. And SKCalalas can reap the rewards of it. As Christian almost dies here. But no. Flip and reverse. Reconic stays firm in that bottom right-hand side.
And look how much control they've got as well. Can they get the percent from this little pocket? I'm not sure if they can or not. Maybe a little bit, but they broke it down anyway and reset it, trying to get it done now. And that's a good wall, surprisingly. Going to get bounced around on by Alchi, though. And now JXCR just moving around, trying to break some of these sandbags. And he's going to be breaking the wall, not the wall that's actually on the zone. And during this time, he's still getting the percent.
Was punished heavily as well. Tox will get the pickup. But now for the first, if only SK could stay alive there, we might have seen a big turnaround potential, but it's not going to happen now. Reconic are surely going to take this set, and they did it in incredible fashion. It wasn't even close. I feel like going forwards, SKCalalas have got a lot to learn from that one, and they might just be getting a bit overconfident. That last monthly finals win of April, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board quite quickly.
Yeah, that was really, really nice from Reconic, I will say. And, you know, SKC, I don't think they did too much wrong. Maybe the draft was what went wrong, kind of in my eyes at least. But they, like, in terms of gameplay, they didn't do much wrong. They just couldn't do much right because of how well Reconic were playing. They were just holding down their side so well. Sprout was hitting so many shots. Shelly was slotting on his own and just avoiding, standing behind the wall so they couldn't do anything. And we didn't see any strategy swaps from SKC either. No lane swaps or anything like that. It was just Christian versus Max on the left, on the right hand side dominating, and a 2v2 on the left that they couldn't win either.
Yeah, no sort of adaptations along the way. I was never really a fan of the Max pick, but ultimately, you know, they could have maybe done some readjustments. Place to be onto the grip is you know, still going to be a struggle, more or less, but SKCalalas definitely need to make some changes, and I wish I was sitting in your seat now, Trav. I've got to be honest. You might be looking at the predictions master making a fantastic return to South America today, but still early days nonetheless. Let's take a look at the stats as well. Great game for Toxic, wasn't it really? Christian was the one. The DPS was pretty much on the side all the way through of SKCalalas, but they just couldn't confirm the kills, and that's where Reconic were able to really cycle things forwards, stay on the zone more often than not, and yeah, maybe let's just chalk this one up for Reconic. Maybe Hot Zone wasn't the place for SKCalalas so far. Brawl, though, historically hasn't been a great mode for SKCalalas either. They've had some struggles, some chokes along the way here as well. So I feel like this might cater more towards Reconic in just the nature of their playstyle. That could be something which SKCalalas would need to take into account here. I think when it comes to the draft, you've got to consider the threat that is Shelly. Time and time again, people leave it open here, and it's just an easy goal scoring opportunity. Good to see that they are banning it on the right-hand side there. Reconic with the first pick of Max coming in, which I think makes a lot more sense here than it did previously to this in Split. Leon, as we send him for the first pick again, for the second time today on this particular map. The bans were Shelly, Stu, the M pick joins the Leon. Didn't quite catch the others here, but Poco, Meg, B, and Crow all out of this draft.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the Leon that was actually good, right? It might just be the South American meta that I'm just completely glazing over, but I think it was just the opponents that ZEST were faced against weren't at the same level as ZEST, not the Leon really being that incredible. So far, I'm kind of with the Reconic draft, the speed, the max. If they compare as something very good here, then yes, it's going to be an incredible comp. But on the other side as well, EMS is really nothing you can kind of just look past either. It's a very, very solid brawl on this map, and the super can scan so much.
Yeah, if you get super, you are in a formidable position just to really either hold a solid defense or go on the aggressive. South America really are enjoying Griff right now. I'm very curious to see later on today how Griff has sat into the North American meta and whether it still has a place, but certainly South America have picked it more than any other this weekend. It's interesting to see, and I'm not sure whether it's the pairing that I would like to see with the Carl and the Max. I was with you. I really did love that Reconic Esports draft and how that was shaping up to be. I kind of much prefer the Primo. I mean, if you time in those runs and go on the aggressive, all this SKCalalas comp could work really, really nicely, but they are going to be very much at bay to that Max on the other side of the field. It's a much more even draft now, I feel. I think it's always a great thing to have a wall breaker on the side of Reconic. I just don't know whether Grip was the one for me that they should have gone for, but how are you feeling now you can see the draft in its full form here, Trav?
I still kind of like Reconics. I mean, SKC, they've brought in the Primo. They've been bold with it. There's going to be a lot of DPS going towards him with the Max, the Griff. But we know a Primo can make a play no matter what. They can always force something through if the play's right. And I don't doubt that they'll be able to make some of those plays.
SKCalalas behind. Well, really getting so much of a look in Hot Zone, but Brawl is here. X was going to make a run for it there, and I was wondering whether he might have found the space for it. Quickly punished, though. And speed in for Toxic. Christian, though weak, can't really contest this left-hand side lane without some additional HP, now with damaged gear as well, but the Invisi Hill from Alchemical is good. They find him. He will survive on until Toxic gets the pickup. Will Christian be able to heal quickly enough to get a flying hook in? No. Reconic can play this a bit slower and steadier, but they do hold some great high ground with that break there from JXCR. Exic has got nowhere to be able to really maneuver on this left-hand side anymore.
Yeah, he knows he can't use this throw either because he needs it for the defense. The pass, and this doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if the pass doesn't get through because they just absolutely destroy him anyway with the DPS that they're able to put out. Primo goes down. 3 supers though. This is dangerous, but also 3 supers on the side of Reconic. Super going to be thrown out there, but the ball is over the right-hand side, and Lukita's getting the kill, but needs it passing back to Exic, and he just knocks him out of his range with his jump, which isn't great. Toxic feeling very ambitious, running into 2, dies, and that gives all control to SKC.
Central pass here, and it is going to be there, but the defense is holding for Reconic, and they managed to get it out again. Exic is not done yet, though. Trying. Oh, what a cancellation there with the suplex. Oh, the pass didn't quite make it, though. Some mistakes being shown here for SKCalalas. This should be a super shot. They didn't go for the super shot, but the HP. Oh, the mistakes being made, but they are delaying it. It will avail to a goal. Maybe they weren't mistakes. It's tough to see. Hesitations, though, certainly to be seen on that front. I'm not sure whether that was smooth, but a goal is a goal, Trav.
Yeah, nice shot from Christian there to get that down all the way to the super as well. This is a lot coming towards SKC right now. The pass to the left-hand side, the speed alone might even be the move. Try and get out of the way of this Primo jump, but actually lands directly on him, looking for another, but can't get it. Toxic's going to burn down JXCR. No piggy banks left in hand, so no kills, but Alchi gets scouted out twice there, and a complete waste of super from him.
DTS has the front of that one and does go down for it. Exic on his own is just going to try to take a couple of shots along the way, delay things as best he can, get super, but that might be not the play. It's fed a lot as we go into overtime here, but no supers are a very pleasing thing if you're looking at things from the perspective of SKCalalas there, because that would have been over for me if Reconic had just found that opening as the boxes went down to find the shot. Meanwhile, Alchi has got super as well as Exic as well. Big hits from Lukitas and a super to follow, but JXCR survives on until the flames will burn him down. Christian goes in, and it is that same thing of Exic versus the world. Can he get the ball in time? No! Oh, the line! A bit of a fumble there for Reconic, and a second chance for SKCalalas to be able to come out on top.
But still time as well. They've got the speed here, but they're surely going to be wanting to save this super. It's, I mean, X is just going to stand behind this wall, but another super's been got by JXCR. The jump comes in, but might have been a little bit too defensive. Now he does go down. Christian going to spin towards that right-hand side, does get the kill. 3v1. They need the DPS. They need to get him down before the Primo comes in. Flying hook towards the ball, gets it. Super's there. One pass, and the shot underneath. Reconic secure the goal, the game, and move one up yet again.
Oh, and the ironic thing there was that if Exic really stayed still or just trying to reposition slightly, he might have been able to save that, but it could have been readjusted. But look at that there from Toxic. He should have maybe even done speed there as well, just to try to close the gap. It is too close to call realistically there, but could have been smoother. On both sides of the field, there were mistakes on the side of SKCalalas as well. I love that play though from Alchi towards the end with the Invisible Heal, just defending for his life. But again, it is Exic versus 3 members of Reconic, and he's doing pretty well for the most part to be able to delay things enough for his teammates to respawn back in.
Yeah, JXCR is going to get the kill now though, and just out of range of Evans as well. Super thrown towards him, didn't get too much of a cycle on that one. Maybe a few more hits are going to be required to get that back, but obviously Primo did just use his as well, I believe, so not really going to have the best cycle for him either. But Christian with super here, it's dangerous position, knockback friend zone, great stuff from him, gets the takedown. No hype coming in from it though, must be using that extra damage. JXCR just trying to beam him down, but Alchi got the heals, and that's not enough to withstand all that DPS.
And not at all, but Toxic has got super now as well. Waiting for his teammates to cluster in whilst the takedown of Lukitas is there. Now Christian's got a great chance. Ooh, but he will get the takedown. Exic's got the gadget, but he's not there to be able to do anything about it. JXCR will score it. And that puts Reconic in a very, very great spot. They can delay this even more so, and the scoreline doesn't change. And they could be going 2 sets up here. SKCalalas have got to defend, and it is not going to be an easy feat. Friend zone on point for Lukitas, and that should buy some valuable time.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from Toxic though to try and get that ball back. Or back round him, should I say, and get the face shifter off, but Friendzone came down just in time for Lukitas, so nice play from him, but X is going to be jumping on in. Gets knock him out of range, and Piggybank does get dropped as well then, not sure about that. obviously was just out of range, but could have been better used with some wall break, but clearly wanted to play it defensively. Ketis just get his super, but also being burned down. Super come through. Toxic just going to go very aggressive on Alchie, and they're looking for more supers here. Carl's got his as well, going to go aggressive. Does just no, the Primo super, and that's all the shot in. Is a beauty from JXCR. Gets the game, gets the set, and that's 2-0.
That could well be one of the best goals we've seen today. And what a time for it. Beautiful stuff. And like we said, Trev, looking back at the predictions at the beginning of today, you could be onto something here. SKCalalas are being left in the dust, and you know, it's a rare thing to see going from what was an April monthly finals win to now in the present and not a single set on the board yet. They have been known to be able to turn things around sometimes, but you know, it's time is trickling down here, and it might be getting too much. Reconic Esports are in a great spot. Let's be honest. Their drafts are looking much better for me as well. For the most part, seeing through the strategies of SKCalalas, and it feels like this mid-season break might have done them some good.
Yeah, I mean, it really was some great plays coming out of Reconic here. Exec almost made this defense, but great spin from Christian there, and just off the line, pitch perfect from him, but not getting it in straight on the line. But this was almost a great defense as well. The fly note to get the ball was incredible from Christian, and as you say, maybe if Vexy did just stay in that spot, might have just been able to get in where that pass or the shot, but not really sure if that was a possibility. I think that's a goal no matter what in my eyes. Yeah, Alchie does go down there as well and just burning through. So much DPS coming out of the Max and the Griff that the Primo just wasn't able to do too much.
This goal though, look at this. Look at such a small margin for error there. To find the gap there, to thread the needle, it's not an easy shot at all. Statistically as well, I mean, you know, Reconic Esports had a much better time of things. A lot of that DPS will come off the back of that Primo pick that was on the side of SKCalalas for sure. 323 DPS for Toxic, 11 takedowns. A fantastic game for him. Dry season for Bounty. And this could be where it all comes to an end here for SKCalalas unless they start to really iron out some of these mistakes in the draft, which they've given themselves no space for mistakes. This has got to be right. Let's see, though, how they ban things out here. I feel like now it's kind of a weird thing to say, but Shelly's a bit of a must ban here for me on dry season. As the bans come in, will it be there? It is there for SKCalalas. Gene is the first pick, and one that I think makes a very good starting hand. Leon, Carl, and B were the bans on the side of Reconic. For SKCalalas to tick the Max and the Shelly. I do like the way things are shaping up. We're going to have some options here as there are 6 individual brawlers banned.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Gene being played out in the ZEST versus Revenge Gaming, and obviously Revenge Gaming kind of weren't at the same level of ZEST, but it didn't work out really that well whatsoever. I do like the Gus as a first pick though from SKC, kind of opening their drafts up a little bit, and obviously when you compare it with something aggressive, it does work very, very well, and we've seen it playing so defensively as well. But Gray was a brawler that's been extremely dangerous throughout today. We saw it in Layer Cake earlier on with Motep playing, and it was some of the best gameplay we've seen all monthly finals.
You can see there on the face of Toxic, they did not like that Gray pick. It was left open. They were probably looking to, you know, snatch it there, but I love the Gus. You know, we see it so much in other regions, not so much here, and it has a great, great place. Now they have to rethink their strategy a little bit. You can see that it has caused a little bit of a nudge now for Reconic. They're gonna have to adapt a little bit, and Mr. P comes in. You know, we are in that spot now as Mr. P becomes a bit more relevant, and it has a place in dry season for sure. There's so much of a defensiveness, isn't there, with this particular map, that Mr. P can just shoot over those walls, so you can't really sit there. And I think that that was a smart adjustment. But something along the lines of Brock, for me, would do greatness to add to this comp. They are lacking some DPS, some range as well, a little bit here. And some wall breaking would definitely go a long, long way. It's going to be body, though, instead, which I don't necessarily mind here.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I like the Reconic comp. It's rounded out quite well, I'd say. And Mr. P obviously would have been quite good against the composition they drafted if they didn't take it themselves. So probably a smart thing to do, just take it out the hands of SKC. And obviously with it being a great brawler at the moment, and with a lot of the pros around the world saying it's going to be, or is already the meta, it's probably quite a smart pick. But we're about to SKC for their last, and they're going to need 3 sets in a row. And as I say, after coming April monthly final winners to losing in the semi-finals against what is an underdog for the rest of the season, is not the place they want to be. Penny going to be the last selection from SKC, and I like it. You know, you're going to be splashing through a lot of those Mr. P porters. You're going to be able to play salty barrels and mortars to tank these gene pulls, and when that body comes in, if you've got some help, it shouldn't be too hard to clean it up either.
Interesting stuff. Well, I think the drafts are looking pretty decent. SKCalalas have a good one, but do they have the skill to match, as Reconic Esports are on an absolute tear at the moment, and they have all the momentum in the world. They've really struggled to get a game, you know, on the side of SKCalalas here, let alone a set. You know, this is the thing. Big early gadget pop for Toxic will earn themselves the blue star for Reconic, and that does give them options to be able to go straight back onto the defensive. Connections there from Exic will help a little bit, but we do see more and an aggressive side of things from SKCalalas. The lack of wall break for me is the main concern. If Reconic get the lead and can sit back, it could prove costly. Lucas oh, beautiful from Lukitas. Survives on there, gets out, gives the lead over the SKCalalas, and now they have themselves the advantage.
Yeah, Toxic was looking for a bit of a jump there, but didn't really want to over-aggress alone, and probably was a smart choice, especially with these. I believe the porters actually did remain alive, so should still be spawning through. But jump still available for Toxic now, so might want to pair it quite nicely with some more aggressive plays or some porters coming through to be able to tank as well. Gadget used by Exic there, and I don't know about that play. Really didn't do a lot in my eyes.
Yeah, got double value, the double connection, but then again, if there's no follow-up for it, the stars are not going to be going anywhere. They'll be staying exactly where they are. So questionable for sure, especially as time ticks on, but JXL with a missed ball there might also be feeling more over in favor of SKCalalas. The Vengeful Spirit's got some value, but Christian then on the left-hand side gets even more so. Brings the lead over. 2 stars now in favor of Reconic. And of course that blue star differential for any potential draws. Penny Torres there, but I like the way this is leading, and it could be smelling a match point situation for Reconic.
There you go, that's a much better gadget from Exic there. JXCR's very low as well, gets taken down, but Blue Star's still in the hands of Reconic. They need another kill, and Toxic's being burned down. Actually has to jump away, but the pull comes in. Great stuff from him to bring them in closer to Toxic, who's in this form. Gonna go and hunt down Alchi now as well, but it doesn't matter because they've already cleaned up the rest. Reconic Esports gonna be heading on to match point, and SKC just stood watching.
Never a great sight to see, is it, when you're taken down by a porter, but that was the situation that was left for SKCalalas to have to deal with. They just had no time, had no support to be able to really gain those stars back, and you can just see at the moment Reconic are so focused on the prize at hand. They would love to make the grand finals here today, and they are 1 game away from doing just that.
Toxic going to grab that blue star yet again. Walking Cane straight through that one singular wall. Christian's very low. Toxic's very low as well, but they're evening things out. JXCR's got to get Exic here and does manage to continue having this lead. 3 stars over Lakitas as well. Not going to be needed because they already have this 3-star lead, and actually JXCR's going to be the prime target of SKC now.
Tough spot yet again for SKCalalas, but JXCR's got pull now. He's got to land it, that's the thing, and provide the value to his team to extend this lead even more so. Alchi's taking the front of both Toxic and Christian, has got to retreat back as Exic tries to buy some time for him to do so. But this comp just hasn't really been feeling like it's got much synergy for me. A shield from Exic to Lakitas, but only really takes 1 shot, but the walking cane is where the value really is. Where's the follow-up? They finally managed to do it, but look at the stars back and forth. Still keeping the lead in favor of Reconic by a solid 5 there, and the blue star, and time is trickling down.
Yeah, Paul's still available as well, and if he does it through this unbreakable wall, it won't break any of those valuable defensive walls. Christian's going to go straight for the turret here. 1 more shot needed for it, and does bring it down. Bouncing those shots over. JXCR looking for the ball, does get it. Going to place that in the face, and actually the TP comes in as well. Lakitas needs to get the TP out, does that successfully, but it doesn't really matter. They do actually get the kill with the walking cane there, straight through the wall. Nice stuff from him, but it's still 4 stars. Toxic's got 5. He's got to be the target.
He is the one that they've got to focus their attention on, isn't it? But he's got jump now as well, so he's got that escape mechanism. As Christian tries to do his best on the left, he might even go down here. It's a trade-off. There's 5 stars between it now, and Toxic was able to evade that situation. Lakitas got no value for it. They've got to find him. There's no time for it. 10 seconds are remaining on the clock. It's toxic or nothing. I don't think there's enough time for them to realistically do much more than find him, and they're not going to be able to do it. Reconic Esports end it in style and go forwards to today's grand final, leaving SKCalalas in the dust.
That was just absolutely beautiful from Reconic. I will say they played so well throughout, and going from April champions to losing in the semi-finals against a big underdog like Reconic, they must have played it bad, and Reconic must have played it very well for this outcome. 6 in a row. That is beautiful gameplay.
You're winning a lot of friends, Trav, over at event.brawlstars.com if they listen, of course, to the predictions master. You put them down to go all the way today, and I've got to say, after that performance, it was flawless. They kind of looked to me like the favorites going in. Obviously, we've got to see what happens in the lower stages of the bracket, but what a way to start the day for Reconic Esports. Fantastic stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of these stats. SKCalalas need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. We've seen in previous months a little bit of overconfidence, and I think that was a positive thing for them in the long term, to be honest. They've got to be put in their place a little bit so that they can then go back to do that prep that they've got to obviously do. Exit had a rough day, didn't he, there with that donut, but Reconic there with 4-4-4 across the board. DPS all as well in equal measure. Everyone doing their bit, and this could well be their month.
I mean, it's big stuff for Reconic Esports there, and it's massive for their points as well. Getting to the finals, they might even overtake SKC if they manage to take everything, I believe. Then they're going to be in that LCQ spot. Obviously, this region does have 2, I believe, so they're not in a bad spot as it is in 3rd. Still 2 monthly finals after this to catch up as well, and now they're in a phenomenal position.
The MVP has voted for you guys over at event.brawlstars.com. Will go the way of Toxic. And a great vote that would be, and a great performance from him. Cannot wait to see more from this roster later on today in that grand finals. 1 semi-finals down, another still to come. Up next will be Level Esports versus LeaveNoWitness. And the question there is, will LeaveNoWitness go back to their winning ways? They haven't won a monthly final since March, but they managed to bag one in February and March as well. So, will they make the grand finals, or will Level Esports cause the upset? That is the question. We're going to be doing a little bit of a switch around here on the casting desk. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back after a very short break.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are still in South America West, and we had an absolutely incredible game for Reconic there, especially. We're going to be saying goodbye to SKC out of the competition, but we've got an incredible matchup coming up next as well. Level Esports versus LeaveNoWitness. Teddy, what do you make of this one?
Well, so far, my biggest takeaway is that you called yourself the expert of South America, called it your home region, and the predictions all going your way so far. I'm heavily impressed, as I am impressed by Reconic Esports that played phenomenally well against SKCalalas that were the April monthly final winners, if I recall. I mean, impressive stuff overall from them. They're going to be waiting in the grand final for the winner between Level Esports and LeaveNoWitness.
Yeah, they're waiting for their opponents, and they've been looking extremely good throughout today, but we'll see if it's Level Esports or LeaveNoWitness who joins them there. Let's take a little bit of a look at the Level Esports roster. Start with Jeremy, Weepy, and Todd. A little bit less of a familiar name other than LeaveNoWitness, who were on the Wacos in the previous months. I had backed them pretty much all the way throughout, but this month I just felt something kind of different. Jeremy, Weepy, and Todd, though. What do you make of this roster, Teddy?
Yeah, as you said, it's not necessarily the team that we are the most familiar with in the region. I believe from the top of my head, but I might be wrong, that they qualified in March for the monthly finals. But I think it was also like, a semi-final exit for them. They'll be hoping to make it further this time around, but they haven't shown us enough so far this year for me to really believe in them just yet. So a bit of a wait and see for me, but I'm really happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a LeaveNoWitness roster as well. These definitely a little bit more familiar. We've seen them time in, time out in these monthly finals, and we've seen them doing very well. As Art just said, they won February and March. April wasn't their month as they did lose to SKC, who have just taken a loss. So this might be their time to reclaim that crown once again. But they've got to get past Level Esports first, and after that, they've got a tough match against Reconic no matter what.
Yeah, on paper, I mean, LeaveNoWitness, they have a lot more experience at the top. Winners of 2 monthly finals, the first 2 of the year. They did end up going down last month, or in our last monthly final. That was in April, of course. It was SKCalalas that ended up taking that one home, but in all fairness, they're out of the picture now. So if LeaveNoWitness can win this one, it's going to be interesting to see how they would face against Reconic. But regardless, they have an opponent standing in their way, and that's none other than Level Esports.
Yeah, well, we will be getting into this match shortly and seeing who's going to be coming out on top of this one. And we know that especially for LeaveNoWitness, they need wins here. They need these points on the table. They are number 1, obviously, on that leaderboard, regardless, but they still need points. There's 2 spots, and with SKC and Reconic Esports straight behind them, narrowly behind them, I will say, they're catching up time and time again. And if LeaveNoWitness don't manage to win monthly finals, get to the finals consistently, then they're going to be dropping down, and they're going to be dropping out these LCQ spots. 3 months left, including this one. They need to keep up what they had before that break.
Yeah, there's about 50 points between LeaveNoWitness and SKC, and 60 between LeaveNoWitness and Reconic Esports. So if LeaveNoWitness end up dropping here, Reconic are going to be catching up at light speed, and that would be a big problem for LeaveNoWitness. They have a say in it now, but they got to pick up this win here first, and that is going to be a new challenge, as we haven't seen the most of Level Esports so far in 2023. We'll be opening up this matchup on Field Goal for some Brawl action. We saw earlier today when Field Goal was played that we had a lot of throwers being banned out. They can be quite pesky on those side lanes, but I'm curious to see what sort of approach we'll see here from our teams, as the predictions at home seem to be very much even. 50% for Level Up Esports, 50% for LeaveNoWitness. As
much as I like agreeing with the community, I think this is much more LeaveNoWitness sided than that poll does just say. I'd give it maybe 65-70 to LeaveNoWitness rather than that 50-50, but nonetheless, the community has spoken. Bans are in. We're on Field Goal, Crow, Max, and Stu bans from Level Esports. LeaveNoWitness going to get rid of the triple thrower, the Willow, Barley, and Dynamite, and I honestly can't blame them for this one either. They're kind of just getting rid of all the throwers and playing that kind of mid-range comp, I'd imagine, with this Nita first pick.
Yeah, I don't mind the Nita here at all, especially once the throwers are out of the mix. Like, they would be the real problem for Nita. So it seems like everything is very much going according to plan for LeaveNoWitness, at least in the early stages of this draft. Level Esports, sorry, have opportunities here to change things a little bit with 2 picks in a row. They did go for the bans of Crow, Max, and Stu, heavy mobility brawlers. And they'll go Shelly as their first pick, and I mean, I couldn't agree more with it. Shelly's in a great place at the moment, and I'm sure that on the lanes on this map, it can do tons of damage.
Yeah, I agree. It's just when that Nita bear's in its face, faux fur activated, it can struggle that little bit. But Gus, I think, is a wonderful selection from Level Esports again. The Shelly and the Gus combination, give a shield to the Shelly and let her go aggressive, especially with the movement speed. She's not going to be getting hit as much, so it's nice to see that little pairing. LeaveNoWitness back to them, have got 2 picks in a row now and be heading back to Level Esports for that last pick afterwards. You kind of got to expect LeaveNoWitness to stay to this kind of ranged approach, because now that they've got the Shelly, you can't expect tanks to be coming in. So that mid-range, long-range approach, they're going to need a mid here as well. Wouldn't surprise me if they gravitate towards a B or something like that. They're going to go for the Meg, though. They're going for a Meg. I'm not sure how I feel about that, Teddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It wouldn't really be my go-to, but I mean, it's not exactly a risky pick either. I just feel like there's a lot of better options available as of right now. B is still open as well, and I feel like could do a terrific job down in the mid. But I think the Meg would be played mid, so we would probably end up seeing a lane pick. There's still plenty of options available as well if they desperately want to go for a thrower. I was going to say there could always be Sprout, but they'll go for the spike instead, and I don't mind it per se. It's, you know, not a brawler that has the most weaknesses, except for the fact that it isn't exactly the most tanky. So if you can hit your shots and potentially with some more aggressive brawlers get up close, even though you do take a lot of damage against a spike, you'll be able to pretty much ensure the trade at least. And they'll go Buzz, which is a bit daring into a spike, but honestly, not the end of the world either. If you have your stun, the spike is going to be stunned. He's going to go down. He will hit you hard, but he's going down no matter what.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the Superstition's back as well. The Loco's got the shades on, and they're winning shades. Every time he wears those, they seem to do well, I will say. But he had that little flat cap on first. Now the shades are back on. I expect big things out of LeaveNoWitness. Obviously, the Buzz is going to be a great, great last pick, as you had just said. But I will say at the same time, not the best matchups on the lanes. You just Spike can keep him at a range. And if he can keep him at a range, it's going to be good. Lifeplank can tank that, and obviously the Bruce Bear can tank that grab as well with the Nita.
Yeah, well, so far he's going to be facing a Loco on the right-hand side, and he's able to get a nice little bit of supercharge already from keeping the Nita in range. There's a heal up also available near the Nita, and the shield is going to be popped. Jeremy, low HP, gets the heal, gets the follow-up. That's going to be a nice double kill, and he even gets a bit of his super back after that. A stun slots it in, and an incredibly quick goal here already for Level Esports.
Yeah, it's a really, really good start for Level Esports. Portok's going to throw down that super on the right-hand side. Alonso trying to push this ball forward to Loco, who can't be too far away from a Bears. There it is now, and that should be a big, big, great tank from him as well. Fofo was popped, the swing, and Todd's going to get knocked back as well. LeaveNoWitness going to even things out very, very fast after Level Esports came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, nicely turned around here by LeaveNoWitness. Is that going to be enough, as Level Esports do have that Shelly super at hand as well. Loco trying to close the gas. Nice slow from Pordogs, but no opportunity really to capitalize and reset the heals here. They'll be able to get out of that defensive position pretty much unscathed. Todd on the left-hand side, looking to push up, maybe catch the Nita off guard with that super, but so far taking his time and not rushing things. Eventually goes for the super follow-up gadget as well, trying to get that kill, but not able to get that final connection in time.
Yeah, he's using that shell shock as well, so won't be seeing any band-aid coming off him. And with no clay pigeons left now, he is going to start to struggle, but Jeremy's going to go in, and he might not even need another one as they are in an aggressive position. Loco's going to need another bear soon as well. Gets the heal off that ghost, and Portok's just surviving and out a little bit longer as well. Gets a heal off that life plant, and Jeremy being healed up over the right side with super. It's a dangerous thing to be looking at.
Yeah, pretty good stuff here from Level Esports, but eventually their push kind of deflates, and LeaveNoWitness now is a shot at doing some damage near that goal area. Alonso is going to get jumped by Jeremy, but the trade is there. Bull close to that red goal, but not quite close enough to score it, as they really don't have the positioning to capitalize. Instead, LeaveNoWitness was a bit of a counter-offensive. No, Jeremy does have pull that could be dangerous if he finds a target. He's showing that he has it, goes for the stun, only finds one. The follow-up stun does find both, but Alonso survives and finds Todd in the process. A 2v1 now against Weepy, but Alonso can't quite get a hold of the ball. And this is looking like it's going to be a very defensive early overtime here for Level Esports.
Yeah, Alonso gets that back as well. Loco throwing that bear forward still. I don't think he's actually got faux fur left, but gets slowed down by the shell shock. Great heals from him there towards the bear, but the gust shield going to be placed directly on Shelly. Nice super forward from Jeremy there as well, but doesn't get any of the heals off. Todd going to get the double heal up from those gust ghosts, but Weepy's quite low. Loco is looking to aggress him, but it looks like they're just going to start from square one yet again.
And Todd trying to dodge the curveball. Dodges the first, but not quite the second. This time around a bit better, but he does get hit by Alonso. Feeds that max super, and that should be enough at least to prevent LeaveNoWitness from taking a goal, but maybe they can even find one of their own. Jeremy is going to miss the pull. There's a super from Alonso, but he gets out of the max, so no more super for him. And this should very much end up being a draw unless we get a miracle final goal. But a second is all it takes here, and that second is very much going to be in favor of the defense of Level Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if LeaveNoWitness want to be able to win this one, they're going to have to not concede that early goal, because that was what really hurt them. When they took that early goal, I mean, they bounced back quickly, but after that, when the gadgets had been used up, when they weren't having as much success with the Meg, that's when it really started to be an issue. Gus hitting some good shots early on, but now through comes this curveball, and they're starting to look great once again. Jeremy does get the kill, surely got to be traded out though, and that he is.
Weepy trying to slow down the progress from Alonso. Alonso is shot away from being out of mech, but pops a gadget to heal up a little bit quicker. Finding some more connections. There's a ton of ghosts in the mix. Loco finds a kill. Taunt gets the trade. The Spike Super not really going to be doing anything there. But so far, positioning seems to be favoring LeaveNoWitness.
Portox throwing some shots down the right side, looking to try to find some curveball connections because the super right now would be quite useful in this goal face. Jeremy has that super as well, but through comes the need to stay behind it quite harshly. Otherwise, that super's getting a great super from Portox, blocking that whole goal off. They don't even want to try and get that one. Germany was flashing super, but there was no saving that.
Yeah, that was beautifully done by LeaveNoWitness. That Spike Super was the final nail in the coffin. A gadget from Jeremy finds one, can Todd score this one in, and he will find the timing just about. But he gets it done. And Level Esports, they even out the playing field once more. Another game that it's tied up 1-1. The previous one was a draw, but there's a bit more time here. And just a singular goal will be enough to decide a winner for this game of Brawl.
Well, Jeremy pushing down the side now, looking for a good, successful stun yet again. Gus Shield should be running out shortly, and Loco can't get a bear to tank any of these shots. Not sure if that swing connected or not, but the pass to the mid. Todd's there, needs to get his super, but can he defend this? Meg grabs the ball, the knockback from coming out of the mech. Portox might be able to stop this one now. The slow comes in. Weepy just gets the shot round, and they're going to be 1-0 ahead now.
Well done, Level Esports. Take game number 1. And, I mean, honestly, we thought this was a fairly one-sided match, but so far, Level Esports, I mean, they're showing us a very 50-50 couple games.
Yeah, they really are. Going to see that early clay pigeon coming out of Todd yet again. And Weepy does get hit quite hard by the mech through the mid. Going to be healing up. I think with the gadget for now, but Alonso needs to try at this mech straight away. Todd getting a hit and just manages to navigate his way up this left-hand side a little bit further, avoid some of these curveballs and get healed up yet again.
Yeah, Weepy missed his shield onto Todd, which is rather unfortunate for Level Esports, but Todd still has some great positioning, needs to be careful of that Spike Super, and that should be enough to take his life away from him, but never mind, he survived. Instead, his Portox that falls to Weepy, a stun coming through from Jeremy, can't quite chain it, but Todd has super, and surely he should be able to score it in, but it's sloppy. It's messy, and it's not going to work out for Level Esports. The stun makes a couple mechanic mistakes that are going to be biting them back later on.
Did you not even break the wall with that super? Maybe it did a little bit, but I didn't see it when it happened.
Well, he had time to catch it. Like, he passed the ball to the player first. Just poor timing.
Yeah, tough stuff from Level now, though, but there's the super again, and this time it doesn't go in once more. Loco might be able to make a good push through here, though. Weepy's going to go down, and they're going to need a goal. They're going to need something to happen because they don't want it to be 0-0 again and finish things with a draw. Mech available from Alonso does get it in time. Todd not going to get his super. The pushing coming through, and Loco's cycle bear here. Throw another one out, keep Jeremy at bay once again, and that's got to be a walk-in, and it's worthwhile. Get some super back as well. His is more valuable than Sweepers, and he's even going to field another shot by getting the heal off.
Incredible stuff from LeaveNoWitness. Level Esports dominant so far in that game, but not able to convert, not able to actually secure any goals, and instead LeaveNoWitness now take the lead with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, Bruce was very dirty towards the end of that. Needs to try and get another one. Does get it, but only when Jeremy gets onto him. The shield's been provided to him. Double stun, but the big knockback takedown. Weepy's going to be able to pass this ball through now, and there's no stopping that. Todd grabs it, evens it out, and now just one goal for Level Esports to take this first set.
Good stuff from Level Esports. Overtime looking more and more likely. A super from Portox does not find the connection, so Todd is able to fall back. Actually comes back to the action pretty much straight away. He has a super as well, in case things get a little bit too scary. Shouldn't be too scared to use it here anyways, because destroying the walls is not going to matter. Overtime will do that regardless. Jeremy has this done as well. He's going to go for it. Connection onto Loco. Follow up onto Alonso. Jeremy is still alive. Gets the super through. And a beautiful goal from Jeremy to close this one out. beautifully done, some amazing bus plays on his end, and honestly, an incredibly impressive opening set here for Level Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a great performance from Level Esports. We kind of, as you said earlier, we all came into this one expecting LeaveNoWitness to just walk away with it, complete 3-0 sweep and just dominate them. But Level Esports aren't having any of that, and I'm not sure if it's completely up to just how well they were playing. Maybe a little bit to do with that draft. I feel like the Neg just wasn't really doing enough in the mid. Got stunned too many times by Germany and absolutely wiped out. But, I mean, the Bus just played it very, very well. No matter how well you counter some of the opponents, you still got to play it perfectly.
Absolutely. It was done really well here by Level Esports. I mean, a lot of tough moments that they were able to just pull through and play at a very shockingly high level of gameplay. Some moments that weren't as great. We're looking at the Tom just earlier was a couple of fails in a row. Was that Shelly on goals that should realistically have been 3 goals, but it is impressive enough that they were able to win this despite a couple missed opportunities and quite honestly blunders on their end. So Level Esports coming in hot here with this opening set.
Yeah, very even scorelines, I will say, in terms of the statistics. But with that said and done, Level Esports, is it Level Esports Level Up? I feel like I'm one of those two. I'm kind of losing it. Level Esports.
Level Esports. Yeah.
Level Esports. They took the first set. Ring of Fire on Hot Zone will be the next one up, and this is going to be the decider. It's going to be pretty much 2-0 if Level Esports manage to do it again. But LeaveNoWitness need to be able to take this one because this is the big turning point.
Yeah, it's very impressive so far from Level Esports because this is their second monthly final appearance, at least on broadcast, right? Where they went past the quarterfinals. And last time in March, they got swept. They didn't win a single set. I believe it was against LeaveNoWitness as well. Back then, FA Marruecos. But this time around, I mean, they've already won more than last time. So that's impressive enough. We'll see this 2 first pick from LeaveNoWitness here on Ring of Fire as Level Esports go for a penny. Now I have a second pick in a row to try to solidify that comp. Maybe pick something that pairs nicely with that penny. It's going to be the Lou, which is really not half bad here. Once you get those freezes around the zone, it's just really hard to retake control for your opposition.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, I do like the Lou here, I will say. As you say, when stuff starts to freeze, it starts to freeze and you're able to cycle it time and time again. You just can't let that happen the first time. Got to be evading this as long as possible and not feeding them those supers. Stu, though, it's going to be one of those brawlers that can dodge quite successfully with the mobility that he does have. Obviously, the second pick now for LeaveNoWitness going to be coming through. We'll see what they do select. And I'm not really sure what I would kind of go for here. The bands are definitely some solid ones, and I believe we've actually got 6 bans as well, so it's quite heavy across the board.
Yeah, I just want to catch a glimpse of the draft from Loco's glasses as soon as, I think the camera is just a little bit behind time-wise, but as soon as it does, I want to see what the draft is going to be looking like. May actually have been some technical issue or something that they're back in the lobby now. We'll find that out soon enough, but his glasses coming in clutch to tell us some information there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing. I said he's going to need them. It's a bit of a superstitious thing that he wears them and they get some wins, but obviously he lost the first set, still continuing to wear them just to help us see that they actually had an issue with the draft and they were back on that home screen. So at least that's a little bit helpful in our eyes. Some technical issues coming through between these 2 teams here. We'll get back into that draft shortly. And I imagine it'll have to be the same for the most part as the draft seemed pretty good so far for Level Esports. They really won't want to change things up.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like things were lining up quite nicely for them. They have a lot of momentum as well, winning 2 games in a row. That first one was a draw, but I mean, they'll take it, At the end of the day, they're looking like the better team in this opening set. And I don't feel like that draft was like crazily in their favor or anything. I think they just played a lot better and were more consistent. And even though they made some mistakes, it was still plenty enough to take down LeaveNoWitness. And if they didn't make as many mistakes, it would have been even more one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the draft does have to be that a little bit better from the LeaveNoWitness. Like, I didn't really like the Mega All. As soon as it was selected, I was a little bit questioning, but I didn't think it was going to be as bad as as it was in the game. But the drafts weren't that that one-sided anyway to level esports, because I like the Nita and the spike lanes quite a lot. Obviously, they did have Shelly as well, which is always a helping hand in competitive Brawl Stars at the moment, and just on ladder as well. So it's going to be a good tell to see who is going to be able to get the better comp here, and see if LeaveNoWitness having a better comp is going to allow them to win this second set and even things out, or if level esports are going to be able to expand that lead. We'll be seeing exactly the same draft up until the point where we had those technical difficulties, and should be a Lou up next, and then we'll be back over to LeaveNoWitness for 2 picks.
You're absolutely right. So this is where the draft ended for us on stream. There's now 2 picks in a row for LeaveNoWitness to complete their comp, and then obviously the final pick for Level Esports. So far, a surprising semi-final match was a very strong Level Esports showing up today. It's going to be Gus that follows up for the comp of LeaveNoWitness. We did see a Gus in the previous game. I believe that was on the side of Level Esports. It did quite well overall. Let's see if it can find similar success here on Ring of Fire, but then on opposing teams.
Well, Otis going to be the next pick from LeaveNoWitness here as well. I do kind of like that. They're going to be able to shut quite a lot down. But I mean, if Level Esports are able to get a good last pick, then I feel like I'm going to back their comp once again, because Lou is just too strong to ignore. Still stuff like Pam still on the board or anything like that. Tara we've seen played out here as well to some good success. Amber also still available as well with that slowing down fire, which doubles down in that mid as something that's going to be an issue for them to walk over. So we'll see if Level Esports do opt to go for one of those, and they're actually going to go for the Eve, ability to kind of levitate over the water and add a bit more ground to the mid.
Yeah, it's a pick we saw also earlier today on Ring of Fire in this region. I mean, it was in the east side of South America, but it seems like one of their more popular options when it comes to Ring of Fire, and it's an interesting one because we've seen in other regions some play of Eve on Ring of Fire, but not nearly as consistently as here in South America. Let's see if it works out better for Level Esports than it did for whoever picked up Eve earlier, because I don't think that was very successful, the last Eve we saw here on Ring of Fire.
Well, we'll see if they do any better this time. Alonso gets a great shot off, and another follow-up as well onto Weepy off the start. Really, oh, and another 3 for 3 so far. Does miss that one over on top, but here's 4 for 4 on Weepy. Beautiful stuff from Alonso. He's playing flawlessly, gives the shield over to the right as well, and this is the start that LeaveNoWitness wanted.
Perfect gameplay there from Alonso, single-handedly pushing Level Esports back to their spawn. And Gus isn't exactly a duelist kind of brawler. He's very much a support brawler. And don't get me wrong, he can still win plenty duels, but to get so many shots to connect so early on is incredibly impressive. And LeaveNoWitness, I mean, they truly are not leaving any witnesses this time around.
Yeah, this Alonso is a machine. He's just hitting shot after shot after shot, and this might be an 100-0 game. Jeremy's trying to make a break round the backside, but not making it anywhere. Shield provided to Loco once again, and that should be another kill onto Todd. He's going to go for the burn down damage in the final shot. 90% now, and they're looking to try to keep it a clean sheet. They have done so far, and that's going to be 100-0 as LeaveNoWitness. Perfect game.
All right, Alonso, relax. Relax. Give them a chance. Let them, get out of their spawn for a second. That was a drastic difference going from Brawl that was fairly dominant for Level Esports to now Ring of Fire, where, I mean, Level Esports may as well have stayed AFK. The result would have been the same.
Well, heading into this game now, it seems Weepy's done already better. 3% on the board. This is a win for Level Esports as it is, but now Alonso's starting to hit some more shots, pushing them back that little bit further. But Jeremy just trying to pinch into the mid, and this is actually a much closer game already as the fat splat is forced out on the left-hand side. Keeps Jeremy back a little bit further, but Todd versus Loco, definitely a closer match as well.
Percentage-wise, it's much closer, but the fight in the mid is pretty much over for now, and LeaveNoWitness are the winners of that encounter. Jeremy getting pinched heavily. Is able to survive for now. Bit of a poor gadget there from Pordox. Jeremy able to go back for a flank, and with the crossfire was Weepy. It's going to be resulting into a kill. Loco is in trouble as well. Might just be happy taking down that mortar and repositioning. So far, it seems like he just wants to hold on to that position. Talon gonna go for a gadget, and yeah, obviously that's gonna be a free kill onto Loco.
Yeah, great stuff here. Well, they're gonna have that mid control yet again now, but they are still just that little bit behind. Loco's pushing back onto the zone, but that super is gonna be great for Weepy. Actually, he's gonna get hit twice and push back. Only one more shot, and he'll be going down. Super coming across the nice mortar shots. Loco's going to go around this left-hand side, though. Jeremy places that super. That's going to be quite influential if it does pop, but Loco's trying to stop it. 5 HP, and it does go off. That's nightmare for him. But during that, Alonso did reclaim that mid a little bit more.
It's nearly even now. What a contrast between Game 1 of Hot Zone and Game 2, as Level Esports now actually overtaking the lead in the second half of this game. As Alonso is going to be shielding up Loco, and he hasn't been able to get as much value this game as he did in Game 1.
Yeah, just trying to claw this lead back now. Weepy's down to one shot, and Jeremy cleans up that left-hand side. Now there should be some mid-control back in the hands of Level Esports, but Alonso's playing it so well. Got the shield available as well, and provides that to Loco. Surely going to be able to go on a tear down this left-hand side. And now, it's very back and forward in terms of percentage, but LeaveNoWitness slightly inching towards this control that little bit more.
And Loco is going to be dashing around on the left, but Jeremy is able to predict his movement quite nicely. Level Esports back in the zone, only a couple percentages behind. The mute onto Weepy should create a little bit of space as he gets stacked up as well, but Level Esports back in the lead now, dashing from Loco. Portox also low HP, but Todd is gonna fall. It's only Jeremy left alive, powerless in this situation as Portox claims the final kill. Final 2 kills, as a matter of fact, and LeaveNoWitness are gonna take this set home. 1 each.
Well, I mean, that was very nice from LeaveNoWitness. They kind of completely flipped it from the first, where they did seem to get dominated quite hard. A little bit back and forward in that one, but this one did seem very one-sided. 100-0 in that first game really made their mark in Hot Zone. Scared him a little bit, but then they did bounce back in that second. Level Esports did a lot better. It was incredibly even game right up until the final whistle, but it was LeaveNoWitness who did manage to take it. Obviously, we're going to Crystal Arcade next, so that will be deciding who goes up once again. But at the moment, LeaveNoWitness are going to be the ones with the momentum on their side.
Yeah, it's very well done by LeaveNoWitness. I mean, after Brawl, I feel like, you know, it would be easy to be demoralized and feel like you kind of messed up with your draft and you're facing a team that is very threatening. But that statement from Game 1 of Hot Zone is something that very few teams are capable of at this level, and LeaveNoWitness, I mean, that was very cold-blooded. The second game was much more competitive for Level Esports, but even then, it wasn't quite enough for them to really stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, LeaveNoWitness just had the better stats, more kills, a lot more DPS, and 3-1-2's really not showing a lot in a game of Hot Zone. You know, you need more kills than that, and it seemed like LeaveNoWitness were just farming, absolutely farming throughout that first game, and that's where the majority of their statistics came from. I'm sure they might have even been negative in terms of KD throughout the second one, but that first just clawed it so much in their favor. And with it being 1-1 now, I feel maybe they are back to being the favorites yet again, whereas Level Esports are just dwindling a little bit. They didn't seem to have that same energy in the second set as they did the first.
Crystal Arcade is where we are heading next, and this is going to be the chance for one of those two teams to take the lead once more. Is Level Esports going to be able to recover from that pretty tough Hot Zone set they just had to go through? Is the momentum for LeaveNoWitness going to be enough to take back the lead? Let's find out, as Nira is going to be our opening pick for LeaveNoWitness as they band out Squeaks2 and Max. Lots of mobility out of the mix. We'll see a Griff first pick from Level Esports, and they also banned both Max and Stu, but also added Shelly to the mix.
Yeah, well, Ruff's going to be the pick from LeaveNoWitness here in the second one, and I do really like it. I like the Ruffs, I like the Nita, great side lanes, whereas Griff, definitely a South America pick. It's just a part of that South America meta that we've been talking about. But B going to be the last pick of LeaveNoWitness, and I think that's a great pick as well. The Nita, the Ruffs, great lanes, whereas Gus, I imagine, is going to be playing through that mid against the B, so we'll see what second lane Level Esports do choose to take. Maybe something like a Carl might be a solid pick. He'll be able to pierce through the sandbags, pierce through that bear, and it might even force out that Meteor star power from Ruffs.
I like to comp here from LeaveNoWitness. Again, Griff, not necessarily the brawler that we see the most in general, but it's the second time we see it picked in the matches I casted, at least. So that is quite interesting from Level Esports. They'll go for a Spike final pick. Not sure why, to be completely honest. I mean, it's fairly rare in general to see a Spike last pick, but when you're not facing any tanks, I feel like it's maybe a bit of a missed opportunity to, you know, find something a bit more suitable. I feel like something even like a Sprout could have done fairly well on lane here, considering the B and the Ruffs can be quite vulnerable to it.
Yeah, it would have been a good option. I still think Carl would have probably been the best pick.
Yeah.
We're flying hook towards them as well, and it's really difficult for me to see why they'll have gone for Spike, and it might just be, yet again, South American meta that's that little bit better, but it will outrange both Nita and Ruffs, and it does such a good job of just being able to move that pickaxe around the walls as well. Portox and Loco trying to pinch down Weepy here, and even Alonso joining the party too.
Well, so far, the Spike pick not exactly working out as it goes down. Jeremy also knocked back by Alonso. Alonso has wall break now as well, and he's going to be opening up the walls on their side of the map to remove those aggressive points where Level Esports could try to use that cover in their favor and keep LeaveNoWitness away from the mid. I kind of like that idea, to be honest, because there's quite a bit of outrange across the board here in favor of the B, and needs to be careful, but he does get that pickup. That's Shem 8 now in their pocket, and with another one spawning right about now, LeaveNoWitness are literally just one away from a countdown.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like they're dwindling, especially after that last set. We saw 100-0, and now we're seeing 10-0 in terms of gems. Don't really look like they're going to be able to get very far trying to get this reset either, as Jeremy's going to fall, Todd's being held back, Super's going to be dropped on him as well, and he doesn't even evade that. Portox looking for the kill, but he throws a Super there. He's not going to do anything on the offense. Weepy slowed down, and that's a game to LeaveNoWitness yet again, and they're just running away with it now.
We went from a match that looked like it might be Level Esports in the driver's seat. It wasn't for long until LeaveNoWitness shifted gears, and now with 3 games in a row, they are definitely showing which team here has the most experience and maybe even punishing some of the confidence that Level Esports built up.
We're back again for game number 2 of Crystal Arcade, seeing if we're going to have the same result or if Level Esports are able to put up more of a fight. Loco, though, so far seems to be more of the same story in the mid, and the lanes definitely going the same way too.
Yeah, it is very interesting how versatile LeaveNoWitness players are. If you think about the fantastic Gus performance that Alonso had earlier, and now we see Loco on the B, it's brawlers that quite often would tend to be played by the same player, since it is the same sort of sharpshootery sort of mechanics. But it is going to be Loco this time around, doing pretty much just as good as a job as Alonso was doing in Hot Zone, and was a very dominant position in the mid. Weepy being chased down by a bear. It's looking like pretty much the same story as game 1.
Yeah, they kind of needed to 3v1 the bear there. The bear was 2v1ing 2 of the Level Esports players, which is never a good sign. Slowdown coming on to Weepy now as well. Going to have to use the shield himself to try and stay alive, but he's not even going to do that. They're kind of accepting defeat at this point. Alonso and Loco just really playing with the food right now, and this is going to be yet another 10-0. We saw 100-0 in Hot Zone and 2 10-0s in the gem grab. I don't doubt that they're going to be able to win this next one.
It seems more and more likely, and to be honest, I remember in the first month, right, in February, when we started casting SA West, a lot of people from, you know, chat and all were saying that FA Marhuecos, which is now LeaveNoWitness, were by far the best team in this region. And we jump into the first match, and they looked terrible. They looked really bad. Even in the grand finals, they looked bad. It looked like they were going to lose. But suddenly, they started just playing really well. And I feel like it's one of those teams that maybe starts a little bit slow sometimes. I don't know if it's because they don't necessarily warm up or come as prepared as other teams, or once they take their time to adjust and get the engine hot, well, there's no shutting them down anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it must be difficult for Level Esports to not be able to do anything, you know? Like, they can only blame themselves because it was their draft, right? Like, I didn't like the spike really at all. And maybe if they'd gone for something different, the lane swap could have been made. Even if they were losing one of them, they could have won the other one. But at this point, the Griff just doesn't really shine for me. If you're going to be losing lane to Anita the entire game, you need to just go for the break early on, possibly even feed her one bear, not give her another one, and just play the open lane with the Griff against Anita, and that's something you should win. But it seemed maybe that wasn't the play that they went for. 1-1-1 for Level Esports, not a good sign whatsoever, whereas 3-4-4 for LeaveNoWitness is much, much better.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a bit of a lack of adjustments on the side of Level Esports, where there's possibilities of lane swaps or lane stacking early on, and we just don't really see any sort of answer. It feels like they lose the game and then they try pretty much the same strategy, which just, you know, you can't really expect a different outcome if you are having the same strategy. But regardless to that, shooting start for set number 4, and already an early Eve pick once again. It is a map where we do occasionally see some Eve, but again, not so often anymore, and even more rarely as a first pick, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Eve, I'm not convinced by it, and we weren't really convinced by it in that Ring of Fire game either, but it does have that ability to levitate over the water, jump over some of these walls as well in the right moments, and even jump out of certain situations. But Sprout, Jean, to me, much better picks in my eyes, but we've seen LeaveNoWitness make some things work. But technically, when their draft wasn't great and when we didn't think their draft was that good, they did lose that first set. So maybe we could be heading on to a set number 5 here if Level Esports can make something happen with the draft they've got at the moment. But we can't count them out just yet. They do still have 2 picks, and they might be able to turn this draft around.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like Eve's best sort of matchups would be against, you know, something like a Jean. Like, it could be a lot more worse than that, is what I'm trying to say. I like the Grom. I think I might even prefer it to Sprout at the moment on Shooting Star, but both are absolutely fine options. But at least they have a thrower on their side. Are we going to see something like a Sharpshooter, maybe? I would have suggested a Max with this comp, but they ban it out themselves, so that's going to be out of the question, and they will go for the Gus. So I'm not the biggest fan of their comp. I prefer the comp from Level Esports, especially with the RT now added into the mix. It seems a little bit more balanced, a bit more traditional, and usually those sort of comps that are a bit more classic, they tend to be because they've been successful.
Yeah, I mean, they did make up for what their comp started with, right? Like, I wouldn't first pick Eve ever on this map. It probably is one of Eve's better maps, but still, when some of the stuff's open, probably wouldn't be my first pick, but I feel like they made up for it that little bit more. You know, Grom's very, very good in the mid here, and if you're playing that Eve and Gus down those lanes, then they definitely have a bit of a chance, especially with the shield that Gus can provide. Not really any aggressive brawlers that pairs well with that shield, but you can keep some of your teammates alive.
Let's see how that fight for the blue start is going to start off here, as some nice stacks from Todd will keep Alonso at bay, and it is going to be Todd to pick up that blue star. Level Esports ahead by 1.
Yeah, just some shots being thrown out by Todd now, trying to keep Alonso back, but if anything, Alonso just needs to try and get rid of this grass that Todd's going to be hiding in for pretty much the entire game. Now, has this super wall available for Todd now, but it seems like LeaveNoWitness are slowly but surely pushing them back into the spawn, and at a certain point, they won't be able to go any further back.
Alonso a bit aggressive on the right side, but so far not really punished, looking to find some angle onto Jeremy, is able to tank him up, and Alonso shouldn't be too far away from his super, nearly takes down Jeremy. Instead it's going to be Loco that gets that kill. Portex jumps away just for safe measure. And Alonso, if he can get his super, that could be enough to get a free kill.
Yeah, that's something they've got to be scared of, but now we're seeing Todd cycling out his gadgets, and a flip of fate here, as it now seems that Level Esports are the ones with all the control and LeaveNoWitness are the ones retreating. Maybe they should have tried to keep that control and not push back, but Vengeful Spirits, only one of them came out and one of them went towards Loco. It did make a connection and brought him kind of low. Wall down on the left-hand side. That should see Alonso just moving over and taking that lane and allowing Portox to just rotate over.
Yeah, Jeremy missed his pull onto Loco, which is quite huge. That would have been enough to turn that lead around easily. It was 2 stars in their favor, but it's not quite going to be the case here. Now suddenly there's not as much utility left here for Level Esports to work with getting into that retake, as LeaveNoWitness only need to hold on for another 10 seconds, and that would be match point in their hands. Jeremy shouldn't be far away from Pool. He does unlock it now, but it's going to be another whiff, and not even close, really. They did get a kill on the left-hand side. I think Todd got a kill on the left-hand side, and at the end of the day, it is Level Esports that take that game.
It was so close. He just walled him out in time, and I think actually as the end of the game hit, he would have been walled in with him, but there just wasn't enough time to get those finishing shots. If I'm not sure if the wall just tanked a couple of them. It was very hard to see in that closing second, and honestly I wasn't looking at the timer, I was looking at what was going on. I thought they were going to get the trade, but actually Level Esports did come out on top, and now only one game off of set number 5.
Yeah, I was looking at the right-hand side because there was a gene pool. So it was a little bit all over the place there. A lot of individual fights as well, rather than a big, massive final brawl. But again, the blue star going to be picked up by Level Esports and LeaveNoWitness. They need to get back into the action.
Loco's pinned in there, can't get anywhere out unless the gadget gets the finish off, but Alonso trying to avenge his teammate, but Jeremy going to get the pull. Great tank there as well. Wonderful stuff from Alonso. I thought that was just going to be a hit and a man down, but did manage to survive it. And Jeremy's very low now. Loco got to find the finish off, but can't quite do it just yet. Regardless, LeaveNoWitness getting this control back nicely.
Nice pickup from Jeremy onto Loco. Alonso is low HP as well and forced back. Nice stack from Weepy onto Pordogs. A follow-up and the gadget from Weepy to claim that kill. So far, everything is going the way of Level Esports as they're getting closer and closer to that 5th and final set.
Yeah, they're getting a team wipe now as well, and possibly even a little bit more after that kill. You see that little pets being placed down there, but the pull is beautiful and actually hits this time. Loco gets a few connecting shots, but it's 11-0, and we're going to need more than a team wipe now, I believe, and actually a team wipe will just about do it, but I don't know like the chances of getting this team wipe. 30 seconds left. Jeremy needs to go now, needs to get the shots through, and the super and the shot do finish it. Todd looking to be hunted down here. They get the kill. Weepy is going to survive though, and has got this legs drop form, so don't really want to regress too much on him, but they've got time to bring this back here.
Yeah, Todd has a wall. He's going to have to use it very strategically. Nice jump from Pordogs to stay up and participate in that final fight. The wall is going to be on the left-hand side, just making it a bit trickier. Another kill. It's 2-star difference, but no final kill here for LeaveNoWitness, and Level Esports bring it back. We are going to set 5.
I'm honestly not sure what really happened at the end there. I think they thought they had the lead even with like 3 seconds left when it was flipped around, because he was still retreating. I don't know if you saw that as well, but the Gus was running back even though they needed another kill. So I'm not sure if I saw that right, or if, you know, you'll correct me or someone in the chat will, but it seemed like they thought they still had the lead, but they just didn't end up having it.
Yeah, I think it was just incredibly messy, Trap, and just like the first game as well, where it was like fights left and right. I mean, this one, it was more of a team brawl. But at the end of the day, it seems like in this chaos, Level Esports managed to shine. And to be honest, it makes sense, right? Usually, if you play very structured against a team that has more experience and that is considered as better than you, it will be in the favor of the team with the more experience. If you manage to make the game incredibly chaotic, it evens out the playing field more. And it seems that that was truly the case so far for Level Esports, that managed to find great success in this game mode as well, despite the chaos left and right.
Yeah, well, we'll be down to this last set to decide who's going to win it, and obviously statistics is bounty. They're going to be in favor of the people who have got the most, at least the kills will be 4-2-1 from the side of Level Esports. We're only 4 in total for LeaveNoWitness with 2-0-2 there, so not a bad performance out of Alonso and Loco, but I feel like we kind of expected a little bit more out of LeaveNoWitness's draft there. I did like Level Esports draft going into it a little bit more, but I felt like LeaveNoWitness could have made up for that with what is probably the more skillful team with the amount of multi-files they've got in their bag. We are going to be decided on Kaboom Canyon in Heist. This is going to be the 5th set, so no more after this one. Whoever wins this set goes on to face Reconic in the finals.
Kaboom Canyon coming up, the land of Colette and 8-bit. Not as much today as it once was, but the Colette will be banned already. I saw it on the left side of the screen. Loba is going to be the first pick here from LeaveNoWitness. It's no stranger to Kaboom Canyon, but Brock is definitely a pick we've seen much more often just easily break open your side of the mid, which gives you easy access, first of all, for early mid control, but then also, well, it removes cover for your opponents. It can be very valuable. We'll see the 8-bit on their side too. The Eve is going to be banned this time around, and I mean, I think I like that ban just for the fact that I don't want to see any more Eves today, because it hasn't looked all that good so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're banning Eve because, you know, they think it's good, or it's just too much of a temptation to pick it if it's on the table. So
yeah, maybe they
that's
thought it was time to pick, you know.
But I do like the body. I think that's really good. But we saw, you know, a circumstance with Level Esports, not Level Esports, 8-bit in South America East just a little bit earlier on, where 8-bit just dominated so hard. The TP's up, and it was actually on safe zone, a completely different map. But we know the damage that this is going to be able to output if it's paired with the Brock in this damage booster. We're going to see Shelly coming out from LeaveNoWitness. I really like that pick.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it might struggle if Todd and Weepy do an incredible job at landing those shots with Brock and 8-bit, or of course if they end up swapping that brawler with someone else. It doesn't really matter. My point is, it doesn't quite have the same amount of range, but if it gets up close, and it can definitely dodge Brock shots, for instance, very easily, it can be a terrifying idea here for Level Esports. They're going cold, so they want to open up that map, remove every single bush, and just play range.
I mean, if they get unsafe even for a few seconds, it can be gone at this point. The DPS that this comp can put out, especially with the damage booster, it's very, very dangerous. And you can't blame them really for going this much wall break. They need to get rid of all this grass, because not only is Shelly very fast in terms of her actual name of her speed is very fast, she's going to have the speed boost thanks to the gear as well in this grass if it still remains. So I kind of expect Jeremy and Todd just to try and get rid of it, and then just keep control and have that one burst onto the safe.
Absolutely so. And I mean, even without considering speed boost, the speed gear, sorry, going into that boost is going to make it harder for the Brock to hit his shots. And so far, Loco is already closing the gap. Jeremy is one shot, and Loco will fall back. But so far, mid control seems to be in favor of LeaveNoWitness, which is a bit unusual when usually you have mid control when you open up that wall on your side.
I mean, Loco is just so fast in these bushes. Look how fast he can move. He can be reactive instead of proactive with these dodges. And now he did get knocked to the pit, but still has that band-aid. Down goes that booster, and it's actually going to be giving it more of a radius rather than giving some speed, and I actually don't know if I like that too much. We'll see this place down now, and only 2% damage has been dealt, make it 3, but we're seeing some kills come through, and that booster now is going to go down, and Portok's going to have just a few shots on safe to get that lead extended a little bit more.
Yeah, the super from Jeremy not really going to find all that much value besides removing a couple bushes. An aggressive damage booster from Weepy, which is not going to last for very long, and since they didn't really get any kills from it, it's a bit of a waste of a super to me. Loco was the pickup onto Todd, and chance here to let Alonso just rain havoc across the map, finding a kill on the right, getting some damage onto Jeremy as well. Jeremy's one shot. Portox will take him down. This is a stomp and a half here in favor of LeaveNoWitness, and even though they've had the entire map under their control, it's only a 31% lead.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is something I hadn't really thought about. How are they meant to hit shot? Like, they're just not hitting anything, especially on Loco, and Alonso's just stood there dealing damage. Loco's just holding the right-hand side. You don't see him overextending. You don't see him doing anything stupid. He's just doing what he's meant to do, and it's just perfect.
Alonso was another ego available. It's not going to last for very long, even with the gadget. But LeaveNoWitness are still steadily in the lead, and they don't need to finish off that save. They just need to prevent Level Esports from taking any sort of map control again. And without a doubt, Level Esports are going to need some changes getting into the next games, because a match point is looking more and more likely to be on the horizon, even though there is a little bit of a team wipe here. Or nearly, as Portox does survive, and he finds a kill on his way back as well, and Whippy's not going to get past the mid. LeaveNoWitness with a strong statement here, unlocking a match point.
I mean, that's another dominating performance again. They didn't take a single shred of damage on their safe and got the opposing side down to 25% at the end. So another great performance from LeaveNoWitness. It kind of seems like the wins that we see LeaveNoWitness take in terms of sets, they sweep the floor with their opponents, but the ones they lose have been very close. In my eyes, they do deserve to be winning this one, but it's just down to Level Esports leaving Shelly so far open. A triple left side here. Ambitious from them.
Well, they needed some changes, right? Don't think that was the change,
yeah,
but it was worth the shot.
I'm honestly not really sure if it was worth the shot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a worse start than the last one, but at least they haven't taken as much damage early on this time. Loco's just making the move down the side as well now, and he's just completely walking over them. Going to see that turret being placed again, and it's probably going to go down just as fast as it gets placed at this point. Loco's still alive, and the rest of them there as well. Jump comes in from Portox, so he's just going to go for damage, not even going to try taking the opponents down.
Yeah, Alonso as well, just making sure he gets as much value on that safe as possible. He's actually going to go for some duels at the end of the day. And I mean, he wins one, might even take down Todd, but Todd has some nice movement there. It's going to be low HP, and Portox is able to find a connection onto Jeremy as well. Portox probably just wants to get close enough to his super to get to that save. We did see a rocket rain onto the red save, and at last, Level Esports gets some damage on the objective. But it's only 20%. They're still 22% behind Level Esports, behind LeaveNoWitness. And so far, there's no real signs of catching up just yet.
Yeah, Portox looking for another jump as well. Super going to be used by Cole. Actually did catch up with Bonnie thanks to that slow movement speed, and with a minute on the clock, this game could be done quite fast if Level Esports get on safe, and they do. That's just a Brock Super and one clip from Colt, and already 31% damage done, but Loco's making the move. Super going to completely miss, and he's going to need Weepy to come back and help him, and Band-Aid activates. They clean up top, and now this is going to be more damage for LeaveNoWitness, and Jeremy still can't hit him.
LeaveNoWitness still very much in the driver's seat. Level Esports was not a lot of wiggle room at this point. 40 seconds left on the clock. They are finding some kills here and there. Portox goes down. Loco is back from the dead though, and he's closing the gap quickly on that right lane. Alonso is low HP. Jeremy's gonna clear him out with a super. Nicely done by Weepy and Jeremy on the left hand side. They're gonna get a couple more connections on safe. Only 12% separating both teams, but it is still LeaveNoWitness with the lead.
Well, being added to now, Loco's trying to pinch around, get Weepy down, but another turret tank as well. Loco gets the kill. Damage gear is activated. I think his Band-Aid actually just stopped the damage gear, but it's not going to matter anyway. 7 seconds left. LeaveNoWitness clean up shop. They're going to take the win. They're going to go on to the finals. Close game, but Level Esports are knocked out in the semis.
So much improvement from Level Esports. Some would even say they leveled up since the last time we saw them in the March monthly finals. They got swept by LeaveNoWitness that time. This time around, it's an incredibly close 3-2 matchup. But LeaveNoWitness still a step ahead. And again, gonna be one of our contestants in the grand finals as they make it all the way to the top of the bracket once more. Their opponent, Reconic, is gonna be waiting for them there, as we'll get to our grand finals in a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, look at these highlights as well. It was just all-out control for LeaveNoWitness, especially in this first game where it was just so dominant. Loco just couldn't be hit throughout pretty much the entirety. Yes, the second one did go a little bit better, and no, it wasn't thanks to their triple left strategy off the start, because that definitely didn't go to plan. But overall, all it takes is, you know, a few clips of a Colt, and a Brock shot and a super, and you're pretty much within reach of LeaveNoWitness holding the control for the entire time. So just needed a few more of those breakaway plays, but in the end, it was LeaveNoWitness who did manage to take it all. And you see here as they took the win in that 5th set on Kaboom Canyon. Looking at the statistics now, though, not too much in between them. We do have that 6-9-8 for LeaveNoWitness, and obviously Weepy not getting the performance he desired on that 8-bit 6-3-7. But in terms of DPS, they did have that little bit more. They just couldn't find the finishes.
Yeah, I think the difference here is that LeaveNoWitness was also shooting at their safe, you know. in game 1, some of that DPS was on the safe. So obviously less DPS on players, but yeah, it was a tough final set here for Level Esports. But LeaveNoWitness, without a doubt, are going to be thrilled to be back in the grand finals once more. And Loco is going to be our voted MVP for this semifinal.
Yeah, to be honest, they could have gone to any of those members of LeaveNoWitness, to be honest with you. You know, they just swap around roles so much, and that's what you said. You know, they're all such versatile players that one player can play, you know, mid, long-range sharpshooter one game and go to the lane the next time and play something aggressive. So that guy kind of gives a lot of depth to this roster, and I believe that's probably one of the reasons why they've been doing so well across this South America region. They are probably, you know, in terms of points, they're the best team in the region at the moment, but I'm sure Reconic's going to have something to say about that, Ark.
It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger. You know, we've got that grudge match scenario. The grand finals that we saw in April was a bit of a blip, it seems, as we are back to some formalities in the South America West region. You know, for Reconic Esports, this means far more because they've never quite got the win. LeaveNoWitness have been storming it through in terms of points, and this is their chance for redemption, it seems. And I just cannot wait to see how this one goes down. Very, very fun and enjoyable to watch from the sidelines, of course. And over at event.brawlstars.com, hopefully you guys are doing well in terms of your predictions. Here is how the day has gone down. This has been the bracket. Reconic Esports in the semi-finals is his first matchup in the South America West region with a sweep of SKCalalas, who were the April monthly finals champions. They do not make the grand finals this time around. Level Esports, a really commendable performance. I was wondering whether today was going to be a big upset here, but LeaveNoWitness did prevail through. The sunglasses was what carried them, in my opinion. You saw the shift when they went on. So, our grand finals table is set. It is Reconic Esports versus LeaveNoWitness. And Trav, things are looking very, very good for you today. Me and Teddy are already locked in on our predictions. So for me, that spells disaster because I had down SKCalalas, and we are locking ourselves in for predictions here in this region. But you are waving the Reconic Esports flags. You feel like they have got the chance in the June monthly finals to have their first grand finals win. Are you sticking with it?
I've got to at this point. Come on, like I've been cooking with the predictions all day. 5 for 5. What's stopping me now?
Well, this is the roster that you're backing so heavily, and I, for one, would love to be in your seat. JXCR, Toxic, and Christian, they've been playing phenomenally well today. I feel like Reconic have looked the stronger of the teams, the more consistent of the teams as well, and the drafts and their aggression has been thoroughly on point, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be completely honest with you here, Ark, and to everyone watching at home, we usually, for South America, we lock in all of our predictions before the show, right? And we don't adjust them bit by bit. If I could change it right now, I would have gone Reconic, which is quite a statement because I don't like going back on my word, and I've gone LeaveNoWitness, but Reconic just looked that good today.
They really did. You know, every step of the way, I just felt like they exuded confidence. And, you know, despite never having won a grand finals, I do feel like there could be a little bit of a change in the wind here today. You know, back in February, it was a 0-3 in favor of this very team, LeaveNoWitness. And then moving forwards from them to March, it was a closer affair. It was a 3-2, but nonetheless, LeaveNoWitness, Alonso, Portox, and Loco did get the win. They are the leaders of this region, and there are 2 last chance qualification spots available, but they would very much like to extend their lead further here today with another grand finals win to make it 3 to the tally. I gotta say, you know, it was definitely looking a little bit shifty, a little bit shaky at the beginning of their matchup against Level Esports, especially in these earlier stages. But they did prevail. They did come through, and that is what we have to remember. And they have been tested a little bit more so in that respect, as well as Trav mentioned earlier. Sometimes that can make a big difference to the outcome. What do you think their chances are here, Trav, of being able to come out victorious?
I mean, you see, the thing for me is, like, Reconic did better against a better opponent. And that's my issue with this one. Like I said, Reconic at the start of the day, I stuck with them again now, and I think that's kind of my reasoning. I don't think LeaveNoWitness are really in the right mindset or making the right drafts to be able to take them down. How good Reconic looked against a better opponent makes me worry for LeaveNoWitness.
There is the sunglasses buff.
That's true.
They stay firmly, they stay firmly on.
All right, you've swayed me. You've swayed me.
Is that enough to sway you? Well, light mode clearly on there as well, so he's going to need the sunglasses, to be fair, as we start to load up and get things rolling for our first set of our grand finals for South America West. It has been a day, as it always has been in South America, one that never fails to disappoint. But for Reconic Esports, if they can just persevere a little longer, this could be their first Grand Finals win of the year, and I feel like they have come well prepared for it. We shall see soon enough, though. Me and Teddy will take the reins on this one, Trav. And before we leave, though, kind of anything you want to add to this before we sort of like have your final words?
I don't really know what else there is to say. I think I've said my piece. I've got firm belief in Reconic bringing this one home. They've just done so well in their semi-final against SKC, who were the favourites coming in that matchup. So, I don't doubt that the underdogs will prevail yet again.
That may be enough, Trav. You've won the side of the community. I feel like looking at event.brawlstars.com right now, I can see the poll. I won't spoil it just yet, but it does feel like the predictions master is having its way as you are running up the troops, or whether it's just simply that Reconic Esports looked that good earlier, and that is the reason why everyone is getting behind them. It does feel like it would be the right time for it, but LeaveNoWitness have still got that chance to carry forwards the upset to still remain victorious in this region. And, that's the thing. That at the end of the day, they've had some really close matchups in terms of the scorelines over the months, and they still seem to come out on top more often than not. The worst month, of course, was back in April, where they took the loss to SKCalalas. It was a 3-1. And that's where SKCalalas went through to win those Grand Finals. We didn't see Reconic Esports in the Grand Finals for the first time in this region. But we are back to business as usual. We line things up for our first set. Teddy, from how we've seen today go down, do you expect this to be one that goes all the way to the fifth and final set, or do you think this could be a sweep?
It's a tough one because, again, on paper, LeaveNoWitness, they've been the better team this year. But if we just kind of, take this specific monthly final into a vacuum, Reconic just looked so much better. And I'm a little bit worried that this could be a fast one if Reconic bring the level of play that they did in their semi-final matchup.
Wow. You line things up. Still, the glasses remain on as they've got to. I mean, honestly, if this first set does not go the way of LeaveNoWitness, then we know that we're on to something here with Reconic. It's 73% on event.brawlstars.com in favor of Reconic Esports taking their first win of the year. 27% siding with LeaveNoWitness, who are on paper the favorites here as we go into our first set. It is Hot Zone being the game mode. Parallel Plays is the map, and the bands are in. It's Shelly, Hank. I haven't seen a Hank band for a while here. Maybe it's the first I've seen all weekend, in fact. And Gray. On the side of Reconic, it's Russ, Stu, and Penny. And the first pick about to make his way through. I'm just going to say it, Teddy. Jessie might make an appearance. I'm not saying it's going to be the early ones, but we have seen a fair amount of her here today on this particular map. The B is still available for the mid, potentially. I like the max here from Reconic Esports early on. Honestly, when it comes to Hot Zone as a game mode, being on the zone is where it really matters most. Playing the objective and max bringing in that speed is going to help out considerably so. Barley, another great addition here for LeaveNoWitness, and one that makes a lot of sense for me.
Oh, I love Barley here. I feel like on the defensive side, it can be so annoying to deal with. And compared to Willow, which is kind of like the alternative, the fact that Barley's pedal stays on the floor for just a little bit longer helps you kind of lock down that area. Willow will be maybe a little bit better at actually committing to a fight and getting that kill. And we'll see the Crow to follow up. And I don't mind it. Some slows here and there can really help out your team. But not necessarily my favorite for this map either. We'll see the Willow now too. I'm assuming both throwers are going to be played on the defensive sides of the map. But we've seen a couple times that we end up having a thrower versus thrower. But traditionally, that has always been very much in favor of the thrower in defense. So if one of those teams is daring enough to put their Barley or Willow on the attacking side of the map, I don't know if that's going to work out for them.
Edgar coming in. I can just literally hear the social media side for Brawl Esports cringing because we know what it's like when Edgar comes out. It's always a tough day. It makes a lot of sense. I can vouch for this. In fact, the Willow pick as well that I was a bit on the fence with and have been for the past couple of weeks when it comes to parallel plays specifically has been getting a high win rate, it's almost as if Reconic Esports have been taking a lot of tips from the EMEA region when it comes to their drafts, and I quite like this for that same reason. I think this could be a banger. That was not what I was expecting to come next. Mortis coming in. I mean, I think I remember seeing this actually as a pick in the draft for the from the APAC region stream actually just yesterday in the early hours of the morning. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to cause a stir here, because the way Reconic are playing today, they've been very, very solid. But what do you make of that third and final pick for LeaveNoWitness today, and did you see it coming?
I just love how we opened the monthly finals with a Primo versus Edgar yesterday in the MEA, and we're closing out this one with a Mortis versus Edgar. And I have no clue what to think about this one, because, I mean, in theory, I feel like Edgar is kind of in a better place with those matchups. It should be able to win more consistently in the duel versus the Mortis too. And it seems like so far Loco is trying to stay as far away as possible from that Edgar.
Loco is a very good Mortis player, by the way. Great patience there as well, and you know, absolutely Toxic was punished for it. I love this. I really think that this could be a great response for Willow as a third and final pick here, and he's already on the zone, and that is the player of choice that he's absolutely going to be focusing his time and attention on. But in the meanwhile, JXCR is going to be going in on Portix, and he's jumping in right now. The healing tonic will not be enough for it. Alonso jumps in. I don't know why he did that.
Yeah, that
he was
bad.
too low HP. What a waste of a super. The mind control will force Loco away from the zone for a temporary moments of time, but no, for me there, Reconic are starting to show some signs of nerves, it seems.
Yeah, it was an interesting play there, to be honest, from the Crow. That super would have been very useful now. Also, not sure if that was a necessary super either, but he will at least get the trade. Loco has a super as well. If he can trade it nice, he'll be back to full HP in no time. He's deciding to not use it just yet. Will eventually pump it now. It'll be very low HP. Jacer in that top right zone is a problem right now. He has jump as well, and he's trying to go after Loco. Gets the landing, finds one, but Loco is able to take him down. Toxic, though, goes underground and picks up a nice two-piece in the meantime. Should be able to rack down the Crow as well, and pretty much single-handedly secure that win for Reconic.
MVP right there for me of that game at the very least. I mean, to be the last man standing at such a pinnacle moment in time, that is what gave the win their way. And whew, I didn't expect to see it from a Willow of all things, but again, I'm coming around to the pick. I feel like LeaveNoWitness have left themselves a good opportunity though with this Mortis pick, and you know, if they can just start to have a bit more control. Look at that aggressiveness. It's a great gadget. You can see now why. With the help of Christian there, Reconic were waiting and ready for it. So let's see now. It does feel like a relatively even draft for all intents and purposes. A bit crazy on the outside, but it does make a lot of sense that these brawlers are actually good counters to one another.
Yeah, well, the start here is quite a bit one-sided, to be honest. LeaveNoWitness, they got a little bit of capture time, but it was mostly just on their zone. Loco has been getting melted down so far, and Alonso is able to get a nice pickup. But is that going to be enough? Toxic is just a waiting game there until Loco actually closes out that fight. And Christian is chasing after him. High mobility from Loco will prevent him from really taking too much damage, and maybe even commit to that kill onto Christian. It's going to wait for just a split second. Loco is taking some big damage. Needs to be careful of Jacer. Is able to get a kill, but no follow-up bats. Jacer survives as well, and Reconic is still in the lead, but at the end of the day, it's only 15% now.
Like, it's so scary, these runs that he is timing in and cycling with that super, but in the meanwhile, is Reconic still very much in the lead, and on the right-hand side, they're on the zone, and Loco's got to leave this now, surely, and go on the aggressive, but he's not. He's staying stubborn and allowing his teammates to come in, and there's not going to be enough time for it. Yeah, exactly. Reconic Esports will take the first set.
Yeah, that was probably a little bit of a communication mistake, because he should have left there way earlier. He can't see that part of the map, right? So unless his teammates tell him that they're not actually able to fight him without him, yeah, well, it makes sense that he stays there, but that's just communication. And at this level of play, at the grand finals of a monthly final, those sort of mistakes, Reconic, I mean, they'll be absolutely happy to capitalize and take home that 3-win. Beautiful set from Reconic. Incredibly clutch play there from Toxic as well to lock in game 1 with that Willow pick. And as much as Loco did manage to find some really nice value with Mortis, I just feel like it was lacking impact a little bit.
Lacking a bit in survivability when the Willow really was, causing a problem for Loco, because then what I found a lot of the time happening was Christian would come in to then pick up the scraps, and that poison tick over time really did cause a little bit of a problem for him. I feel like if he had left the zone like a bit more abruptly, then he had super to hand. He could have probably defended it. Whether it would be enough to really then turn the tide and have it go to a third and final game, that remains to be necessarily seen. And the Edgar had jump as well. He could have reacted in time, but nonetheless, a very close one in all honesty in terms of both the draft and the scoreline that we saw. Just small little mistakes here and there, but less so on the side of Reconic Esports, who take the lead then and to go towards Heist up next. Safe zone being the map. A chance then for LeaveNoWitness to think things through a little bit more and take Reconic just that little bit more seriously. I've got to say though, I like these sort of like shock ideas within the draft. That Mortis, despite it not necessarily bringing in what it needed to win the set, it definitely took a lot of us by surprise, and that is what keeps LeaveNoWitness a bit of a danger here in our grand finals. But what a great start for Reconic, chasing the first monthly finals win of the season. 8-bit is what they value first in their picks, the bans being Brock, Ruffs, and Carl, and Eve, Bonnie coming in as the first pick. Bell was banned, I like that though as well, and Colette, very strong bans here for LeaveNoWitness actually. So it does make a lot of sense as to why Reconic went for that particular brawler first. But again, we are seeing, in my opinion at least, many instances now within the meta of across all the regions. 6 brawlers being banned time and time again, leaving a lot of options available. But I don't know whether Bo was my sort of second pick idea here, Teddy.
I don't think he's my first, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth pick idea either. To be completely honest with you, he's not really a brawler we see ever on Safe Zone. Like, it's a brawler you'll see in ladder, but I don't even think you see him often in Power League on Safe Zone, just because it doesn't make the most sense. He's not a very high DPS, not the highest range either. The mines, they're all right, and we see some bow mines here and there in Heist, but not really at the moment. And it's an interesting one for sure. I'm not too sure what to think of it. Shelly is also not really a brawler typically associated with Safe Zone, but it is probably the #1 brawler in the meta right now.
Larty's available, B is available. Grommer's going to be the flavor of choice here for Reconic.
I like it.
I like it too. I think that Grom is a brawler which many sort of leave out actually a lot in Safe Zone, but if you're able to just to really hunker yourself in, the X Factor on the Safe, the gadget can cause a great amount of damage. And the Shelly I've seen actually on Kaboom Canyon coming out with wins. I think if you can play it on Kaboom Canyon, you can play it on Safe Zone. You can pretty much play Shelly anywhere at the moment in the current meta. Penny, he could be an option here actually for LeaveNoWitness too, and could have some great... I don't know about Stu. I don't know about Stu. The bow, the Stu, it's a very weird draft for LeaveNoWitness, considering that there are many other brawlers here that are not banned that would be viable choices. I prefer, B, Penny. I mean, even a Buzz here could work pretty well. JXCR would normally be the one on the other side of the field to go towards something of that nature, so would be able to play against it as well. But I don't know, Teddy. I am very much here with Reconic. I think this could be, I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to chalk up a set before we even start the round, but I don't like this draft for LeaveNoWitness.
I don't know if there is such a thing as like a brawler roulette that lets you, pick a random brawler. But it definitely feels like it when we watch LeaveNoWitness drafting. Now, Loco is very much popping off early on. And don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing the picks. I'm just saying they're very off. And Loco is showing us that so far on Stu, he was just feeling it. And, I mean, he's definitely feeling it right now.
I don't know what you mean, Teddy. I never doubted this comp for a second, and you can see exactly why it's working tremendously well, as the entirety of LeaveNoWitness are just absolutely dominating. I mean, if that's not a caster's curse, I don't really know what is, but it is working so far, it seems. LeaveNoWitness had a plan, despite the madness behind the method. It does seem like the method is prevailing so far.
Yeah, I have no explanation. Alonso
3% left.
Alonso is the tripwire as well there, just for... Oh my goodness, what a slaughter this has been so far. But in all fairness, that damage booster is solely Reconic. They're only 9% behind.
War Dogs will go down here. This could be a turnaround, and what a statement it will be if Reconic recovered from this. Loco is one shot, he will go down. Alonso's shooting for his life around these Grom shots and doing pretty well, all things considered. But LeaveNoWitness are holding on to this defense. These mines are being triggered really nicely on the side of Reconic as well, and that is good. They are establishing that mid control and maintaining it whilst their teammates are still respawning back into the mix. Loco is shredded. Portox is still on the left-hand side, causing a problem, but Christian is a bigger one. Look at the percentage.
No way.
Straight down. Oh my word! 224 HP, and LeaveNoWitness might be able to steal it.
That is incredible for LeaveNoWitness. They got a final pinch.
No.
Every angle is
No.
covered, and they will take down that safe somehow. With 224 HP left on their safe, LeaveNoWitness take that game home. And finally, they strike back against Reconic.
My goodness me. I mean, the safe HP there was around the 200 mark. That is about as low as you get in Heist. I'd love to watch the replay back to see just how that was defended and how close it really could have been to being the other way around. But LeaveNoWitness, I don't know how that became as close as it was. But nonetheless, the Bonnie is doing so much work here. Portox has been playing out of his mind right now and just causing a big problem, buying so much time. Loco as well, absolutely popping up in this stew, and it's such a kind of crazy out there pick. You know, the range advantage is very thoroughly with Reconic. But his survivability and ability to sort of dodge around things is wondrous to watch.
So far, again, a good early start from LeaveNoWitness, but Reconic haven't let them have nearly as much damage on save. The jump from Portox not going to provide any sort of value here. He ends up getting down immediately. Christian on the left-hand side is low HP, but happy to just play around that damage gear. And by the looks of it, things are closer even than the previous game, at least at this stage. We'll see if it ends up within 200 HP between both teams. Jacer getting tagged up heavily. Loco trying to commit, but not really able to find nearly as much as he was hoping for. Toxic is going to go down. Loco is one shot. Jacer still alive, and Alonso is looking for him, but Christian is just going to go for damage on safe, and damage he deals. Portox finds the trait, but at the end of the day, now LeaveNoWitness is safe is down to 18%.
Wow, it's getting very close here now, as it is actually going to be over with a Grom Bomb to seal it. Great stuff, Reconic. Stay in the game. Keep their minds on the prize. They've still got a chance here, a very real chance at that, because I do favor their draft here. Gaining back yet another set to add. And the sunglasses buff of LeaveNoWitness, which I feel was very responsible for that clutch finale in the first match. Can it come in clutch yet again and bring things back to level Peggy? It's going to be Portox popping in early Bonnie Gadget there to have that additional damage and maneuverability, but Reconic playing it slow and steady is the way to go. Just allow LeaveNoWitness to use early utility and have JXCR just go in with shots like that. Will be punished by Alonso. Can Loco do something about this? Christian is utilizing so much of that damage booster, and 55% is gone from the LeaveNoWitness safe.
If you blinked, you missed it. 50% lead for Reconic. But a jump in now from Portox and some opportunities to catch up damage-wise. The tripwire will help. And it's been closing the gap, but there's only one player on that safe compared to 3 for Reconic. And 3 is definitely going to be much more of a damage output. They beam down that safe, and Reconic is 2 sets up.
That is why 8-bit first pick there really did cut the mustard in the end for Reconic. Great stuff. 2 sets ahead. It is looking like Trav had some serious insight. Maybe, you know, an ear to the wall of the Reconic camp, because who would have thought that this would be the time for them? We thought it was going to be Clash's time today, Teddy. We were close for it. But Reconic are looking far more, you know, convincing in their approach here. LeaveNoWitness, you know, the only game they've already had a moment with was when it was a 1% differential in that last set. And that's not going to be enough, not by a long shot. With the way the Reconic Esports are playing at the moment, some of these, you know, decision makings that we're seeing for LeaveNoWitness, they've got to be a bit more calculated. I admire their aggression. I'm admiring a lot of what they're bringing to the table. Drops here and there aside, I liked what they had in mind for the first set. I don't really feel like the bow was the play here. The stew, I will stand corrected because they played it so well. Let's be honest. But what a round for Christian. 10 takedowns, 238 DPS as well to add to it. I mean, it wasn't a bad round statistically for LeaveNoWitness, but the objective for Reconic was where it all came down, and you can't leave those moments on the safe with an 8-bit damage booster combined with others. It's, you know, the Grom was a really smart draft as well. The way that they are thinking, I feel, is worthy for sure of them becoming the June monthly final champions, but Flaring Phoenix and Knockout is what separates them from that potential victory, and whether they tie it up here or whether we start to see somewhat of a comeback as LeaveNoWitness need to start to leave no witnesses.
Yeah, so far there's a lot of witnesses. Let's be honest here in those 2 first sets. It's been a tough grand final for LeaveNoWitness, and I'm gonna be brutally honest. I really don't like their approach so far, because I am the first one to encourage some original ideas and to try to, you know, throw exciting ideas into the mix, but I just don't really see the points they're trying to make with their comps. There's just no synergy between the brawlers. There's like, it's just brawlers that don't really work together well on maps where they don't really work in the first place, and I just, like, I don't get it. I don't really get it. I feel like if they play something more traditional, they would have much higher chances, but maybe they needed to be 2 sets behind to start playing it just a little bit safe, and B as their first pick is something that makes a little bit more sense to me so far, although I do love this first pick on Flaring Phoenix as well from Reconic.
It could be countered later on in the draft. We'll see how LeaveNoWitness want to leave things. Shelly coming in. It's never a bad thing to have. The additional speed within the bush is where I think Shelly's going to thrive, but if Reconic then wants to try to eradicate some of that, it could cause a problem. You know, she's still going to be fast regardless, but having that, you know, speed gear is where Shelly will thrive on the map like Flaring Phoenix. And Reconic, Bell is open for sure. A lot of the long-ranged options are not, however. They do need something for that B. You can't just kind of necessarily wait the timer down until the very end. And have something, the Gene is a great ban, but Meg kind of come in for them. They have a lot of spray potential. I think I kind of would prefer something like a Pam in the mid, even, to be honest, but they're going to go with that. Vision gear for sure being ran alongside it, but I kind of wonder here whether LeaveNoWitness might be having a draft that's shaping up, for me at least, a little bit better. They are picking the Meg into the B, remember? I mean, that is not necessarily always going to be favorable unless you're really, you know, working those jukes around things. Amber here, I still think has a place. We haven't seen any really of Amber for a long time. Macy coming in. I'll be honest, I don't like Macy currently in the esports meta. We saw her once already today, and I'm still not necessarily convinced on how well a brawler like her will fare. I think she's in need of a little bit of a buff, actually, but Reconic might have something in mind here, which I've not foreseen, and Barley now finalizing the comp. Put it this way, for me, if LeaveNoWitness can't make this work, I think it deserves to be over in the 3rd set.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they can't make this work, it will be over in the 3rd set. If I can reassure you. I don't know about the Mazy, man. We saw it earlier, it worked. It was played really well, actually. But it's not really for me. I think it's too hard to hit your shots consistently. And at this level of play, you need a certain level of consistency. And Mazy is just not really it to that extent. But maybe Reconic can make it work in ways that others can't. Let's find out in our third set here between Reconic Esports and LeaveNoWitness. LeaveNoWitness with their backs against the wall. They will try their best to witness the fourth and fifth set, but let's see if they can make that happen.
Looking back as well in the draft, I feel like it was kind of risky actually for Reconic to go with that early first pick Sprout because, I mean, you know, they went with the Barley on the side of LeaveNoWitness in the end, which is a great thing to have. You know, pro versus pro, I get it completely, but you know, there's many other things that could have hard countered that Sprout. I mean, Edgar really has a place now in the draft process and go for it. Let's see though, it's both sides earning that early utility, early gadget pop for Totex, but very much value off the back of it. Toxic has the wall, Alonso has the last call. And Toxic will be the first to show the signs of it. Gonna separate there. Oh, actually no, he didn't quite, he's left a gap. That will allow Loco to be able to walk through, but he's tanked 3 consecutive shots, and in the meanwhile, Christian will go down. 3 versus 2 now, it's 3 versus 1, and LeaveNoWitness clean that up very nicely indeed to take the first round.
Clean stuff from LeaveNoWitness. Finally something that seems to be going their way. But they need to hold on and keep it up because Reconic Esports SA are getting closer and closer to a match point. Can they turn around this game? They have 3 supers available, but Barley has been incredibly strong here for LeaveNoWitness, just finding a lot of possibilities and making sure to keep Reconic at bay.
Well, has got swiped the hand, but there's no sign of gas anytime soon, and the XCR will be holding on to that for the same reason. Probably not doing a good job actually of depriving LeaveNoWitness of any late game utility. Alonso here has got to be careful. Yeah, got to pop there the healing Tonic, but he's still taking shots from Tonic. And Toxic is now 1 hook shot away. Voltox risky of going down and will go down, but Loco gets the trade-off. It's a 2 versus 1 now. It was a great pickup from Alonso, leaves Toxic there in the dust. And there you have it. LeaveNoWitness quickly as that. They will take back a game, but there is an awful lot of work still to be done. However, we did say coming in that we preferred their draft. It is shaping up to be one that looks like a winning one. And we've seen already today the perseverance of Reconic, and you just cannot count them out regardless.
I don't understand the Maisie pick. I genuinely just don't really see why it's here on this map and this mode. Like in Brawl, I can still kind of see it, you know? I think that, I mean, it's not a competitive, but in volleyball, it's incredible. But here, I don't know. It just doesn't quite have the range, doesn't quite have the consistency that you'd expect, and B is just in an incredibly good matchup against it.
Yeah, the battle's available. I'm pretty sure the Grom was available as well. I could be mistaken, but regardless, there's so many things that for a long-range affair that you could kind of consider that would be better, you know. Politics there getting some good shots into Christian, but Toxic will come in to help a hand. These walls need to be better. Now, Alonso's able to walk straight through it and put some pressure on now, retreating back as he should, but it's allowed some time for Portos to come through with a big, heavy hit. Christian goes down. In the meanwhile, though, Alonso will as well. He walks straight into the gas. Big smash from Portox. Will push back Toxic. Again, is that same old story. It's an outnumbered, outmatched situation, and LeaveNoWitness could be sweeping this set.
I mean, Maisie just isn't it. Like, I was trying to say it in a nice way and leave some benefit of the doubt here to Reconic, but like, it just doesn't work. And I feel like there's plenty of ways to try to outdraft their opponents without going this far away from the meta. And that is one of the characteristics of this region. They love, you know, shiny new picks that no one would really think of here. And sometimes it works, but sometimes it just clearly doesn't. And Reconic should be conceding this set unless they have a miracle happening realistically.
Yeah, I agree, for sure. I want to see a bit of a buff to Macy, a bit more speed to her shots, because again, in that matchup versus a Shelly, I mean, Portox is able to just duke absolutely everything. Gadget forwards, aggressively so from JXCR, and Alonso survives them regardless. Last call going out. The super will connect though, and Loco will go down. 3 versus 2 now. It's a 3 versus 1. It's just Alonso versus the world here, but can he bring something of a hero play? No. It is going to be Reconic that survive on. Can they do it a second time here to hang on within this set? That is the question. It's the first round they've been able to secure. It's a big early tap set from Toxic. Might be enough to push forwards now.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked because I felt like surely Reconic were just going to close it out right here, right now. Sorry, LeaveNoWitness and take home that set. Instead, they might end up giving away a match point to Reconic if they're not careful.
Time to recollect and rethink. Toxic has the wall. Christian healing up accordingly on the right-hand side, shooting his way forwards to Loco, and he'll be very cautious in the way that he does that and doing wondrously well in the way he's done it. Big swipe coming in, does connect onto Portox. Toxic could separate this wall here. JXCR not going to connect though. Christian incredibly low here. He's got to be cautious to stay within the mech, especially as the gas cannot be far away here. Big hits onto Alonso, who goes down. Portox pushing forwards, does connect onto Toxic, but he's got a big hero play here. Will he find it? No! Reconic will gain a game and move on to match point.
Oh my god, that was so close and so I even want to say hard to watch, because you could tell how painful it was to make that Maisie work, but at last they find some success with it, and now Reconic have a match point in their hands.
This is where we get down to the nitty gritty, isn't it, really? Because LeaveNoWitness shouldn't be losing this set. They're getting very close to fumbling it in a B versus Macy matchup. You know, B versus Meg, Barley versus Sprout. There's a lot they can hold on with here, but time is trickling. Portox is not juking these shots from Christian, and look at this. Reconic pushing forwards now, so aggressive. Loco's got to be cautious. He's got the shield, but the wall there as well. Not the best from Toxic. We've seen a couple like that so far. Both sides surviving, but gaps will soon be coming in, and that's where we're going to see the horns will lock.
Jacer tagged up very heavily. Portox is pushing up. Portox finds one and might even find Christian too. Is it going to be enough though? Oh, it's a one-on-one, but the gas is going to settle it and LeaveNoWitness take that round home.
Sigh of relief for now, but we know how quickly things can change. There's a lot of bushy area taken away, so Christian really is exposed here. No surprises as to where he will be. Toxic has another wall to hand as well in case people start to push up upon him. And Alonso with that last call. Actually, Toxic's pretty careful here. He's one shot away. Be a time for push, but we're not really kind of seeing it yet. Oh, a great defensive measure from JXCR. Portox will pop the gadget. He's got to get away from this. Surely Loco into the arms of peril. 2 versus 2 now. And what a disastrous spot for LeaveNoWitness.
Yeah, how that somehow ended in a 2-on-2 though is a bit of a miracle for LeaveNoWitness, because now they did lose one of their players that, I mean, could honestly have survived as well. The slow is there onto Portox. He's going to be locked in, but Jacer can't connect any more shots. And Portox gets to live on for now. This is looking very good for LeaveNoWitness, but never mind. Jacer does connect a shot that matters. It's the one-on-one. Is he going to hit it? He's going for the dash in, and he will connect it at last. And Reconic still in that match point, and now a single round away from taking the whole match.
I thought the herbal tonic from Alonso would be enough, but it was not. Low HP for him, and wall again, not the best from Toxic, I'll be honest, but it has pushed him forwards a little bit here. Like, just trying to find the shots onto Christian. He really is the best person to have remaining on the field here. He went down previous to this. He's got to stay on his feet this time round. For Portox, and we know what that can do. I like the aggressiveness here from LeaveNoWitness, but they've got to be cautious because Reconic are on the cusp of something big here, Teddy.
Yeah, things are lining up finally here for Reconic. It's been an incredibly hard set for them here. An uphill battle, but one that they might just be about to win. At the end of this round, we're either going to round 4, sorry. or it's going to be GG's. Well played. It's a 2-on-2. Christian is low. Christian goes down. Jacer is going to go down as well, and LeaveNoWitness are able to finally take home a set. But what a fight to get to this point.
LeaveNoWitness are hanging on by the skin of their teeth and those shades. That is the only thing that is keeping these sets alive for them. How long can they continue this? You know, that is my question now. Is this going to whittle down Reconic enough to see them then falter later? Is this the start of that reverse sweep process? It doesn't get much closer than that. Reconic there were one singular round of knockout away from obtaining their first grand finals win of the year. I don't know. It's going to be a testament here to Reconic just keeping good morale. I mean, they're still going to be so close, but LeaveNoWitness are getting wins off the back of some very, very close affairs. We saw a 1% differential in Heist just prior to this, and got a set on the board. That was more than they had coming in, but their drops haven't been the greatest. Are they starting to learn from things, you know?
Yeah, I feel like so far today, like 90% of the time, we've had a team bring out, like, you know, some weird stuff in their comps. They lost, which I just, like, stop doing it then, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not paying off. Maybe in scrims they have completely different results, but at the monthly finals, and I feel like this is something that has happened in previous months too here in South America West, where we end up seeing some picks that just don't make the most sense, and I just want to see them just a little bit less, you know, and have a little bit more standard stuff, because taking so much risk is just increasing the volatility, and you can't build up the same level of consistency as you would if you're playing with more traditional brawlers that just make more sense on those maps. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I'm still very shocked by how extreme the drafts tend to be.
All I'm going to say is, looking at those stats, if there's anything to say about why Macy is not the player, is that 91 DPS that was obtained by JXCR in that round. You know, it's just, for me, not right. But Reconic may have to take that into account, because it could be something which they want to bring out in Backyard Bowl. I mean, you've got to kind of expect to see it more in a map like this. Nonetheless, the bans are in Crow, Lola and Stu, as well as Crow, Max and Stu on the side of LeaveNoWitness. And the first pick in discussion, I don't mind it, but Shelly is one that I prefer. And this is what we saw yesterday in EMEA, Teddy. You know, this is where we saw a reverse sweep situation start to really make its mark. It was when Shelly wasn't banned, and it was picked first time. And we saw it in the last set for LeaveNoWitness. The Mr. P I love here on Backyard Bowl. It's got a real place, but there is now the opportunity for Reconic to work their way around that brawler. It's got low DPS. They haven't really got into a place where they've walked into the trap necessarily. They can work around it here, and Penny could be a real one here to go into that Mr. P matchup. To have Tara, though, you know, I don't mind it. Power gear coming into play, giving her that buff to her, spawnables by 20%, and the Penny. Oh, you know what, Teddy? I think Reconic could be redeeming themselves here.
I like it. I was thinking as well, you know, they have to go, or not they have to, but they should be going either Penny, and I hate to admit it, Jessie. Like, that could also very much have been an option here. But I think Penny's absolutely fine. Actually, Jessie could still be on the table for LeaveNoWitness, you know, to deal with the pets from the Tara. Can also be very nice in general to get some bounces off the utility. They're going to go off Sprout, which I kind of like. I mean, it will be useful. It's a bit unorthodox, but to be honest, what isn't in all the drafts we've seen so far today?
Good point, but it's going to struggle with this Tara. I mean, especially if, they want to go on up towards the Black Portal star power. That spirit is going to be pestering it along the way. I guess LeaveNoWitness want to have a balancing act here between some control and some aggression, which I get. And having that wall break is going to be big, but Reconic have kind of savored that too with the Tara. I mean, that you want to have something, a little bit of wall break potential on both sides here on the map, like Backyard Bowl. But in we go, and we shall see how it fares. So far, is LeaveNoWitness that really are pushing forwards in a big way here. First sign of death is with JXCR. The spirits from beyond will target Loco. Kind of what they want to have happen. Christian, 15 HP, shields himself, a bit of a waste. And what can he really sort of provide from that position? He's going to survive on still. And actually, yeah, I mean, it wasn't great. Nonetheless, now, Reconic have a real opportunity because, again, with lack of DPS, they can walk this surely. No, defended off the line as LeaveNoWitness respawn.
It was a good attempt. I respect the attempt. It was close, but now Loco maybe could be able to get a free goal. Is he going to get the timing right? He's just going to go for the super other player, but that actually works out quite nicely too. He gets the follow-up kill, and he doesn't even need to go for the Shelly trick. He can just get the kills and score it in.
This is why, honestly, you cannot afford to not ban Shelly. You know, if you haven't got first pick, you know, you just have to not take your chances. Big smash there. Christian survives on those spirits, going to be pestering Alonso, but that's what I'm saying. Black Portal star power, look there. It takes 3 shots, and if you're on your own, you are going to struggle, but the timing was there in the sense that Reconic only have 1 player on the field, but it is definitely a concern here for me. That Tara versus Sprout situation could be something which may unhinder here, LeaveNoWitness, but they are doing pretty well on the defense side of things.
Jester and Toxic trying to close the gap here onto Pordox. They have a lot of utility that they can use on the side of LeaveNoWitness to just go around those walls. A thrower and Mr. P, they're able to make the most out of it. Jacer still full HP, is eventually able to take down that porter, but there's just going to be another one spawning through, and right now he's holding on to that positioning, but not really finding any value either.
But where Reconic, you know, like for that entire time, there's going to be something happening down the bottom. Loco must be causing a real problem here, and it's taking a long while for his teammates to really match it with the ball in the corner, though Castle, there is all the time in the world for LeaveNoWitness here, because it's Reconic that have got to make the play. And you know, going back to how we saw them being so convincing in the early stages, it's not quite looking the same now. And I've got to hand it down to that Shelly. I would love to know what Loco was doing, but regardless, you know, they just can't leave a brawl like that open, and it really is starting to show. I don't want to speak too soon, but it's looking like a 5th and final set situation here for me.
Good stuff from LeaveNoWitness, though, to be honest. I like the comp, and I don't know, Tara just doesn't quite seem like it for me. We'll see if they're able to play that out differently this time, but LeaveNoWitness are aggressive. Loco has super, he's gonna miss it, but he's gonna open up the goal, and with only Jacer left alive far away on the left side, it's gonna be an open goal for Loco, and again an early goal for LeaveNoWitness. This time around with a porter immediately available on the right hand side. Jacer goes down, and this is looking like it might be a quick game for LeaveNoWitness.
We saw last game, they really wanted to pocket the ball, and by the time, but with such an early goal, I suggest they don't do it again. They push forward to neutralize the play pigeon on the side of Loco. The walls on the side of Alonso. Great one there, isn't it? Forces JXCR into a rock and a hard place, but there, that's a brilliant. What a great deflection there from Alonso to force then the spirit onto Loco, who's much better able to handle it. Can Alonso save Portox here? A bit of a late wall, but he obviously wants to save it. Shield goes out for Christian, who's again opting to give it to himself. For what reason? It's just going to go down very, very quickly. And again, great defensive measures from Loco. The ball now in the corner. It does feel like LeaveNoWitness would like to buy down the clock and utilize that Sprout pick to really then utilize the wall around the ball. But I don't know whether that's the player. With a Shelly, you kind of need to go for another goal, in my opinion. Regardless, if they hold the high ground, they're all good.
Right now, Jacer and Christians are trying to build up a little bit of control on that right side. Not quite able to find much success just yet. Jacer is one shot. Eventually, Portox finds the connection. Toxic does have pull, but he's low HP as well. And a Porter is heading his way, resetting his heal. LeaveNoWitness in a somewhat aggressive defensive position. And all they need to do is hold on to dear life for another 25 seconds, and we'd be going to set 5.
Toxic getting the ball out towards Christian, but I mean, yeah, what can he realistically do? They've got to take care of Loco. Shield again to Christian. to himself, ball pocketed there. I do not see a way that JXL will get to that through both Alonso and Bortox. We're going the distance. The 5th and final set is now inevitable, and Reconic Esports might be choking this big time, and they've only got themselves and their drafts to blame.
Set 5 is coming up shortly, and a potential reverse sweep as well for LeaveNoWitness. Let's see if they can make it happen. So far, I feel like most of our reverse sweeps this weekend didn't quite go all the way, and it was the team that was leading in the beginning that managed to close them out. Maybe we're gonna have a different story here in South America West. Loco has been overall just such a threat on that, Shelly, and I feel like there is one problem that was both in the MEA yesterday and here in South America is people don't respect the Shelly still.
Which is crazy to me, man. It really is, because as soon as it was nerfed, my first thought that I said live on stream was that I felt like it was the wrong nerf. I felt like the movement speed is where the issues lie, not really in the shell shock. Poltox there with 10 takedowns to his name. DPS was big with Alonso also. LeaveNoWitness statistically deserved to win that round, but I think even in a map like Layer Cake where Shelly is not necessarily going to thrive, you can't take your chances. You've just got to ban it everywhere. If you've got first pick and you're thinking to go for it, you can opt to leave it open, but against it, there are just not many ways around it. I remember distinctly when Shelly first catapulted in to competitive meta, teams, when I asked them, would always say, we are just trying to work out how we counter this brawler. What do we have as an answer to it? And I still think to this day, there are not many options. There is not that kind of clear, hard counter option. And that's why you just can't take your chances. But if that last set and the set previous to it is not enough for Reconic to realize that it is causing them a problem, regardless as to how they see that particular brawler, that is the consistency. You know, that is the thing that's been consistently making them lose. I don't think they can take the chance here and like, okay, you've got to ban it.
I was about to say, you know, when there's not a lot of counters, I think you forget the fact that both teams have 3 bans. That's 3 opportunities per team to take out this brawler. And right now, at least LeaveNoWitness take it out of the equation, and I'm forever grateful for that, because I'm tired of seeing Shelly everywhere where it just clearly shouldn't be belonging. Max is gonna be the first pick here for Reconic. Their bans were Terra, Mr. P, and Gus. LeaveNoWitness banning out Gray, Shelly, and Tick.
Okay, quite like the Max idea here from Reconic. Some signs of relief a little bit, or signs of stress, I should probably say, more so on the side of Reconic there. But Loco, again, behind those shades, looks to be calm and comfortable. The Grey ban here, the Shelly and the Tick. I quite like the Grey being banned out here. It's a brave move here from LeaveNoWitness. They didn't have the coin toss, and Gene going to come in. Always a great thing to have within the mid. Some control would be a nice idea. They have banned the Tick. I think it's a bit early here for Sprout, but they have got the 3rd and final potentially considered here, but the Max could overrun it, so there is that too. But Grom would be a solid shout here on Layer. I kind of wonder whether they might be thinking it now. It would be a risky thing to leave it to Reconic, as they've got the next follow-up here, the 4th and 5th. Stu, the aggressiveness of it, Loco surely on it. Again, I wasn't convinced it was going to work earlier in Safe Zone, and LeaveNoWitness, despite, you know, all things considered, did look like they were popping off with it. So here, I'm not sold, but with the player behind it, I can respect the idea.
Yeah, I think they're bringing it in as a bit of an anti-thrower idea, right? Because against a Grom or a Sprout, it's going to be really hard for those throwers to deal with this dude that's just dashing left and right. So I don't mind the idea, but at the same time, they don't have any throwers for now on the side of Reconic. And they don't have to go for throwers either. Penny is going to provide some nice value with that mortar, and it's still pretty much a classic. You can use your gadgets as well to try to tank for those gene pools. And I mean, Jacer on the Ash is something we've seen before, and we've seen it work.
SKCalalas the response, and it's always good in layer cake, no doubt about it. Getting that blue star obviously is a prime priority. I feel like I would have liked to have seen something either as a response to the Ashe or something to really go up against it and rival it. And Primo even, like, I prefer the Sam here if you're going to go with a tankier option, but, you know, I feel like LeaveNoWitness, by banning the Shelly here, they left themselves open to it. And I'm not sure that the response is great. Even Otis, I think, would have been the better shout here. I hope they've got something in mind for it, because Reconic Esports' comp here looks pretty good to me. If LeaveNoWitness find themselves in that back spawn area, the penny turret laid out down is going to cause a problem. It's going to force the hand into positions. Saving grace will, of course, be there from the healing of Portox there. Support from beyond. It's going to go a long way here, but Loco, low, right-hand side. XCR healing up now as well. Christian and Toxic as well. Got to be cautious. The blue star so far, but the magic hand is already earned for Portox, and if he connects it, he's going to land it for sure and have the support behind it.
Let's see if anyone from Reconic overextends. Don't think he'll want to pull the Ashe, but never know what can happen in Portox's mind. Jacer tagged up a little bit. At last, we have a mortar. And the pull onto the mortar. Yeah, it seemed intentional. I was about to say, like, it seemed intentional. I'm just not sure about it being the right intention. But regardless, I mean, there's another mortar at the exact same spot, and a 5-star lead for Reconic now. Make it 7.
Time to run away. Oh my word, the speed there, and oh, the pull's perfect, but it has popped the chill pill there on the Gadget side. Bit of a trade out, but Christian will have the last one. Will he burn down? 103, he will burn down. 2 stars in it now. The blue star is with LeaveNoWitness, but that was such an important takedown, as surely it would have seemed like inevitable that Reconic would run away with it, heal up, and cause a big problem now. But just anyone take down for them will bring it back around. If Portox gets the magic hand, Alonso gets protected pirouette, it can all go downhill very, very quickly here for Reconic.
Portox was a pull, it connects, and with the teamwork, they're able to find Jacer. Now the blue star giving the lead to LeaveNoWitness, but Alonso is low HP. The mortar is a problem as well. Can they find the kills they need? They're also low, but everyone lives on, and it's LeaveNoWitness with the first match point.
My word, that ending of the first game of this final set could well be the final nail for Reconic, because how do you come back from that? It was looking so convincing. They were so in control. And then the walls all came tumbling down. And how have we got to this point? You know, Reconic were looking so solid today. Completely convincing. 2-0 sweep. And then 1 round away in knockout from taking the entire day. And LeaveNoWitness have done the unthinkable so far with the reverse sweep dream. Blue star and a 1-star lead here for Reconic. They've got to hold on to it, though. That's the thing. But now with the penny turret on the right-hand side in the back spawn, this is the best chance to get an early lead.
Oh my goodness, Alonso is going to face tank every single one of those robotic rats, and it's going to cost him his life. 3 stars now in favor of Reconic. LeaveNoWitness needs some kills, but they're locked inside of their spawn. Portox could pull the mortar again, but I mean, there's another one available for Toxic. It would remove the walls. Alonso was a dash to the side, trying to create that opening they need. Loco is getting chased by Jacer, though, but Jacer is low. Portox has the pull. It's going to connect it. The kill comes through. And now suddenly, we have a 1-star lead in favor of LeaveNoWitness.
Oh, dear. I don't know what more to say. Oh, dear. Speed from Christian coming in. Toxic has there the turret. Portox, no magic hand. He needs to earn it back. And that's some good value that is honestly just being handed over by Reconic to do so. There, he's got it now. After that shot on Toxic, and now pull potential, but the salty barrel will be there. So he can't really risk it. Whilst Christian has no speed, but he has the phase shift. It's checks already that he's got to focus his time on. And the minute he is creeping forwards on the left-hand side onto Alonso. 10 seconds remain. There's the pull, and it might be all over right there. 8 stars to the 5. It's LeaveNoWitness that have got the lead. Can Reconic get a takedown? Loco is low. He goes down. The blue star handed over. Reconic, hang on. It's match point, match point.
No shot. That just happened. The final game from the final set to decide it here in South America West. Is it going to be Reconic Esports SA or LeaveNoWitness? Is Trav going to be the ultimate prediction master?
Don't give him more credit.
Let's find out, Ark.
I feel like if he gets this, oh my word. Let's see. Loco taking a lot of damage down the left here, as is Alonso, feeding over a lot of utility in the penny turret down from Toxic, and that does seem to make all the difference. I kind of feel like actually Portox does need to pull it, because they can't afford to find themselves in this back spawn area, especially with nothing to really defend about it. You know, they've got to get the magic hand, which they now have, and I don't know whether, to be honest, LeaveNoWitness may, I don't know whether Reconic saw that. That's the thing, and if they pull XCR here, which they're going to, perfect, absolutely perfect. And I don't think Reconic saw it coming. Toxic goes down as well, and Alonso survives with the body blocks. 5 stars in the blue star, 1 minute remaining, and that is a fantastic opening defense from LeaveNoWitness.
Yeah, this is the best bounty start they've had so far out of the 3 games. Let's see if Reconic can turn it around. Alonso takes a good chunk of damage. So did Jacer, though. They're able to heal up and reset. Portox as the bull connects it onto Jacer once more. And followed up with a Call Super. It's not even a kill. Jacer gets out of there. Christian is going aggressive against Loco. They find a kill. It's only a 2-star difference now.
He can't keep getting away with it. Portox keeps landing it, but JXL keeps walking into it. You can't be feeding over stars. It's such a pinnacle moment for your squad. But 2 stars are in it. The blue star is still with LeaveNoWitness, so it has to be double takedowns on Alonso. For 10 seconds, this is it. It's LeaveNoWitness on the back line. Big speed from Christian coming in, but he has taken the shot. Missed magic hand. Alonso goes in for things better of it. They are buying time, but for how long can they do it? Reconic get a kill, but LeaveNoWitness with the response, and they will seal it. They get the reverse sweep. They get their 3rd monthly finals win. And Reconic, oh my word, they choked it.
Unbelievable way to end it here. And this is a moment where I wish I could tell you what was written there, what it means. I don't know, but I'm sure it is funny as the meme art prevails and picks up another W here for LeaveNoWitness. It's going to be a disheartening loss for Reconic, but still a grand final appearance. And at this point, with 2 LCQ spots, no world spots in the region, every point is going to matter. And it was still a very successful month here for Reconic.
An L for Reconic, but a W for the casting desk, because we deprived Trav of a clean sheet in his predictions. Brilliant. Brilliant. But I've got to say, and bring it back around, in all seriousness, Reconic Esports, I'm giving them a hard time. They did fantastic today. Okay, they got to the grand finals yet again, but struggled to, make it clean, make it over in knockout, but they very much almost did. There's a couple of mistakes that I'm sure they will learn from. I don't think we are far away from their 1st monthly finals win of the year. It's a tough day for them to be reverse swept to their biggest rival in this competition. They're still going to be riding high in terms of the points, no doubt about it. And there are 2 last chance qualification spots available for the South America West region. That is a big, a big cushioning in that respect. And they've made the grand finals more often than not. But the question is, it was Loco. I was going to say, who was the MVP? But it came up too quick. But LeaveNoWitness, very aggressive plays. And for me, it was all about the shades, bringing in the diff. As soon as they went on, you got to admit, Teddy, it did change the flow of the action.
The real question, Ark, is did they ever come off? Did they?
It is what is on my mind as well. But Trav, you're not looking happy there, mate. Talk to me. What's going on?
Listen,
what's going on with you?
I don't think it's a good idea for me to talk right now. I don't think it is. Like, I'm having to hold my frustration myself. I think this would have probably been my first flawless predictions run. And they were 2-0 up, and they've just been reverse swept. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't know who's more disappointed with that loss, Reconic or Trav. But at least you had the chance, mate, because I went with SKCalalas to be able to pull through, but they weren't even in the grand finals. But Teddy will be storming ahead now, I think, or you're at least even. I know that I'm definitely behind the result of that.
I'm still behind.
Fumble. You're still behind? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't been a great day for us in South America West, but you guys are out on top as far as that side, at least, is concerned with the two that you got. But, you know, it is always a fun region to cast, no doubt about it. Hopefully you guys did better than us over at event.brawlstars.com. But here is the leaderboard for the region. Trav, I want to come back to you because I want to see some energy and some life come back into you.
Well, I'm pleased. We got Reconic Esports slotted up into second place. As sad as I am that they let me down in the finals, they're still going to be in that LCQ spot at the moment. Obviously, we do have another two seasons of the year left. But LeaveNoWitness absolutely flying away, 90 points ahead of Reconic, and then SKCalalas just a few points behind Reconic Esports down there in third. And Level Esports, they're moving up the leaderboard as well.
Big changes here, or not necessarily as much, but if you look at the divide that we are seeing between the top 4 and the bottom 8, you know, that's where it really is starting to become extended. And LeaveNoWitness almost at 400 points. That's huge for them, absolutely huge. But so many moments today, Teddy, so many memories that we're always pleasured with in the South America region. Player of the day, talk us through it.
Well, I mean, you know I love myself a good trick shot, and well, we're not quite at the trick shot just yet, but actually, I don't think it's what I thought it was. My bad. It was just that shot. Nice pass as well, and Reconic taking a convincing victory here against SKCalalas. Just good team synergy overall. And a nice angle.
It really did thread the needle. Beautiful stuff, wasn't it? I mean, watching it back, it needed to land it just as the respawn comes in. Definitely a tough one there to be able to catch on the way back. But the World Finals race is where it all comes down. If these teams remain in their place as it stands, these are the teams that will be going to Worlds as a result of qualifying, not through the last chance qualification. Crazy Raccoon for East Asia, Zeta Division, Reply Totem, and Navi for EMEA. It's ZEST on top still. If you missed the South America East stream, they did and were victorious for a fourth month running. Luminosity as well, a new organization to some names that you may see around the Brawl Stars scene. We welcome them in graciously as the Dog Walkers were picked up, and that was a huge pickup, wasn't it? Tribe Gaming as well for North America, coming soon as well today. Didn't want to be going anywhere. Mainland China as well, still to be confirmed. But Trav, here's the last chance qualification race. Talk us through it.
Well, Moto Mamis, I believe it is. FA are going to be in the NA East slots for last chance qualifier. SCMN and NA West. Clash, LeaveNoWitness, and Reconic Esports will be taking up those South America slots. Humble Foot Esports and Ammo Fantasy and A&R up top as well for the EMEA. East Asia, I've got Reject and Aphelion Esports at the moment. That region is really heating up so close at the moment. Team Flash and Rising Sun in those SEA slots, and then Revenant and Marcos Gaming down there in India. And as you said, to be decided, still for the Chinese mainland.
What a day it has been. What a weekend it's been for the BSC. As again, I don't know about you guys watching at home. I'm sure if you're still watching the stream, then you've greatly missed it. We've greatly missed being on the casting desk for it. We are not done yet, though. We've still got North America coming up. Time you got to jot down in your calendars. Well, not really in calendars. Maybe on the notepad if you have one in front of you, like me. 8:30 p.m. UTC, or just leave the stream open and wait until it pops back on. How about that? Don't leave event.brawlstars.com. Be ready for when the predictions open and just get in there early. I've also got a pretty big announcement, boys. I mean, don't pretend to be surprised because you already know. I'm calling you out, Travis, straight away. Right. You guys need to pay attention here, especially if you're a player, because there will be a new map pool coming in the next monthly finals. So, with Brawl Talk and new updates and all those kinds of things, check for social media is the main message here. Within the next week or so, maybe, you might find out what those new maps are going to be. But, Trap, give us your thoughts on that one. Pretty big changes coming to the BSC.
Yeah, it's definitely going to shake a few things up. Some teams will need to get back on the scrims and get back into playing, because the meta is going to change for a few of those maps. It's never going to be the same across more than just a couple maps at a time. So, need to get scrimming, and then some good info. I'm looking forward to seeing what the maps are.
Yeah, and looking ahead as well, sneak peeks still to come from Brawl Talk. Big changes are coming to this meta. I can assure you, I've got to be careful because I haven't checked today as to what the sneak peeks were, but just go with that, Teddy. Before we close the day and we finalize things, any final thoughts from yourself? It's been a long one, but very, very entertaining.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be over here in South America. Not quite physically, but mentally, and with all those amazing teams we get to cast every time. A very different meta, but always a lot of fun watching those games. And, you know, as usual, a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes making these shows possible. Thinking particularly about Supercell and Esports Engine, but of course also everyone at home watching us, the players, the teams, all the supporting staff. We appreciate you guys making all of this possible.
Love that, Teddy. Taking the words right out of my mouth and saving the time. Predictions master, 5 out of 6. Anything from you?
Well, I'm honestly, I'm very pleased. You know, as much as I love Reconic to win and me to get my perfect 6 out of 6, you know, today was not the day. Maybe one of the next 2 months will be, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm pretty pleased with how things went. It was some really, really entertaining matches. Quite a lot of 3-0s, but an equal amount of 3-2s, I believe it was in the end. So very, very close games throughout today, and it's always love being here in the South America region.
It's been a great time. South America is wrapped up, but North America is still to come. 8:30 p.m. UTC in a couple of hours' time. Be there for that. It is going to be an absolute banger. I cannot wait. For now, Teddy's said it perfectly, so I wouldn't even bother. But, you know, it's been a fantastic day from everyone here. We appreciate all of you that came out to watch the region. Until next time, from us here on the casting desk, goodbye for now.
Going to TP in, and maybe this overconfidence still remains, but the Grommon's going to get a kill, and the confidence is clearly warranted. Yammer over the right side now as well, slowed down and taken out. We hit the 20 stars, and ZEST take the win. They're going to move on to the finals.
Either Edinho or Kyodog needs to go down. Edinho is low HP, he's also marked up, 150 HP, 2 seconds left. Can they find a connection? They will not. And Clash take it home. Kyodog trying to make a run for it, but I don't think they can outrun ZEST, winning yet another monthly final, maybe a final play. Motep is low, he's gonna go down. It's not gonna be nearly enough though, and ZEST are gonna prevail.
They've got to fight him. There's no time for it. 10 seconds are remaining on the clock. It's toxic or nothing. I don't think there's enough time for them to realistically do much more than fight him, and they're not going to be able to do it. Reconic Esports end it in style.
7 seconds left. LeaveNoWitness clean up shop. They're going to take the win. They're going to go on to the finals. Close game, but Level Esports are knocked out in the semis.
10 seconds. This is it. It's LeaveNoWitness on the back line. Big speed from Christian coming in, but he has taken the shot. Missed magic hand. Alonso goes in